Guru is up. Yeah. He missed the first free throw. Second free throw is up, in and out. And Guru, for his second consecutive season,
it's over.
Has been eliminated.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. One and done.
He went back-to-back, Grandy.
And Grandy has won it again. There's also no one else that is sweating as more than Mark Grandy.
Trying so hard.
Yeah. But he has won it again, so congratulations to Mark Grandy.
That's better than Willard winning. I'll take the Grandy twice.
Mark Grandy, spry legs, clear eyes.
Good for him.
Full heart.
We're going to find out who wants to be here next few weeks.
That was some high-level hating in that final call from Evan Giddings, Joe Shasky, and Daryl the Guru Johnson.
Well, let's call it what it is.
Good morning to all of you just getting off work, getting ready for school. It's the morning roast. And
Joe.
We opened with not the Warriors, but with the knockout tournament.
Okay, those who played talk about those who play at lunch, and we call them intramural superstars, okay? And
Salty.
Mark Grandy exhibits lots of the intramural superstars, lunchtime, max effort types. And that's okay, but I call it like I see it.
Is it okay?
You're dogging on him for trying in a tournament, trying to go back to back. Wait. Hold on.
This sucker.
You're not coming out today and dogging on Mark Grandy for going back to back in the knockout tournament right here at 95.7 the game.
I'm going to say this with my chest.
This is a huge accomplishment.
No, I'm going to say this with my chest. Anytime, any place, anywhere, anyone at 95.7 the game.
You had an opportunity yesterday and you got eliminated by
Joe, you cannot even talk with your horrific form shooting. Do not even begin to talk.
My horrific form shooting, that worked, by the way, because I was in the top 10 of the championship.
You guys hide behind a bunch of guys who can't shoot, and then you're like, I made it to the next round. Get out of here.
I did.
Get out of here.
I made it. I'm sorry.
Again, I will lay it out. Anytime, any place, anywhere. I'll just, anytime, any place, anywhere.
Who's you guys? Yeah.
Carter, you're the
What are you
only
laying
one I
out,
fear.
by the way?
You're
Anytime,
the only
anywhere.
one I fear because you're 6'8", and also like 12 years younger than me.
He tried to dunk as well,
He's
Carter,
a beast.
yesterday.
All right, look, let me defend Guru. Because I got knocked out early too.
You did well, exactly. In the second wave, there was three waves.
That guy was good
three
behind
heats.
me. The guy was good behind me. I mean, look, we're having fun. All right, relax. The fact
We're
that
having fun, relax, as you destroy my shooting form. I make it in the top 10. It's okay. It's different, all right? I'm more of a layup guy anyways. I drive.
Bill Cartwright thinks your shot is funky.
Hey, it is, but it goes in. That's the only thing that matters. I told you yesterday, I don't have a great jumper, but it works, all right? And it did. It got the job done yesterday as both Daryl the Guru Johnson, and he's the first one to go yesterday as well. So there's 3 different heats. Was there 15 people in each heat or like about 20 or so?
There's a million people in each heat.
All right. And Guru gets eliminated first. And then the second heat, Shasky gets eliminated first. And then in the third heat, I guess it was me or second heat. I don't even remember. But I make it. Carter makes it. Right? There you go.
Big time.
Sam makes it. But Shasky couldn't. And he was the one that was dressed up in a headband.
Again, if you want to play real basketball, and you want to talk big, that's fine. Anytime, any place, anywhere. That's all I'll say.
Okay, though?
How's that heel doing? How's that?
My
foot
heel
doing?
is fine.
Okay, sure.
How's that broken jumper from you and Sam looking?
It was actually looked pretty good. It got us to the top.
Pretty good,
10.
actually. I got a lot of shots off.
As you hide behind some 80-year-olds, let me go after that one.
Joe Cunningham, he just called you 80 years old, by the way.
Yes,
I did
Joe
not
is
say
a little
that.
older. I love him.
He's not 80. He's in his prime.
But we're not
all
salty
right?
today.
We're not salty. I'm feeling great.
I'll take both of you on simultaneously in a 2-on-1. Anytime, any place,
your foot's gonna fall
anywhere.
off, Joe. You were complaining yesterday about your foot hurting because you had new shoes.
Look,
you're not in any
He was
position to
complaining
talk.
over the weekend about his feet. He was setting the table like on Friday.
You guys are too much. You know what's funny? Is neither of you has taken a competitive dribble in 8 billion years, and you're out here talking smack. It's hilarious. Now I know why Guru gets so defensive, because Guru actually can play basketball. I've played 3-on-3, 5-on-5 with Guru, and though it does not look pretty at times, the guy can play basketball. I question both of you, Sam and Joe.
So
I've had enough.
It doesn't look pretty for Guru
Question us from the
as he
sideline?
plays. It doesn't look. So
Knockout is not real basketball.
No, it's just.
Oh, yeah,
free
because you
throws.
wouldn't be saying in a different tone if you had won it.
It separates the men from the boys is what it does. And yesterday, that's exactly what happened. Is Mark Grandy goes back to back once again. Congratulations, Mark Grandy. Taking out Mark Willard, by the way. It was battle of Marks Not Narc Grandy, as some like to call him, Lucas Alexander. And it's Mark with a C. Get it right, Joe Shasky. Mark with a C that won it, not Mark with a K.
No, not Mark Giddings, that guy that I've created who blends between Evan and Mark.
Evan Grandy, I think is the one.
Was the other one?
Evan Grandy.
I went up to go talk to Guru because Guru should not feel bad for himself. Dude, it's a game of random chance. And then that probably makes it more unlikely that Mark Grandy won. And look, credit to him. He's a phenomenal niche knockout player. That's a hell of a thing to have on your resume.
What does Dibs say? It's a Roger Federer. It's a backhanded compliment. That's what that was just right there.
Grandy was made for knockout, though.
Was.
Literally made for
Built in
it.
the lab. Like 50 Cent in that music video.
So quick. Like, he has all the intangibles for knockout.
Nobody jumps higher like Iguodala for a free throw to like actually let it go than him. That's when you could tell who hoops and who doesn't.
His release point?
I mean, when you jump to your apex to shoot a free throw, that's not necessarily normal.
It's not normal, but it gets the job done.
Carter's laughing because he knows what I'm saying is, in the words of my young man Cole, who I coach in baseball, real hoopers know. That's all.
Okay. And real hoopers finished in the top 10 yesterday.
Oh, get
shout
out
out
of
Carter.
here.
Shout out
It's my
Sam.
guy.
Shout out
Get
me.
Pinocchio.
Rocking the Kobe shirt too, man.
Over here.
Well, I look like
about?
Pinocchio's loosely based on my life, if you guys didn't know that. By the way, shout out Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. And if you're streaming on there, it's brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low-rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. A guy with a wet jumper is joining us at 8:30 today.
Who's that?
Tim Kawakami, baby.
I've never seen him dribble.
Oh, he balls. He's a graduate of Ball So Hard University, just like I am, and Terrell Suggs. Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, 8:30, Joe Shasky, as he's got a lot of salt there. And if you took part yesterday's
That was a lot of
knockout,
fun.
it was, in all seriousness, it was a lot of fun. Shout out Lucas, shout out Matt, shout out to the promotional staff, shout out all the salespeople that showed up, and the listeners, first and foremost. Like all you guys that showed up, I want to hear from you today, 888-957-9570. It was nice to see and put names to the voices, Joe Shasky. It's always fun. And I haven't really had an opportunity to do that because I've been at the station and behind the scenes a lot. So whenever we're doing these events, I'm not out there. So it's fun to see the Oreo cookies of the world, right?
Sam from Laughing Monk was there.
Sam from Laughing Monk.
Our guy, Matt Schoen from Ceremony Ford. Like, so many great callers. Oreo Cookie, who you referenced. There's a lot of really cool
Jacob
people.
and Castro Valley, I met, one of the Doobie Award winners.
A couple that works with my mother-in-law at Kaiser were there. And actually, she was good. She made it to the finals. She was stroking it, like, all the time. She was hitting shots. So it was nice.
I give her credit. Just don't give me credit for making my shots that I'm supposed to. Doesn't matter how it looks. It goes in, okay? That's all that matters, all right? Win, lose, or draw, have fun. It's a quote by Russell Westbrook.
Shasky, are you gonna share your ideas for next year?
Yeah, what are your
want them?
ideas? Sure, what are your
They
ideas?
were pretty
for next
good,
year?
I thought.
I have a bunch of ideas. Well, one of them is like all of this ducking the smoke. Like I will have our own separate heat and we'll do just hosts alone. We can do a knockout. We can do 1-on-1. We can do whatever you want. 3-on-3. I don't really care. But like I'm kind of tired of everybody ducking the smoke and talking smack. Like put your money where your mouth is and let's go.
Wait, we're putting money on this thing? I don't think
It's called pride. Yeah, you put your pride where your mouth is. Like that's in my world.
your
we
pride
actually
where your
play.
mouth is.
We actually play games that have stakes in my world. All right. If we're not playing for stakes, then what are we doing? I was entertaining yesterday.
actual stakes. Can we get Harris Ranch beef back?
Yes.
Yeah, let's do that.
All right.
That sounds good.
Other than that, I don't want to hear the smack talk. That's fine. Y'all want to talk smack? Go right ahead. I lay it out there. Anytime, any place, anywhere.
We weren't talking smack.
I literally always
We literally
say,
opened the show with you taking a shot at Mark Grandy. Like, who's talking smack here?
in the words of my boy Joyce, who said this to Lucas Alexander.
How many boys do you got?
I have $5,000 here for the rest of your life to throw 90 miles per hour, and you'll never do it.
Are you serious?
Who's throwing? Wait, whoa. Who's throwing 90 miles an
At
hour?
my dad's funeral,
Oh my
Lucas
God.
claimed he could throw 90 miles an hour. And it was just my boy Joyce. He's like, show me how you throw. And Lucas did like a fake throwing motion and he just started laughing at him. And he said, I have $5,000 available for you for the rest of your life. You will never throw 90 miles per hour. He said,
90.
if you throw one pitch 90 miles an hour, I'll give you $5,000.
Sounds like a Lucas problem.
Sounds like there's more to this story because I don't think Lucas is going to claim that.
Well,
he
there
can
was
throw
a lot
90.
of weed.
Oh, there you go. One more time.
He went back to back, Grandy.
And Grandy has won it again. There's also no one else that is sweating as more than Mark Grandy.
Trying so hard.
But he has won
How's
it
that?
again. So
Come on.
Is that
man.
not an accurate statement?
No, but the way you said it was like him trying hard was a bad thing. That's kind of what you insinuated there.
We're there for the listeners. As a veteran of all of the fan meetups, half the battle is just having fun and letting some of the callers knock you out.
Well, and that's why I took a dive and I airballed on purpose because I knew in the end we could not have another host try to win this thing. We had to let one of the listeners win, but Mark Grandy and Mark Willard said, no, we're too fun. We're too cool. We can't let that happen.
We're trying too hard.
Trying too hard. First team all tryhards, I guess. That's according to Joe Shasky, 888-957-9570. By the way, there was real basketball played yesterday. Did you know that?
It wasn't at Chase Center.
It wasn't, although it was fun.
Although I saw a guy who plays kind of like the knockout tournament where he does not play winning basketball. His name is Lamelo Ball, and let's start there. All of these people talking about Lamelo Ball for the last 4 or 5 years, Warrior fans.
He's a good player.
I watched that guy. Is he?
Yes. I would take Lamelo Ball on my team.
I would not.
He's good.
I don't think he's a winning player. In fact, I think he's a hollow player who throws up hollow numbers.
The franchise that he's on is one of the worst franchises in the history of the NBA that have not done anything in my entire lifetime or yours. How could you say that?
He's a horrific leader. He takes bad shots. He puts up like very hollow numbers.
Whoa.
Whatever we bestow upon Jordan Poole, we better bestow that upon LaMelo Ball. He does not play winning basketball.
Give me examples of why he's a horrific leader.
Okay, so yesterday is a great example. Multiple times they get big rebounds. It's a 6-point game, and he's taking multiple step back, 3.40-foot heaves against double teams at the top of the key. He traveled maybe 8 or 9 times on the catch and didn't get it called. And Steve Kerr lost his mind and got a technical in that game. He's always looking for the highlight play as opposed to just making the smart, good play. Not everything needs to be a grand slam. You'll learn this in radio, and I've said this to a couple people over time, is that, hey, it's okay to hit some singles. Not everything needs to be a 4-run jack. Like, it's okay to draw a walk and hit some singles. You know, Dibbs taught me this. Like, don't do all caps radio all the time. And he is right to that extent.
Sure.
It's like the guy that only wants to throw 40-yard bombs in Madden. You got to run the ball a little every now and then. And I just think the LaMelo Ball's half-court offense, though flashy, is not winning basketball. He doesn't play good defense. Yesterday is a great example. He tricked the ball out of bounds off his own leg, argues with the referee. Podziemski quickly inbounds the ball, throws it to Draymond. They throw it. They run a quick little screen. He's arguing with the ref the entire time. Bang, Buddy Hield hits a 3. Huge momentum for Buddy Hield. The Warriors end up trading baskets back and forth, but that got Buddy going. There are little subtleties to how you play the game, and I'm telling you, LaMelo, though putting up great numbers, is not a winning player. Maybe one day he will become that, but right now, I don't ever want to hear about LaMelo Ball and the Warrior fit and how they missed on him. He's not a winning player.
Well, they did miss on him because they took a guy in James Wiseman. He's probably going to be out of the league pretty soon, unfortunately. I mean, the guy's been dealing with injuries. It's unfortunate. But they should have absolutely taken LaMelo Ball in hindsight. It's not even close. I mean, are we really arguing that still? Are we really arguing that?
I don't think just because he's a better player than James Wiseman does not mean he would be thriving and playing winning basketball with the Golden State Warriors, which is kind of the connection Warrior fans have made. Hey, we missed out on LaMelo. Wouldn't he been great on this team? I don't think he would have been great on this team.
You're viewing it through the Charlotte Hornets lens, LaMelo Ball. Would have been different had he been drafted to the Golden State Warriors. I think you're saying no matter what team he's going to go on, he's going to be that player. I disagree. He's on literally, I would say the Charlotte Hornets are the worst franchise in the NBA in my lifetime. It's not even close. Whether it's them or the Bobcats.
Is he a good leader?
I don't know because there's no one else on the team that's very good. Mark Williams, okay. Miles Bridges.
Bridges look good in the second quarter.
He's not. I know Miles Bridges is not a leader. I do not want that guy to be a leader on my team. No doubt. So
look,
who else?
The organization
really?
isn't great. The organization isn't great, but I think you're taking too much of the onus off LaMelo. LaMelo is a very popular player amongst the kids, and I'm telling you, I've watched him again this year multiple times. He doesn't play winning basketball. There's a difference in the NBA from being a solid player that gets up and down the court and puts up good numbers to a guy that plays winning brand of basketball. Draymond's talked about this.
Hard to play winning basketball in a losing
16-game players, meaning the playoffs, versus regular season players.
Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off there. Hard to play winning basketball on historically loser franchise.
I will grant
that's just what I'm getting at here. I would take LaMelo Ball on my team. Listen,
I don't think I would.
For his price point, probably not, but I would add him. Absolutely. I think he's listen, I'm with Steiny on this one. He's been a big proponent of this when it comes to just players in general. If you can pass and you're a willing passer and you can set people up and you don't mind, again, he has to be the guy a lot of the nights, so he does chuck it a lot. Probably too much because he has to do that. Like if LaMelo Ball wasn't in the lineup yesterday, I think everyone's saying, "Oh, this is a snoozer." Is that am I wrong?
What's a snoozer even with him?
Well, sure, but that's what I'm saying. I'm at least tuning in yesterday because of LaMelo Ball. That means something.
Well, maybe I'm jaded
player.
because of all the kids I see wearing his jersey
Probably.
and how highly they think of him. And his shoes are very popular. The LaMelos are very popular. And I'm just telling you, the guy doesn't play winning basketball.
You know who played winning basketball yesterday?
There's a hardened element to his game where it feels like the highlight play that he goes for on every given time. That's not how you win in the NBA consistently. And I think that he's going to have a come to Jesus moment if he wants to be a consistent winning player. He's talented. I don't want to make this like he's not talented. He is talented. But I watch him and I say he's a lot of what's wrong with the NBA, as well as the organization as a whole. That he doesn't bear all of that responsibility. But watching him through that prism, I'm like, I don't think the Warriors are missing out that much. Yeah, they missed on Wiseman. That's
23
independent.
years old, and he's been an all-star already in his second year. He was NBA Rookie of the Year back in 2021. He's going to be a pretty good player, I think, for a long time. If he stays healthy, that's going to be the ultimate key with LaMelo Ball. And can he grow as a player? Again, he's only 23 years old. We're talking about all this growth that Jonathan Kuminga could do going forward. Why can't LaMelo Ball do that? Again, historically loser franchise that he's playing for. I'd probably try to get out of there if I can because it's just a vortex of suckage in Charlotte. But again, we're bearing the lead here, boys. Buddy Hield, 5-9 from beyond the arc. Buddy back? That was the story of the game for me.
Thank you, LaMelo, for falling asleep on defense, arguing with the referees after a ball that went right off your leg after you traveled, and you're arguing the whole time. And then not only that, Draymond Green making a hell of a play defensively on a transition play, diving to the ground like it was a fumble and kicking it out to Buddy Hield. No, Buddy Hield played a really good game. I thought Pods had a really good game.
Buddy Hield led all scorers for the Golden State Warriors. 22 points for Buddy, buckets off the bench, 31 minutes for him. Pods, as you just mentioned, wasn't the most efficient night for him, but you know what? He was getting up there. He was scoring. He was aggressive. That's what he kept chucking the three. I was like, you know what? That's okay. Just keep shooting that ball. There was at no point in that game that I thought Charlotte was ever going to win it. So I was okay with Pods chucking it up there. 4 of 11 from beyond the arc, 6 of 16 overall, but he saw them go in, and that's a confidence booster. And 11 boards for Pajemski, by the way, 19 points for him overall.
What did Draymond finish?
Draymond, again, to your point, I was going to get that.
Yeah.
16 points, 12 boards, 7 assists, 2 steals for Day, and 1 throat chop as well.
Well, that one, I'll defend that one because I think he was just, I think he was sticking his hand out because there's so many bigger guys than him that he has to box out. It looked like he was sticking his hand out to kind of like feel for that guy, and he just got him right in the throat. I think it was inadvertent, but again, your body of work kind of speaks for itself. You're not going to get the benefit of the doubt. His floor game yesterday was spectacular. Yeah. He played a great game yesterday. And one thing I love about what he did over and over and over again, not only does he take the open three, and then that forces that defense to come out and then he can hit it to Jimmy underneath, but he was taking the mid-range. And I missed some mid-range shots, a couple floaters, but he hit a couple. And it's like, dude, that shot in the key, like 2 dribbles into the from the elbow, is always going to be there for him. And if he just takes it a couple times, it opens the floor up for everyone.
All right, what's coming up in the game is going to be brought to you by Chilton Auto Body. It's going to be your calls, 888-957-9570. Again, if you took place in the knockout tournament yesterday, we want to hear from you. Awesome event that took place yesterday at Chase Center. Took us a minute to get inside as it was like a maze for Shasky, myself, Ethan, Sam Lubman, and Carter. But we got there. And it was a great time. I had some Gatorade, too. They had some Gatorade for us. And some
I guess
waters.
I missed that.
You did. It was right when you walked in. They had some nice refreshments for us.
I went upstairs, nice. Me and Guru, and there was no Powerade, Gatorade. There was just salt from the two of us.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah, and we were just salty.
And Mark Grandy was drinking your tears. He
was very sweet, yes.
Yes.
Oh,
indeed.
no.
Some would say cupcake-like.
Okay, relax. Kevin Durant over here.
That's a joke.
Tim Kawakami.
It's a joke.
Tim Kawakami, 8:30, SF Standard. All guests in 95.7 of the game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands? River Islands in Lathrop. It's Spadoni. It's Shasky. We're rolling on here talking about the Warriors' 119-101 win over the Charlotte Hornets.
Yo, what's up? This is Javon from San Francisco. I want to shout out my favorite morning roast, my favorite radio station in the whole Bay Area, in the whole country. 95.7 The Game.
Let's go.
Javon, you know who that was, right?
No.
This guy knocked you out yesterday in the knockout tournament.
He's good.
Called his shot, too.
Yeah, that's fine.
And he got it.
Good for him.
Good for him.
Call in. I'll congratulate him.
Maybe we book Mark Grandy later for the show. You want to do that? Let's hit up Mark. Maybe he can come in.
That's a tough get. He's really making the rounds this morning.
Well,
he's doing all the big morning
Let's see
shows.
if he's in studio. We'll bring him in for the last 30 minutes or so. We'll talk Mark. I want to hear his preparation as Mark Grandy goes back-to-back in the knockout tournament.
Want the Grandy mentality.
That's hard work and dedication. You know what he did last night? He had Warriors post-game, too. That's what he did. So he wins that. He's at Chase Center. Then he comes back here to the station, works a shift, and then after that, works another one. That guy's just a man's man.
Man's man.
There you go.
Are we even allowed to say that in this particular era that we live in now?
Oh, who cares?
Yeah, come on. I thought you were going to say in this particular market, which...
No, I was just saying, like, are men even allowed to be men anymore? Like, is
my God.
A man's man?
Yes, you can be James Bond. They're still making those movies. Yes, they are still doing that.
There's an Octopussy joke in there somewhere.
That's a good movie.
That might have just been the joke right there.
Who did I just see that's trying out for Michael Strahan? You sent that right in the chat. Someone sent it in the chat.
What's
Michael Strahan wants to be the next James Bond. Did you guys see that?
Sure, why not?
No.
Isn't part of being James Bond is that you blend in a little?
But he has the list too, like fake and not third.
Like you can't be 6'4", 300
Yeah, no.
chiseled.
You got to be like 6'1".
With a canyon between your teeth.
No, but you got to be like 6'1", 6'2", 6'1", 6'2", and be fit, but not overly super jacked.
that's
but just
true.
you think of Pierce Brosnan, like Daniel Craig was a little different.
He was
'cause
great.
He got kind of jacked, but he's not like super tall. Like I'm in on like when Idris Elba, maybe like a grizzled version, like an older one. I would have been mad at.
He's in everything, Idris.
He is.
He's in everything, and a lot of good stuff.
And I do think for James Bond, you do have to be from England, or be like from the UK. Like, it has to be a thing. You can't be from America.
That's a good one. Yeah, I'm with you.
And the
on that.
American,
I would agree.
Like the US actors and actresses, we can't do a very good English accent. We just can't. We're not good at it. But when they come over here, like the Tom Hollands, the Andrew Garfields, House, right?
Who's the guy
They're
that
all
was in
British,
The
but they
Revenant?
have great American accents.
What's the guy that was in The Revenant with
Revenant? Oh, you're talking about Tom Hardy.
Tom
Yeah,
Hardy.
he has a good one too.
Yeah, isn't he?
Was he Hugh Glass? Or Hugh Glass's main one?
I forget.
I always forget. It's a great movie, The Revenant.
It is.
As we were just coming on Oscar season, that was Leo's first Academy Award.
Speaking of like going through the planes and getting your way back, like I kind of like The Revenant.
Yeah.
The Warriors were pretty beat up at one point. Like they got attacked by the grizzly bear of the regular season.
I didn't know where you're going with that, but I'm not mad at it.
Okay. And
Give you 3 for that comp.
like Leonardo DiCaprio, you look up right now and they're starting to heal themselves.
So they got Jimmy Butler, they cut open the horse,
Yes.
removed all the guts, got back in there to keep themselves warm, and since they're coming out of this hyperbolic chamber of this horse chamber, they've emerged, and all of a sudden now things are percolating in the West.
What is going on
They're
here?
the 6th seed, is what I'm telling you, Fitzy.
Well,
they're
they
the
are.
6th seed.
And just look at it this way. The hottest teams in the NBA currently. The Cleveland Cavaliers have won 10 in a row.
It's unreal.
10 in a row.
I still don't believe in them. How sad does that sound? You can't say, no, you don't believe in them. They're the 1 seed. No, I don't.
I think a lot of people feel that way.
Even though they did come back, they were down like 20 points early to the Celtics the other day and then came back and won. It was a great win for them.
There seems to really be a separation on who's playing good basketball and who's not. So, okay, Cleveland, top of the charts. Then you got the OKC Thunder and the Lakers. They're both 8-2 in their last 10. Yeah. And look who else is 8-2 in their last 10. The Golden State Warriors.
Wow.
All right. Now there's a bunch of teams in the East that are 7-3, and also Denver and the Kings in the West. So if you're looking at the West right now, okay, you're a Warrior fan, you wake up this morning, Warriors beat the Hornets, you're in the 6th seed, and you're looking here and you say, all right, OKC's rolling. They're 8-2 in their last 10. The Lakers are rolling. They're in the 2nd seed. They're 8-2 in their last 10. The Nuggets are rolling. They're 7-3 in their last 10. Then you go down, Warriors 8-2.
Yep.
Okay? They're in the 6th seed. In the 8th seed, kind of coming along here, the new, basically, I call them the Chicago Kings. Okay? the Sacramento Kings that have a bunch of Chicago Bulls players. They're 7-3. Everybody else in the West is really trying to find themselves. So I'm looking at the 4 seed, the Memphis Grizzlies. They're 3-7 in their last 10. Oh, no. And the Houston Rockets are 5-5. Look, they're in the 6th seed today, and they've got a big game against the Knicks, who are also playing good basketball right now, okay? 7-3 in their last 10. I'm throwing a lot of records around, but if you're a Warrior fan, you're in the 6th seed today. Could you make a run for the 5 or even the 4 seed? I know it feels aggressive. I know we're talking about a 4-5 game swing right now between where you're at and where those teams are at, but Memphis is not playing good ball right now. The Rockets are not playing good ball, and I can make an argument, even though the Warriors are 8-2, the last couple games haven't been that great. I don't know, man.
There was a stretch in yesterday's game where I thought the game was never going to end. There was this foul on flagrant on I hope Gary Payton's okay. There's a flagrant there. There was the throat chop. There was a lot happening yesterday's game, but to your point, it was a tough watch for a little bit yesterday. It was.
Well, they've now
Steph's ankle, by the way. Did we see that?
What?
Steph's ankle?
Well, he went to go close out.
Super wrapped up.
Yeah, he went to go close out, and it's not good. I mean, look, if you're zooming out from a league perspective, and I made this comment on the show call last night, I'm like, hey, look, they play the Knicks tonight on national television. What the hell is the league doing? If you know that Curry and the Warriors are such a big draw on national television, why would you have the Hornet game on the front end of a back-to-back that's going to be nationally televised, and they're in Madison Square Garden? If you're just looking from a league perspective of showcasing and appeasing your television broadcast partners, it's a poor job of scheduling. And I'm not trying to be some whiner because I don't whine about the schedule. Sometimes it just is what it is. Yeah. But, like, come on. Late in the year, Knicks, Warriors, this kind of sucks. And if he doesn't play tonight, like, this is a really tough game with him. It's almost impossible to win without him.
Let's go to Coach Hall in San Diego. He's been hanging on. What's up, Coach Hall? He wants to join the conversation. 888-957-9570. You're on the Morning Roast with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, good morning, fellas. Shasky, I don't know how to feel about this 6th seed or aiming for the 4th and 5th spot because, again, like, where are we going to generate offensive from? Like, it just seems like this is the hardest we've had to work to score the ball. And, I mean, happy birthday to Draymond, but my God, is he a handicap on offense sometimes. It's almost like a catch-22. Like, we make it to the playoffs, we might get bounced the first round. I just don't know, how are we going to score the ball, man? Like, talk me off the ledge.
Well, this is what they need Kuminga back.
Thanks, Coach Hall.
They need Kuminga to be some semblance of a reliable 3rd and 4th scorer. You know, you have no idea what you're going to get from Pods, Moody, and Buddy. Well, actually, Moody, I kind of know. I'm going to get about 12 points.
He's been struggling a little bit as of late shooting the ball, but for the most part, overall, his consistency's been there.
Yeah, but he's not going to bust out for 25. No. You know, and
that's why getting what you got from Buddy yesterday, like, I'm not saying you're going to get that every single night.
No, but
if I can get that once every couple of games,
I agree.
You start viewing this team so much differently, and then you add Kuminga on top of that, that lightens the load on everyone. If some of these guys can just step up from a scoring aspect, Joe Shasky, it lightens the load and the burden off of everyone, including Steph, including Jimmy and Draymond.
Well, they were doing a lot of double teaming of Jimmy Butler when he caught the ball underneath the elbow and in the mid block. And it basically, they weren't going to let him get to the free throw line, and they weren't going to let him dictate offense and put his shoulder through someone. And so they missed that rim runner. They missed that diver, that athletic guy who can cut down into the lane. Kavon's not that guy. GP2 tries to be, and I actually think GP2's played really good ball the last week or so, 2 weeks. He's played good ball. I think the logical answer is I want to see more Quentin Post. Quentin Post is one of the few guys that's given me a lot on both ends. He made a couple of nice defensive plays. He double teamed at the appropriate time. He hit a shot in the corner. I like Quentin Post.
Got a couple of assists, couple boards, 6 points for him, couple 3 points made. Hey, again, in his minutes, he's always,
he's a positive.
He's a positive. I was going to the plus minus. He's a minus, but whatever. I'm not getting that.
But he played like a positive.
Correct. And that's what I was going to get at too, because when he is out there, he just makes winning plays. It's winning basketball. And that's all you need right now for the Golden State Warriors. There's a reason you're not seeing a lot of these other guys right now. You're not going to be seeing a lot of Trace Jackson Davis. You're not going to be seeing a lot of the Kevin Knoxes of the world, the Pat Spencers. Not that they're not, winning players per se, and they've made some winning plays in the past, but you're sticking to what you know right now if you're Steve Kerr. And what I know is this lineup of Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, Steph Curry, Moses Moody, Brandon Podziemski in the Jimmy Butler era is damn near unbeatable. And that's just a fact. Now, is that because of the schedule? Is that because of the players? Is that because the teams are playing. Sure, there's a lot baked into that. And that's why I'm very curious tonight against this Knicks team, who's actually been playing well as of late, how they're going to match up. Is Steph going to play on the back end of a back-to-back? After that game and where he tweaked, it looked like his ankle, it was super wrapped up, a lot of ice, a lot of compression. So we shall see. We're up against it, though. We're going to take this conversation on the other side, and that's what's going to be coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good.
Trades are hard.
Hey, this is Jonathan from San Francisco. You're listening to The Morning Roast with Joe Spidoni and Joe Shasky.
Was Jonathan with the headband?
Yep.
He's a good dude.
Love John. He's a legend.
He's such a good dude.
He's a legendary caller.
I don't think I put two and two together in real time. So I apologize, Jonathan, if you're out there. Because people are like, I went around and I dapped up literally every single person that came. Just to thank them. Like, thank you for coming out and meeting us. And I guess Jonathan had the blue headband, if I'm remembering.
Sure. He was wearing a blue shirt. I think I know that. Or a jersey. I'm not sure. But I know he's a legendary caller, whether it's here, whether it's with the afternoon, middays.
They're here, we're there.
Yeah, we're here, there.
He missed his heat.
Wait, what?
He missed his heat. Totally forgot to get in line, and Lucas had to go up to him and be like, dude, sorry.
Oh, he just didn't even get to compete? No.
Yeah, didn't even get to compete.
Oh, I would have taken my spot out of him and let Jonathan go if that was the case. I didn't know that.
Poor Jonathan.
Jonathan, if you're feeling a little down, call us. We'll make you feel better. 888-957-9570. Brought to you by Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. Tim Kawakami, 830 SF Standard. All right, Joe Shasky, we were just talking before we hit this break about, getting greedy maybe for the Golden State Warriors. And maybe it's not even getting greedy. It's just taking advantage of teams that aren't playing well right now, and while you are.
Exactly.
You look in the West right now, as I pull up the conference standings, Thunder, as you mentioned, number 1 seed. They've won 4 in a row. They're gonna be the number 1 seed.
They're probably gonna cruise into it.
Lakers the 2 spot. I don't know. That's gonna be an interesting one. They're 8-2. They've won 6 in a row. They just don't look like they want to lose right now. That Luka Doncic, and they don't have Austin Reeves. Well, LeBron and Luka, and they're winning without Austin Reeves and Rui Hachimura right now. Like, it's an incredible dynamic duo. Everyone's talking about their defense, but their offense is just so efficient. It doesn't really matter right now. Then you got the Nuggets. They're 7-3.
Appropriate fear for them.
Yes. Grizzlies.
Bring them or the Rockets on.
Yeah, they're the 4 and 5 seed respectively, the Grizzlies and the Rockets. Then you got the Dubs lurking right there. So if they can continue to slide those teams above them, absolutely the Warriors can get greedy. 5th, 4 seems excessive, but the 5th, I am saying, is absolutely a possibility, which is insane if I told you that 3 weeks ago when you thought you were going to barely be a 10 seed.
Let's go back to the game they blew against the Mavs where Kyrie went absolutely nuclear in that third quarter. Remember that game?
Yep.
Okay. Think about how you thought about that Mavs team, acquiring Anthony Davis, right? And think about how you thought about the Warriors. You're like, oh my God, like, dude, is this going to are we going to figure this thing out or not? Like, what's going on here? And then last night, having the Mavs, who are only a couple of games behind where the Warriors are at, they lose Kyrie with a knee injury.
They're a couple games away, but doesn't it feel like they're just 20 games away at this point? It just feels like that.
2 weeks. It was 2 weeks, right? About a week and a half?
Yeah.
Okay. It feels like a lifetime ago.
Man.
It feels like a lifetime ago. And for Kyrie to go down.
And I got the sound of that right.
Oh, play the sound.
Hold on. Actually, I'll play it. I got it.
Great score in the league.
Got Kyrie down here. That is obviously a major concern, what's going on right now.
He was dribbling in and out of a defender at coming in transition.
Sports. Yeah, it was
hyperextension
at the minimum, a hyperextended knee.
It did not look good. No. It reminded me, in terms of the way that the leg buckled and the way that he winced, in a very different way, it reminded me of Clay, where once you saw it once, you're like, I don't ever want to see it again. And damn it, I hope one of the great players who it felt like was at the apex of his powers and finally was getting that appreciation that maybe we didn't want to give him from a couple of years back, and his career could be altered forever.
They're calling it a left knee sprain, and we'll wait and see when the swelling goes down, what kind of damage there was done. Yeah, it's tough to see, man, because that's a guy, and you've mentioned this. I know Bonte, when he's in here, has mentioned this. That's a guy that, outside of the LeBron, Stephs, KDs, it's Kyrie for a lot of kids.
Absolutely.
He is the guy. He's the dribble, the handle, the shot making, the creativity, just the swag he plays with. And just he's a clutch player at the end of the day. When I think of Kyrie Irving, I think clutch. I mean, obviously we think of the shot here back in 2016 at Oracle. It doesn't come more clutch than that, right? in Game 7 of the NBA Finals to make that shot like he did on that floor in front of that fan base. He's going to be remembered for that shot the rest of his life. But for it to maybe end like that in this season, because let's call it what it is. Season's over for the Dallas Mavericks. Like, the season's over for them.
Really? It's
done. Like, if Anthony Davis comes back, and I don't even know if you would want him to come back at this point. Like, what do you have to gain at this point if you're the Dallas Mavericks and Kyrie Irving's going to be out now an extended amount of time? You're already without Gaffords, the Liveleys, all of the big men on your team. You don't really have any. Like, you got Klay Thompson out there. Like, and who else do I got out there? Najee Marshall.
Who actually playing really well.
Like, but again, like, that's what I'm going to be hanging my hat on. So, like, they're not going to give up. They're not going to quit. I'm not saying that. But they're going to start hitting a skid here. And maybe they just cling to the 10th spot because the Suns are just god awful. I'm just looking at the standings right now. The Suns aren't doing anything. They're 2-8. Talking about teams that are like hot, they're the opposite of hot. They are a dying sun. They are 2-8 in their last 10. The Trailblazers, they're a couple games out.
Fighting hard.
The fighting Chauncey Billups, right? They're winning for Chauncey right now, the Trailblazers. But again, that's another team you don't have to worry about. The Timberwolves, we'll see. They have the second easiest schedule next to the Warriors remaining into their season.
They're kind of an enigma in the sense that, like,
they're getting Julius Randle back, by the way.
And is that a good thing?
Well, they're 5-5 in their last 10, or 4-6 in their last 10, so they might need Julius to come back. They're not playing winning basketball.
I don't fear them like I did a couple years ago.
Okay. Last year specifically.
Yeah, with Kat and Nas Reed and all that. Yeah. So, again, maybe I'm wrong. But I look at the Kings and I'm like, there's such a new version of them. And now Sabonis is hurt. He's probably going to miss a week or whatever. I don't know what to make of them. Clippers, for whatever reason, had the Warriors number pre-Jimmy.
Yeah. Clippers have the tiebreaker over the Warriors, too.
But I don't fear them, per se.
No, they lost 2 in a row. Well, Kawhi played 40 minutes the other day. I was like, oh my God, is he going to be out a week now? Which is horrible to say, but like he played 40 minutes. He actually looked good against the Lakers the other day.
The Warriors need to, stand pat and continue to do what they've been doing, which is win the winnable games and try to navigate and go 500 against some of the upper echelon teams. That's why tonight's game,
very fascinating.
It's a big one against the Knicks. I consider the Knicks one of the better teams in the league, and they're a team that can present certain problems. And the guy who I referenced earlier, Karl Anthony Towns, obviously Mikal Bridges, there's something going on there. Jalen Brunson, this is a good team. OG Anunoby, they've got some players.
And they have a tough stretch coming up here, starting with the Warriors tonight at home. Then they're on the road in LA against the Lakers. They stay in LA, take on the Clippers, and then, so they're doing the West Coast road trip. Then they're playing the Sacramento Kings. Like, that's
an interesting 3-game swing. We kind of need them to win some games.
Right? No, you're kind of rooting for them to
I kind of need them to win some games.
Absolutely. But you want to take care of business tonight. And I am curious how fans are going to be watching tonight's game, because within the Jimmy Butler era, they really haven't played anyone that you would say, wow, that was a really impressive
Dallas.
team. But
without Anthony Davis.
So there's caveats.
How about the King blowout to start the...
I will say that's probably been their best win, given how the Kings have kind of owned them as of late.
And how they're playing now in retrospect.
Absolutely.
Because I think the day of that win, I was like, Kings aren't that good. And now I'm like, no, actually the Kings were kind of figuring it out.
And the Knicks, like, if you want to say like they're a pretender in the East, I don't think that's like a total shot at them. It's just how much you respect the Celtics and the Cavs. Team. They're 40-20.
Yeah,
they've won 3 in a row. They're like a hot team right now.
I think they'd be a 35 or to 38 win team in the West. I do.
Yeah, no, absolutely. They have the talent. That's the thing, and they're going to play hard defensively tonight.
Yeah.
So like, look for this game. It might be another slop fest. It might be another, ugly type of game.
Where's Steph's ankle?
Well, that's the thing in all this. But if it is an ugly game, now I have confidence that they're going to win these ugly games because of Jimmy Butler. Like, that's like in a game like this. And by the way, there's drama there with the Jimmy Butler and the whole Knicks thing last year, dating back there. Like, I'm actually excited about this because Jimmy Butler is not loved anywhere in these upper echelon Eastern Conference teams. Joe Shasky, they all hate Jimmy Butler because he's broken their hearts time in and time out, whether it's the Celtics, the Knicks, the Bucks. So I can't wait for that aspect of it. And it's the Garden. Like, does that do anything for you still? Being in New York City, playing in that arena where Steph broke the all-time 3-point record, some of the 50 burgers he's had there in the past, like, there's been a lot of history of Stephen Curry, Madison Square Garden, so I hope he plays.
Well, just as a basketball fan, my fandom was forged in the early 90s, mid 90s, late 90s, and I think of NBC, Peter Vesey and Bob Costas and the NBC music on a Sunday, at the Garden. Like that's what I think of. There you go. You got it. That's what I think of. And how the Warriors never had a Sunday matinee game,
right?
Ever. And then I think of Spike Lee and all that. Like that forged part of my fandom in the NBA, watching those Knicks teams go up against the Bulls, going up against the Pacers, and even the Hornets at one point.
Who's that guy rocking the Reggie Miller jersey yesterday?
That was a cool jersey.
No, that was sick. Who was it?
I don't know. He's a big golf fan. I forget his name. He was talking about.
He was chopping shop with us too. Now
he plays at Boundary Oak.
He competed last year too. Actually, that guy. I don't know
okay.
Great hair, elite.
He did
hair.
have great hair.
There you go. And
there's a lot of great hair out there.
I was telling him when you eliminate someone in the Reggie Miller jersey, you got to do the choke sign to the person. Like you just have to.
That's
it comes
pretty
with
good.
the territory, right?
That's pretty good.
Come on, I choked. It's okay. So did Joe Shasky and so did Daryl the Guru Johnson, by the way.
Guru's up. Yeah, he missed the first free throw. Second free throw is up, in and out, and Guru for his second consecutive season has been eliminated. Oh boy! No. Oh no! Goo. Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated.
I feel bad for him.
One and done.
I'm going to defend Guru again.
Cinderella slipper is broken.
I'm going to defend Goo again. Goo can play basketball. Don't make this an indictment on him not being a good hooper.
I don't think anyone is. I just think people think it's.
But I feel bad for him because all his buddies are ripping him. I saw he had a million group threads and they were just texting him, and I felt bad for Goo. I did. I legitimately felt bad for Goo.
It's it's John Starks, right? We're going Knicks right now. It's John Starks at the line.
He's better than John Starks.
Wow.
John Starks was a warrior.
Whoa.
He wasn't good.
Yeah, but as a Knick, he's a legend, right?
A legend for missing 1,000 jumpers?
I never said it was a good thing to be a legend.
I hope Guru's listening when Shasky just said that he's better than a guy who played in the NBA.
Well, I'm saying in pickup, okay, Sam.
No, Guru, stand on that. You're better than John Starks. I'm rolling with that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game.
Does that make you Anthony Bennett?
San Francisco and Odyssey Sports Station. That's number one overall pick, Anthony Bennett. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Hey, I take that money. I don't care if I was a bust. Anthony Bennett, he's probably playing professionally somewhere right now, isn't he?
Some Eastern European bloc nation. I don't know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Serbia, he was in the G League.
The Fighting Serbs.
The Georgian League.
The Formosa Dreamers in Taiwan. So he's playing. He's hooping.
Wow.
It
is cool to be on the Chase Center floor.
Dude, that was like I was taking it in for a little bit, just like really soaking it all in and seeing the lights are bright. It gets warm under those lights.
The
lights are bright, man. I feel like Jared Allen there. The lights are brighter than expected. It was a little bit of that, but I was just so happy as we put a bow on the knockout tournament. Just the fanfare. That's all. That's why we love doing these things. Like being able to interact with the fans, and I think we are the station that does it the best, better than anyone else.
Who else in the country does stuff like that?
No one. That's the thing. Like, whether it's at Laughing Monk for the doobies, whether
Sam's
it's at
such a good dude,
right? Whether it's at any of the the summits, which I get to be a part of going forward, which is I can't wait to do that. Like, that's going to be awesome. And talking about like when we have that, are we going to do a giant summit? By the way, we're going to do one of those.
I'm ready.
Let's do it.
I'm ready. We should do it at West Sunset. We should do it right on the field.
Right?
I'm ready for one of those summits. Yeah, I'm serious.
See what Corbin Birds had to say real quick about the Giants?
You like that?
I did not like the comments that he had to make.
Well, why don't you tell those that maybe didn't see the article on the Chronicle?
Corbin Burns, obviously, a Cy Young kind of a pitch. Did he win a Cy Young? He's a Cy Young winner, right? Yeah. He's a baller.
A Milwaukee Brewer who went to the Baltimore Orioles and then became a free agent. And the Giants I thought that they should have made a big-time offer to him.
We thought they were making a big-time offer.
That's what I thought.
We were all led to believe the 30-year-old, the pride of Bakersfield, California, who grew up apparently a Giants fan, according to reports, according to Corbin himself. We thought the Giants were giving him the bag. Well, it turns out, and this is via the San Francisco Chronicle, and this is what Corbin Birds had to say to the Chronicle, quote, "We had some teams that were aggressive. The Giants were one of them. They were just kind of slow, dragging their feet. That is not good." And then the article goes on to say the Diamondbacks agreed to a 6-year, $210 million deal with Burns on December 27th, the biggest contract in club history. The Giants wouldn't offer as many years, nor were they remotely close to the $200 million mark or even a similar average annual for the years they did offer. What does that tell you, Joe Shasky?
Well, it tells me that they didn't understand where they stand in the pecking order of teams in the league. Like, there's a Giants tax. There's the California tax that you have to account for.
The actual tax.
Yeah, the actual tax. And then there's a Giants quote unquote tax, which is an imaginary tax that I've said that, given where you are and the fact that you're not the Dodgers and that you're in the Dodgers division and you're not the Padres and you're not even the Diamondbacks, because the Diamondbacks have that Arizona situation.
Non-tax, if you will.
But still, the quality of living in Arizona, that a lot of baseball players live there year-round, or I guess in the offseason. Like, you're fighting an uphill battle, so you're going to have to overpay in the same way that the Warriors had to overpay for David Lee going back 15 years ago because of where you are. And
they did do that with Willie Adames. Like, that's
no
part
doubt.
of it. And they were able to get him.
No doubt.
At least they got Willie Adames and all this, right? But you were feeling greedy when all the reports started to come out. Wow, can we get Adames and Corbin Burns? It's be huge to start off the Buster Posey era, right? And then you woke up to the news that, oh man, he's a Diamondback. So not only did you lose out on him, now he's in your division. Yeah, but you already felt like you were in fourth place, but now you even feel even more so that you're in fourth place in your own division, a team that was just a year removed from being in the World Series.
It's just, did you want him or did you not want him?
Yeah.
Right? Like, because if you wanted him, then you do have to be aggressive, right? Look, we can laugh at Jerry Jones, but he always had a remark that I loved. When he bought the Dallas Cowboys, he was looking back on it, and he's like, look, at the time, everyone said I was a fool because I overpaid. I've never overpaid for a premium.
No.
Meaning, if it's worth it, over time, it'll all bear itself out. If you believe Corbin Burns to be worthy of the pursuit, then you kind of had to overpay. And if you didn't, then I question whether you understand market and value and where you're at and your the self-awareness.
Well, and what Corbin's going to be asking, this is his first big payday. Of course he's going to swing for the fences. He's 30 years old. He's never going to get this kind of money again. He's a pitcher. Like, this is like his arm can go out. He's Jacob deGrom on line one. Like, he can see that from a mile away. Whoever, that's the position you have to overpay for. I mean, Garrett Cole, who's been actually a very good New York Yankee.
I like Garrett Cole.
What it was, a 12-year, 10-year, $300 million contract?
Plus, yeah.
Yeah, honestly, it's worked out for the Yankees. I know they haven't won the World Series, but they got there, and they've been in the playoffs more often than not with him in there, and he won a Cy Young with them. So, that one kind of hurt to read if you were a San Francisco Giants fan. I'm actually curious. Maybe we sneak in a Giants question with Tim Kawakami at 8:30 as well, because I know it's going to be a lot of Niners, a lot of Warriors, but maybe we can sneak in a Giants question in there as well.
But here's the thing, it's not like they blew him away. They didn't even match what Arizona was giving him. Which is that's surprising to me. It is. That's surprising to me. So if we're looking at I'm patient on Posey.
And he lives in Arizona, as you've mentioned. Yeah, that Corbin.
It's an uphill battle.
That's a part of it.
But to think you were going to land him and not, go above and beyond what Arizona offered. Well, come on, guys. Did you really want him? And look, I'm not going to lose my mind because I think Posey's had a couple of nice moves. Like, he's traded away one of the Rodgers. We'll see if that's the right move because you got rid of the lefty in the bullpen. Yeah. You signed Willie Adames. You extended Matt Chapman. You've done some good things.
Verlander in here. It's fun.
But this is one where I'm like, this is what the old regime used to do. Yeah. Just like this. Misread the market.
Yeah.
Not understand where you're at. Again, I'm not outraged, but at the same time, it's like, come on, guys. Did you really want him?
Right. And it felt like it too because it felt like you were in second again. And I'm tired of the reports of I'm fan.
That's a good point.
I don't want to keep getting in second place.
I agree.
Let alone the Dodgers and Padres, because it's the Dodgers and Padres at this point. That's fine. They're the class of the division. But the Diamondbacks, we can't compete with those guys. That's what's frustrating if you're a Giants fan. So I get it.
Well, and I know we're going to get back into the Dubs here in a second, but since we're on the topic, to me, you dropped your payroll. You're one of a handful of teams in the league. The A's have increased their payroll. You're one of the handful of teams that's kind of cutting payroll a little. Whether it's a little or a lot, it doesn't matter.
Right.
It's viewed as, in an inflation era, we're not taking on more money, which, okay, why? And then B, the other aspect of this is, well, then you better be gearing up for a big-ass trade. Because Giants fans don't want to hear it. And the part that's kind of frustrating is the Warriors were kind of scuffling. They made a big-time trade, and it galvanized the fan base, and it refocused everyone and made them center of the universe in Bay Area sports. The Niners are kind of telling you that there's a lot up in the air, and we might not be spending a lot of money.
It's a great point.
The Giants have no excuse not to be all in for right now just to get my attention, because as a sports fan, I only have so much bandwidth.
I got it. I love that phrase, by the way, and I'm very curious to see how the season starts out for the San Francisco Giants. The expectations are not, to be a huge playoff contender, but can you have meaningful baseball late in the season? I think that's you laugh, but that's the bar.
They were eliminated before September.
Can they play meaningful games in the month of September? That's the bar right now for the San Francisco Giants, who are now more than 10 years removed from their last World Series, which is crazy to say. We'll get into more Giants talk as the week goes on, but I did want to get back to the Golden State Warriors because there's a huge game tonight, the back end of a back-to-back, and this is like your first legit look at another contender in the Jimmy Butler era.
It's a fun game.
Whether you think the Knicks are like legitimate, like you can think, they play hard, they got a lot of star power, and they've been winning games. They're 40-20. Whether that's in the East, I don't really care. They're the 3rd seed right now. They're one of the top teams in the NBA, and there's a lot of pressure because talking about the stars at the Chase Center, the lights being bright. Lights are going to be very bright tonight at Madison Square Garden, Joe Shasky. And will Stephen Curry play tonight after that ankle tweak? Here's what he had to say about the ankle yesterday after the game.
It's a minor tweak. It feels all right now. It's cold from the ice tub, but it's all right. See how I feel in the morning. I did roll it, but I finished the game, so hopefully I'll wake up with a little bit more recovery than it is right now.
You think you're going to play tomorrow, Steph?
I think I'm going to play, but if my ankle says I shouldn't play, then I won't play. There you go. That's better.
Thanks for that nothing burger. He's not feeling great, and I guess we'll find that out early or whenever they start doing their practice. If he's not a non-participant, like if he's participating in shoot around, whenever that is, I would assume he is probably going to play tonight.
So what's the schedule looking like later on this week?
I got it for you, brother.
So give it to me.
All right. I did have it. Now it's gone. No, I got it right now. All right, you got the Knicks,
which
today.
is the back end of a back-to-back.
Correct, and you can find that right here at 95.7 The Game. Warriors Live starting at 3:30, tip at 4:30 with the voice of the Golden State Warriors, Tim Roy. All right.
Day off on Wednesday.
Correct. Thursday at Brooklyn.
Okay.
4:30 tip as well.
Okay.
And then your Saturday, you're back at home hosting the Pistons, who is another team that are red hot right now.
Yeah.
The Cade Cunningham Pistons, who have been playing very well. And then you got the Blazers, you got the Kings, and then you got the Knicks again. That's going to be next Saturday. That's going to be a primetime game. So you got that 4-game home stretch. Actually, it's a lot of games. Oh, my God. I'm looking at this home stretch coming up starting this Saturday.
Give it to me.
They're playing all the way up until March 20th. So that's 12 days at home.
It's an extended stay.
That's a long time. You got the Pistons, Blazers, Kings, Knicks, Nuggets, Bucks. Then you finish up with the Raptors. Like that's a hell of a stretch right there. Kings, Knicks, Nuggets, Bucks from March 13th to March 18th. That's 4 games in 5 days, Joe Shasky. That's going to be the one coming up here to check box when it comes to whether this team's going to be for real. And maybe, again, for real is a stretch, but whether they're for real about the 5th seed is what I'm saying. That's a gauntlet coming up here. But it starts tonight against the Knicks, a team that, again, you guys were kind of low-key crushing the Knicks last week when we were in, Bonta was in the studio at 9 o'clock as he is each and every.
I just didn't love getting rid of DiVincenzo. He's so good for them last year.
I understand that. But everyone was kind of high on the Knicks. Let's be honest. That Mikal Bridges trade, everyone was pretty high. I want to pick it up on the other side, the kind of the narrative around the Knicks and what the team they're going to be facing tonight, because I still think they got action in the East. I'm not ready to totally poo-poo them just yet.
Would this be the best win of the Jimmy Butler Warrior era?
Yes, I'm going to answer it.
The small era.
I'm going to tell you why on the other side, and that's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by the San Francisco International Airport.
Dang, Joe.
Morning Roast. This is the Morning Roast with Joe Saboni, Joe Shasky. We'll be right back after the break.
How many times can you mispronounce Spadoni? As I almost mispronounced the word mispronounce. Good morning to all of you. It is Joe Spadoni alongside Joe Shasky. Spaboni, is that what it was right there? Saboni. I got Spadoshi. How else can you can butcher it with the butcher boy. There you go. It's okay.
See, I take umbrage with that. Butchering is an art. To be able to cut up steaks.
It's a lost art. It's a dying art form.
There are people with knives that I've seen that are artists, and when it comes to breaking beef, lamb, pork, etc.
Okay.
And I would say that even like, just for example, cutting up a chicken, there's an art to it. I personally believe it's an unbelievable skill.
I
think that
I watch a lot of cooking videos. Yes.
Not you, but society has dubbed butchering something to be a negative, when in reality, I think it should be a positive.
I think that'd be a fun little remote me and you could do, not like for the show, but maybe you and I, you can take us to like a local butcher that you respect. Yeah. We could do some behind the scenes. Maybe for social, we could do that.
One of my favorite places in the world. Yeah, one of my favorite places in the world. Guerra Meats on 15th and Terraville. I've been going there since I was a kid. They make great turkey sandwiches because it's real turkey that they filleted and then tied off and cooked.
What about the cold cuts? What do we got? What kind of the
they've got everything. They've got the calabrese. They've got the regular Italian salami. They got the dry. Yes. They got the capicola. They got magul, as they like to call it. Yep. They've got the mortadella, aka the old man bologna. No, I always go in there. Go in there and go ask for either John Guerra or ask for Robert or ask for Danny and tell them Shasky sent you.
Okay.
I'm like doing a read for him. I worked there in high school, and I also worked at Tower Market, which is now Molly Stone's, and I went back and forth. So John Viglizzo gave me my start in meat. John was the owner of the meat shop back there, and he ended up buying the entire thing. And so there's a lot of great guys I worked with.
God, I can go for some meat right now.
That's how I got the nickname. You know that, right, Carter?
The Butcher Boy.
Yeah, the bandsaw back in the day, when I would be in the back, I would call into sports radio. The bandsaw that they would break all of the beef with was the manufacturer of the bandsaw was Butcher Boy. That's what it was named. And so I used to scream and yell sports and be talking a bunch of smack with all the guys there, Donnie Dackaday, Mike Carroll, and they dubbed me the Butcher Boy.
And that's the story of Joe the Butcher Boy Shasky.
Yeah.
And that's why people still call him that today. Thank you for the applause. He deserves it. Are we going to be hearing a lot of applause for Stephen Curry tonight? Probably going to be listed as questionable. We'll see if he's going to play. He's going to see how his ankle's doing, responding after tweaking it yesterday in a win over the Charlotte Hornets, the LaMelo Ball Charlotte Hornets. But this Knicks squad that they're playing tonight, Joe Shasky, I'm very curious to see how they're going to match up because the Knicks have size. And that's what the Warriors are lacking historically.
Second
size and they're physical.
Yeah. Second chance points have killed the Warriors even during the Butler stretch.
But I will say during the Butler stretch, they are good at capitalizing off turnovers from the other team. Yeah. Prior to Butler, they weren't doing that. So that is something that they're going to need to do. Active hands and their IQ that they're going to lean on. I'm looking at Draymond to pick up where he took off yesterday. I'm looking at Jimmy Butler to... Can I have a good shooting performance from Jimmy one of these days? Like, that's really what I'm looking for.
He hit a three yesterday. Oh, second three as a Warrior.
Huge.
So
great.
Flat.
Yeah, exactly.
If we were having like a flat off between him and Draymond, who wins?
Well, Draymond, I thought he was going to get that one at the end of the third quarter, the buzzer beater. He actually took the shot.
Draymond might actually have a better three-point shot than Jimmy Butler. I'm talking about the actual mechanics of the shot.
No, he absolutely does. He's one of the greatest three-point shooters in the history of the Golden State Warriors organization.
By makes.
Well, yes, but I'm just saying, those are facts. I'm not lying.
Okay.
Oh, my God.
Like, how many, I don't even know, how many threes did Chris Mullin even attempt? Rick Barry didn't even play with a three-point line until like 68 or whatever.
Again, I just know the facts, man. I don't let the facts get in the way of a good time. That's all I'm saying. Mitchell Robinson back. He was out for a long time for the New York Knicks, recovering from, I think it was an ankle or a knee, but he's back. He played 13 minutes in that overtime win for the Knicks over the Heat back on Sunday. So he's off the injury report. A guy that's he's going to clog the paint is what I'm saying. It's going to be very difficult to try to dribble, penetrate. And Jimmy Butler's been kind of getting lost in no man's land a couple times. Mark Williams yesterday, obviously a good defender, 7-footer, a big guy. Mitchell Robinson's going to take that. You know what you're going to get from Catmandu, Karl Anthony Towns. He's going to shoot the three ball. Yeah, you got Jalen Brunson. You like that? You got Jalen Brunson, who can take over a game, but he's going to be, again, you guys were crushing him last week. Jalen Brunson, he shoots a lot of shots. I was like, yeah, because he kind of has to sometimes, because Mikal Bridges didn't play the entirety of the fourth quarter in their win over the Miami Heat. Mikal Bridges, who was the star in that trade with the Brooklyn Nets, they thought he was going to be the next big thing. I think a lot of people thought, I mean, go back to you and Bonta talking about it ad nauseum. The guy you want for the Brooklyn Nets is Mikal Bridges. You want Mikal Bridges, but how many first-round picks they give up? God, it felt like a lot. 3 or 4. And they got Mikal Bridges. They got OG Anunoby. They've got Jalen Brunson. They've got Carlton Towns. They have a lot of really good players, but I don't think any of those you would really consider a true bona fide number one on a championship team. And I think that's where a lot of people look at the Knicks, where it's like, God, they're really good, but they're not great. They don't see greatness when they see that team. But I'll just say this. I've always been a big Tom Thibodeau defender because he gets his guys to play hard. I think you can appreciate a coach like that, Joe Shasky.
Yeah.
You're a coach at all the different levels, whether it's baseball, whether it's basketball, whether it's football. I don't know. You're going to add that to your ranks, by the way, football coaching?
No.
Flag football? No, not your bag?
No.
Okay. All right. Thought I'd ask.
No.
You coach everything else?
I'll stay in my lane.
Okay.
Soccer and football,
Not
I'll
your
stay
thing.
in my lane.
Okay. All right. That's fine. But you can appreciate when you're coaching these guys that they play hard for their coach. That's the mark of a good coach for me, is that they get the players to play hard for them. And he's always been able to do that. So that's why they're always going to be a difficult out in the playoffs. But they're going to be an out. And I look at this matchup tonight, it's going to be a preview of what an ugly series might be like for the Warriors in the first or second, if they get there, in the playoffs. I think this is a playoff potential preview on what you could see in a game.
I agree. I agree with that. And not to get too down the rabbit hole on the Knicks, but I think baked into why people dismiss them is because although we like the Jalen Brunson story, second-round pick, second team, he is a 6'1", 6'2", ball-dominant guard that doesn't defend at a high level.
No.
And isn't a quote-unquote freak athlete, right?
But he takes over when he needs to.
Sure, so does John Morant.
Yes.
And I don't view them as a championship contender. It's hard. I think it's really hard for most people. And Curry kind of falls into this bucket prior to winning titles. For people to say a 6'2", 6'3" guy can be your best player and win in the half court late in the season, 7-game series, when really the game is dominated by wings and big men in the playoffs.
And we've seen it. That's why like a guy like Allen Iverson is so revered, right?
Yes.
Because he was able to take that team as a 6-foot, maybe a 6-foot guard, and take that Sixers team all the way to the finals against one of the greatest teams in the history of the sport, that Lakers squad, and they won the first game of that series. So that's why he's so revered.
And I think why Jalen isn't as beloved by the kids is because he's not a high flyer. Ja is.
Yeah.
Right? Whereas I think the old heads really respect him and like him and like his game, but there's an element of not ball hoggery, because that's probably too strong.
Yeah.
But like the whole offense flows through him dribbling a lot. And I think at times that becomes predictable.
Stagnant, especially in the playoffs, right? You can double team those guys. And that's why they got Karl-Anthony Towns, a guy that's a borderline 7-footer, a guy can shoot the 3-ball. They're going to try to lean on him come the playoffs. Again, that's why this matchup tonight I'm very fascinated with, because this is going to be the toughest test in the Jimmy Butler era for the Golden State Warriors tonight in Madison Square Garden, back end of a back-to-back. Steph has a tweaked ankle. I'm looking at Jimmy Butler. Like, this needs to be a Jimmy Butler game tonight for me.
Can they win this game with Jimmy and them boys without Steph Curry?
If they do, tomorrow's show is going to be talking about sky's the limit. If they win tonight without Steph and Jimmy has a big game, like, you're going to start, that belief level is going to skyrocket in this team.
Hasn't played that great the last couple of games.
What's the signature Jimmy Butler game that you can, like, remember?
Well, it was the first couple when he went to the free throw line 1,000 times.
But that's, I'm saying, he went to the free throw line a bunch. Like, that's kind of like.
But his defense has been really good.
No, and I don't want to overlook that. The shooting the ball, though, like, eventually that has to start taking shape, because he's going to need to produce. Like, playoff Jimmy's a thing because he was an efficient scorer in the playoffs.
Well, he becomes Superman.
Exactly. And I don't think he needs to be that. I'm not saying he needs to be that player. If they were going to win a title, then he needs to be that guy. But he just needs to be 4 of 8, 5 of, 12 or 11, like, and get a couple of, like, shots and getting to the line. I'm not asking for, 6 of 8 or 7 of 9. I'm not asking for that. I'm just asking for getting to the line 6, 7, 8 times and being solid and selective about his shots too. Don't force anything. That's what I don't want to see is forced 3-point heaves. Obviously, if he's wide open, he's going to take it. And he's going to have that shot a couple times in the game because they're not going to honor him beyond the arc. They have Steph Curry. That gravity is going to be there. So I'm not going to fault him there. But if it's not working, it's not working. Don't force anything. If he can step up a little bit and take a 2 instead of a 3, do that.
Yeah. I thought that Charlotte did a really good job sending double teams at him the second he went to put the ball on the floor. And it forced him to get rid of the ball a little quicker than he wanted. And instead of going up against some of their length, what's the guy that got the trade rescinded from him?
Mark Williams,
who's what an athlete. I mean, I can understand why teams are looking at him.
His wingspan is supposed to be the same as Wemby's or something. Wingspan, his arms are ridiculous.
And he jumps.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a tantalizing prospect.
Which makes it curious how bad the medical was for the Lakers to be like, I don't know about that.
But I guess where I'm going is I thought that they had a really good game plan against doubling him and not letting him kind of operate in the zone, in the key, and get his back to the basket. Because that's what he wants to do, get his back to the basket. And if he can, he'll turn around and square up to you and kind of break you down. If not, he'll pass out of that. And so they really sent those double teams. I wonder if the Knicks are going to do the same thing, or because they're a little bigger, they might just go one-on-one with him. I don't know, but I think they miss JK. I do. I think JK can actually unlock some more offense for Jimmy Butler, both as a passer and then just as someone who needs to be honored as an athlete cutting through the lane.
I'm looking at tonight, too. Again, we're talking, it's always going to be about Jimmy Butler, Steph, Draymond, like the big three of this team. Absolutely. But can Buddy Hield replicate what he did? Not saying 5 of 9, but can he carry that positive momentum into another game? Can we finally be entering another stretch for Buddy that we haven't seen literally since the first month of the season? Can we be getting there? And he got a shooter's touch rule yesterday on a 3-pointer. I was like, okay.
Early in the game,
maybe he's back.
He shot a ball that hit foam on the right side of the rim. And I'm like, bro, Carter's smiling because you know what foam is. It's the bottom part of the, dog, you got foam.
Well, he had a missed shot, and then there was a lackadaisical either turnover or second chance opportunity just gifted to the Warriors, and then he made that one.
Yeah, well, that was after the Draymond play.
And then it started rolling for him from there on out. Yes.
And Jimmy hit one. They were kind of exchanging shots. Lamelo was hitting shots, but the Buddy Hield.
Why does it look like he's taking a 1-foot 3-pointer every time I see him in Lamelo, by the way, too? He was doing a lot of those 1 foot he's. I was like, is that what the kids are doing these days?
He's a high-level loser, bro.
That's exactly what Lamelo is.
Well, that's the franchise. I'm not claiming he's a losing player.
Both can be true, right? Both can be true.
No, they can't both be true. One's the franchise and one's the player. Like Kemba Walker was a very good player when he was there.
Remember the organization Steph Curry inherited?
Yes. They also have Klay Thompson and Draymond Green, and they hit on a lot.
But those guys weren't them when they first started ascending.
Okay.
Those guys were
they also had Joe Lacob as their owner. They got, and Michael Jordan, again, we talked about it. It was one of the worst owners ever.
What about Cade Cunningham and what he's done?
Okay, yes, Cade is a good player. Yes, and they got a good coach.
What about what Jaw's done with Memphis? There are lots of other
Taylor Jenkins, JB Bickerstaff was a good coach. That matters in all this. Who the hell is the coach of the Charlotte Hornets? They said his name 50 times. I still don't even know.
They
literally said his name 20 times.
Charles Lee.
There you go.
And then they did the thing.
Charles Lee?
And they did the thing.
That's a Civil War general. That's not a real person.
I think his name's Charles Lee. They did the thing that they always do. God, he's got these boys fighting. Boy, look at how hard they're trying to compete on a daily basis.
I was right. Charles Lee was a military officer, but the Revolutionary War. So the Continental Army. How about that? Charles Lee, NBA. Is that him? Oh, yeah, it is. There you go. Charles Lee. 40 years young. Charles Lee. There you go.
He's really young.
That's the thing with the NBA, too. We'll get back to this matchup against the Knicks. There's so many coaches I just don't know the names of. I know if you do every single head coach in the NFL, I can give it to you. Baseball's like this, too, though, where I probably couldn't give you every manager. And in basketball, I couldn't give you every head coach either. I couldn't. Could you now, Joe Shasky, let's see. Could you tell me the New Orleans Pelicans head coach?
Oh, it's the guy who used to be on the Warriors staff.
Who is it?
I don't know his name.
That's what I'm getting at.
The guy used to be on the Warriors staff.
Washington Wizards. Who's their head coach?
I have no idea.
That's kind of what I'm getting at. Orlando Magic. Who's their head coach?
I just saw him the other day.
Yeah, you see, you can point him out.
He's an assistant on one of the international teams.
He's
too.
Bald.
Gosh.
There you go. That's what I'm getting at. It's pretty crazy though, right? So you got Tom Thibodeau, who's one of the more known coaches of the NBA.
Yeah. What do they call him? Despicable Me?
Oh, Gru? Do they call him that? He kind of looks like Jokic. Low-key looks like Gru. Those movies have grown on me.
Tibbs looks like Well, he also looks like an overworked detective in like First 48
with the mustard stain, or the jelly donut stain on there.
100% looks like
right.
That.
He's been hanging on too long on top.
Loosens the tie when he gets home.
Yeah,
that tie.
No, the tie is loosened before he even starts his shift.
Oh yeah,
because he's going through an awful divorce.
No, do you remember the officer, like the crooked officer from Batman, the original, Jack Nicholson and Michael Keaton, Eckhart?
Oh,
He looks like him from the opening scene, Eckhart talking to Commissioner Gordon.
Gotham was very corrupt.
Very, very corrupt, right? And it's supposed to be New York City, so it actually makes sense. Steve Kerr last night on what he enjoyed about the win over the Charlotte Hornets.
I like the way we responded in the late third, early fourth. We didn't have much rhythm to the game for most of the night, and we finally broke through. Wasn't pretty, but we did what we had to do. Important win, and now we move on.
And talking about what makes this team so much more scary and what makes this team different when the Pajemskis, the Hields, all those guys are knocking down their shots, Steve Kerr.
Well, I mean, it's really a huge deal for us when we get, Moses, Buddy, BP. When those guys are knocking down threes, it really does change everything. Other teams try to do everything to take Steph away. They were top locking him the entire night tonight, then playing off of, Gary, Draymond, Loon. So, yeah, we need other guys to just, step up and knock down some shots. I thought Buddy his second half was fantastic.
The other guy that needs to, he's just been the last couple games is Moody. He was a little helter-skelter to start the game and felt like he never really found his footing. He's going to get a lot of, kick-out threes and a lot of open opportunities, and he's got to knock them down.
His last 3 games, 1 of 6, 3 of 8, 1 of 5.
Right?
Not great.
Yeah, so he's gonna have to hit shots. Like, that's his role. His role now is that catch and shoot guy on offense. And you saw multiple times where Butler swung it to him either late in the shot clock or, just because he's wide open in transition. He's got to hit. Pajemski hit a couple ones early. Then he got injured. He came back into the game, hit a couple late. I actually thought Pajemski had a decent game yesterday.
No, I did too. I thought he was aggressive when he needed to be. All the shots weren't going in. But again, active on the glass. He had 4 offensive rebounds yesterday. Brandon Pajemski, 11 boards in total.
He's a good rebounder in general.
He is, because he's, again, going back to Mark Randy, he's a try-hard guy out there. He tries very hard.
Guy Santos and him do the same thing. They hustle. They have a knack for the ball.
And Guy,
I would not put Grandy in the same category as Pods, but that's fine.
Similar SPF, probably like 100 for both of them, I would assume. But other than that, yeah, absolutely. By the way, Guy Santos, couple turnovers yesterday.
No, but
the hair is on point, though, with Guy Santos.
He gets you 3
or
4 or 5 free possessions every game. Yes, he had the turnovers. The guy has a knack for loose balls and kind of keeping things alive. Quentin posted it too. He kept the ball alive a couple times.
And he's got size out there, which I always appreciate. He's at least a bigger body out there, and he moves very well for a guy of his size. And as you mentioned, he had a couple of assists, couple of boards yesterday. Just giving them that extra energy that they need at times when you don't have a Jimmy or a Steph out on the court. All right. Knicks tonight, Joe Shasky. What? Madison Square Garden. I'm not going to say it's an overrated place, because obviously there's been so many legendary performances there, legendary fights, just legend status. But for you, when you think of the New York Knicks and you think of franchises, like, they're always up there when it comes to the top evaluations.
It's always a fun game.
Always a fun. That is what happened. That's right. Is that a year ago?
It was. That was not exactly a year ago.
That was pretty close to
the
a
last
year, though.
trip to
Yeah.
MSG.
That's a good point. That was around this time, low-key, actually. Oh, my God. One of the great moments of all time, Bonta and Draymond going back and forth here. But when I think Madison Square Garden still, like, it doesn't, for me anyways, it doesn't really hit like, I get it. It's greater than the Hornets, but like, does it hit more than them playing?
How old were you before you continue? How old were you when the Knicks were in the 90s?
Like 5.
Yeah. See, yeah.
Like, exactly. Like, that's what I'm saying.
I know, it's just.
But like, that was generations ago. Like, the Knicks from most of my life.
I know.
Their high watermark has been Linsanity. Like, no, seriously,
that was like a 14-day stretch.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that was it.
Well, they won a series. What is it? Last year, the year before, and they were celebrating in the streets.
Right. Well, the Bing Bong, right? Like, that stuff is funny, but that just talks about how low they are as a franchise these days, when they have to be celebrating a first-round win or a second-round? Can they get to a conference finals? So I'm just talking about the New York Knicks here as a franchise, because what the Warriors, it doesn't, and you mentioned it, like, LaMelo Ball, he's in a bad situation. Well, so was Steph. But what the Warriors have been able to do from just a financial standpoint, and when it comes to just the brand, like the Knicks are going to be a brand no matter what because they're New York City.
Yes.
Just like the Yankees are New York City. But the Yankees
Chicago Cubs, this is what I always have when the Giants play the Cubs. If a game is at Wrigley, I go, wow, Wrigley looks so cool on TV. Wow, look at those old school Cubs unis. Like, so there's something about when I watch a game at Madison Square Garden, I do the same thing I do when the Cubs are playing the Giants. I go, wow, like Madison Square Garden, the Mecca. And I do look at the Knicks vintage uniforms. Like, I'm glad they don't have the black stripe down the middle or whatever. Like, they've done a really good job of kind of, bottling up that nostalgia for me. So there's just the sports fan in me that believes that anytime I see the Knicks on my television and it's at Madison Square Garden, I stop and pause.
Absolutely. And what I'm getting at here is they're all of that, and the Warriors, I feel like, are a bigger brand now than them, which is insane. I honestly feel that way. As a global brand, I think the Warriors are bigger.
I'm probably too jaded
because the Steph factor. Like, no, you can go join the conversation. Like, the Warriors as a brand are bigger than the New York Knicks now, which is insane to me. You might disagree, and that's fine. 888-957-9570. But a lot of that has to do with not only Stephen Curry, obviously, but Joe Lacob and what he's been able to do to market this team, to market his players, the financial evaluations. If you're looking at year after year after year, the Warriors, have they taken over the Knicks? Like, I think they might. I think they're the number one in the NBA, and then the only other professional sports team in America that's has a higher evaluation, I think, are the Dallas Cowboys. Like, that's insane. The Golden State Warriors, who 15 years ago, if you would have told me, they're a bigger brand than the New York Knicks, you would have said, stop.
Yeah,
stop.
But I guess if they were both, like, to say the Forbes valuation means if they were both on the open market, because you get Madison Square Garden with the Knicks.
They do ratings still, the Knicks. I'm not saying they don't.
No, but I'm saying if both organizations were for sale right now, today, I don't know that the Warriors would get more than the Knicks.
Market has to do with that. I'm saying, and that's fine.
It's a real estate purchase,
no.
As well as like getting the franchise.
That's fine. I'm talking about overall brand. When I say Warriors and you say Knicks, I'm like, I'm Warriors. Like, you gravitate more to the Golden State Warriors than New York
wasn't
Knicks.
On the Warriors.
No, that's a big part of it. Absolutely not.
All right.
That's a big part of it.
Like the New England Patriots right now. Like, I look at them right now, I find them to be in a very interesting spot. And I'm not saying that they're the template of what's going to happen to the Warriors post Steph, but at one time we were like, wow, the Patriots are one of the global brands.
I never bought that though, too. Like,
you didn't?
Like, I didn't, because Tom Brady was the face, and I understood that. And I get it. Winning. And like the Patriots fans, like when they go to the Mexico City games, there's a lot of Patriots fans. I was like, really? Or there are a lot of Tom Brady fans. Like, that's kind of where I was at. So to your point, you're saying, like, are there just a lot of Stephen Curry fans?
I don't have the answer.
And that's a part of it, though.
Yeah, I don't have the answer.
Like, that speaks to Stephen Curry and his greatness, that he is almost bigger than the brand itself, but he's sparked and created this brand so much so that now I'm considering them being a bigger entity than the New York freaking Knicks, who, again, for my whole life, they've been pretty mediocre, pretty mid or bad, and they still draw, and they still get talked about ad nauseum, whether it's on First Take or
they play
ESPN.
in an iconic venue, and so I think the iconic venue
is that really just it for them?
Well, no, but just hear me out. Like going back to the Cubs and Wrigley, part of the Cubs thing is we're the lovable losers, and also we play in one of the oldest stadiums on the planet, right? The Red Sox have won a lot lately, and part of their thing is their history and Fenway, right? Wouldn't you agree?
Right.
And the uniforms. But like, if I was listing who are the most popular teams in baseball all time, like the Yankees are clear-cut number one.
Yep.
Right?
Not even close.
And then you got the Dodgers.
Yeah.
Then I start having conversations about the other teams. I view the Knicks in that same way. It's Lakers, it's Celtics, a lot of room, and then we start having discussions about the other teams. Philly and the Knicks and the Warriors and all those. And I'm talking about just like in terms of iconic status.
Yeah. No, it's a good point. And, we're thinking back to some of the iconic moments in Madison Square Garden. We're talking about brands, talking about Stephen Curry, the Curry brand. Like that 54-point game Where's that rank for you? Like, is that still up there as far as you're concerned? Because for me, I think the moment is the breaking the all-time three-point record, right? Like, that's the moment for me. Steph, Reggie, you had Ray Allen, all of that baked into it.
That was awesome. And he was gunning that night.
Right. It was so sick.
And it felt like he lost his shot for 2 weeks after.
Right. No, well, yeah, absolutely. That was the conversation that Steph going after that. People were calling in saying, I almost wish he didn't try to break the record there.
Well, it was bad after that for a couple weeks. But again, it's Steph.
It's Steph Curry, so it was fine.
But that was a great moment.
It was a great moment. You think of other moments in Steph's career, regular season moments. Obviously, we just came on the anniversary of the double bang game. OKC, that's one of them. Yeah, the 54-point, but that team was that what, 2012, 2013? When was that?
The original
54-point
it was like
game.
2012, 2013.
So they were just, but that was kind of like his coming out party. If you're going there,
absolutely.
Like that's one of the coming out moments for Stephen Curry that you look back on now. Maybe Steph views that in a different light, and maybe you do too. Nathan in Oakdale, he was a knockout participant.
Oh, what's up, Nathan?
He wants to join in the conversation. He wants to talk about the Golden State Warriors. What's up, Nathan? How did you finish in the knockout tournament yesterday?
Not too well. I hit my first few shots, and then the one that I missed, I grabbed the rebound going back up and got sniped. But I had a lot of fun. I wanted to say thank you to Shasky. He did come up to everybody and say hi, so it felt cool for all the little people out there. And then, just seeing all the hosts. Didn't get to talk much, but say hey to everybody, and just really appreciated what you guys did for us. It was really cool.
Absolutely. No, we appreciate you doing that, Nathan. What you got on the Warriors? How are we feeling about this back end of a back-to-back against the Knicks tonight? Big game?
Big game for sure. Hopefully Steph is able to play and, just get everything together. It's going to be really interesting to watch. Hopefully that this is like our first real big test with Butler, and so seeing how we compete against a competitive team. So I'm looking forward to it.
All right. That's Nathan in Oakdale. Appreciate you. If you participated yesterday, we'd love to hear from you. 888-957-9570. This is a big game, man. Like, I'm not underselling this at all, and I don't think I'm overselling it, because I view the Knicks as like a legitimate playoff team. I don't view the Kings as a legitimate playoff team yet. They've won 4 in a row, and I know they've had ownage on you, so that was part of it. But there is something about the cachet of this game and all the eyeballs, because if the Warriors have a dud tonight, I do think a lot of people will be looking like, maybe they could do something, or maybe it's just they're just a year away.
The Warriors, if
they can't have a dud tonight. I don't think they could have a dud tonight in this scenario.
So right now on their road trip, they've got 2 games left. What's their record on the road trip thus far?
They're 1-1, right? Let me see. 1-1. They've lost to the Sixers.
So going 2-2 on this road trip isn't the worst thing. It's not great. It's not ideal.
Right.
Because you thought you'd be able to beat the Sixers, but if
2-1, that's right. They did beat the Magic. That's how can we forget
about the Magic?
We forgot about the Magic head coach is what we did.
But no, I think the Brooklyn game is the one that you have to win. Right, have to win that one.
Right.
So I don't know. This Knicks one, I like it as a litmus test for how they're going to look against a playoff opponent. Because this would be the most legitimate game that they've played thus far in the Butler era.
Well, they check a lot of the boxes of what you want to see this Warriors team. A lot of the naysayers, right? They want to see how are they going to go up against a team that's physical and has size. They have that. That is what the New York Knicks do have. They have physicality and they have size. Now, you're looking at Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns physical? No, but Mitchell Robinson is. He is a legitimate defender. He's not a great scorer, but he's going to clog up the paint. He's going to block some shots. How does Quentin Post going to look like against a guy like that? Like, we're talking about Quentin Post playing against some of the bigs in the West. How's Quentin going to look against Mitchell Robinson tonight? I'm very curious.
Well,
how's he going to look against Karl Anthony Towns tonight? Like, how's he going to defend Cat, who's another big that can shoot the ball well?
I want to see him out on the floor with Draymond, because I think that opens up the floor for Draymond to be able to pass a little better, and it gives him room to operate in the mid-range. Like yesterday in the game, I think we haven't touched it up. I thought Draymond was excellent.
It was
offensively.
great.
Even though he missed a bunch of shots, he took a bunch of shots.
He did. He had 6 3-point. What's the last time Draymond Green had 6 3-point attempts? Now, one of them was an end of court.
He needs to keep shooting. I know the shot is funky looking, but in this offense, in this half court, he is going to get sagged off every single time. Him, Looney, and GP2. And that's where the arrival of Jonathan Kuminga can't come quick enough. I mean, God, wouldn't it be great to just say we're activating Kuminga tonight?
Right. Well, God,
is he even on the road trip with them?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with Jonathan Kuminga right now. we keep getting updates. Maybe it's mid-road trip. Now is it going to be the end of the road trip? Or is he just going to wait till they come home? I am officially kind of concerned about the Jonathan Kuminga status here when everything else it was all green lights. We had Anthony Slater on last week, as we do each and every week, covers the team for The Athletic and is our 95.7 The Game Insider. You're saying, yeah, he's talking mid-road trip maybe? Like, okay, well, it's mid-road trip right now. And I would like to have him on a back end of a back-to-back when I know you're going to be ramping him up here in game, but I need some fresh legs, Joe Shasky, especially if Steph is playing on a compromised ankle.
Well, and this is a night where all the young guys that they do play should be ready to roll to kind of offset the production of the big guys. You know, like we know Jimmy is nursing the bad back. We know Draymond is, always very fragile, and Steph with the ankle. I need Pajemski tonight, more so than ever. I need to see a little more Quinn Post and Guy Santos. And you know who else I would like to see get a start tonight, specifically against Jalen Brunson's GP2. He's played really well on this road trip.
How's he feeling after that? He got shaken up pretty. He
came out of the game. Yeah. Did he come back?
He was out on the floor.
Yeah, he didn't come back.
I don't think so.
I mean, what happened? He got hit in the head?
Nose injury, they called it.
Yeah,
the schnoz. Yeah. It happens for us guys with the big schnozzes. This happened. You can see it right now on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. It is real. It is spectacular. Vince is in the city. He wants to join in the conversation. 888-957-9570. What's up, Vince? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
Hey, what's up, guys? Sorry if I lose you. I'm on the Bay Bridge right now. I'm heading into work. But I just wanted to say, I think it's not a marquee matchup, but you guys have touched on it. I want to see how Post plays against Cat. I think it's going to be one of Post's first games going up against a marquee big, like a big-time back, like a solidified big in the NBA. I've been wanting to see more of him, so let's see what he can actually do and if he can hold his own going up against the bigs, like the premier bigs in the league, because without that, if he can't do it, then that kind of tells us where we are as far as a contender. We haven't had a big who can keep up. So I'm hoping that he can, because I believe in the kid.
That's Vince in the city. I'm curious to see Quentin Post's minutes tonight. Again, going up against a bigger team. Size is important for the Golden State Warriors. Kevon Looney. We haven't really seen much of Trace Jackson Davis at all. Oh. You called him the Iceman earlier, I think.
No, I said his nickname is Antarctica because he's on ice.
I kind of like the Iceman more, but Iceman, I guess.
Iceman is somebody like...
It's a legitimate guy. I know.
George Gervin.
Right.
Come on.
He's been living in an igloo. Well, how about that? At least he has a little house.
Okay.
He's built himself a house at least.
Call him the Yeti.
The Penguin, maybe.
Yeah.
The Penguin.
The Penguin. That's actually not bad.
Not bad. You like that? Anthony Slater, by the way, reported yesterday Peyton had a physical cut on his nose, but remained optimistic about his recovery, so maybe he has a chance to play tonight against the Knicks. I thought at worst it was a concussion. Like when he was just laying down on the ground
for a long
time. Then the camera just kept just wouldn't move. I was like, all right, is anyone gonna? And no one came over to get him up. I was like, are we just gonna all just hover around him and not check on the guy? But
Joe.
Yeah, that's what it felt like. I was like, can someone help the man out?
What did you think of Steve Kerr complaining about the traveling from LaMelo Ball?
I like showing the fire. I like Steve
and then
being
doing
frustrated.
it in the post game.
No, he doubled down on it. Do I have the sound of it right here?
Because every single time LaMelo catches a pass from a teammate, he does a skip and a hop. He travels on the front end.
And that's just everywhere in the NBA now, too. They do. Let's not say it's just one player. Everyone travels right now. There's the whole gather step. Once they started doing the gather step, everyone's just taking 3 steps and dunking it or laying it in now, it feels like. Every single time. It's frustrating to watch.
LaMelo on the front end of a pass is traveling almost every single time. Again, I know high school is not the NBA, but if it was high school, he would literally get called for traveling on every possession.
Again, are you going to call it on every possession? Because otherwise, it's just going to be a horrible game. But they
call it a couple times. You call it a couple times, and hopefully you nip it in the bud.
I understand.
It's like setting the high screen. Again, when Bogut would get called for the high screen early in games every single time.
It was a well-calculated tech on Steve Kerr's part. It was fine, although they ended up having a 7-point or an 8-point play in that one possession.
That was not good.
That was not good, but they responded quickly right after that, built another lead, and then they didn't look back. Everyone started hitting some threes, but I wasn't upset with Steve Kerr doing that. I love actually more of that from Steve Kerr, that fire, that old Steve Kerr that we used to see breaking the clipboard. Yeah. No, these games matter. Just because it's against the Hornets, and he's been steadfast on this. Yeah, we're not sleeping on anyone. We can't sleep on the New Orleans Hornets, even though if they have 14 wins. We're not sleeping on the New Orleans Pelicans.
Well, I thought
I said New Orleans Hornets again. I keep saying New Orleans Hornets. The Charlotte Hornets, sorry. Like
the
they're not
Hornets
sleeping
didn't
on
lay
them.
down, though. I thought that, Bridges was awesome in that second quarter. And they've got some players like that French guy that was shooting. I'd never heard of him. He was hitting shots.
Oh, Salon. That's a
I don't even know his name.
Tijan Salon.
The guy that Draymond inadvertently judo chopped.
Judo chop. I love the judo chop. I think of Austin Powers every single time. Real quick before the injury report, we'll sneak him in. Javon is in San Francisco.
What's up, Javon?
Javon, did you take part in yesterday's knockout tournament?
I did. I was in the tournament.
Who'd you knock out?
I knocked out my guy Joe Shasky.
Oh,
What's going
no.
on, Joe?
Congratulations. You did a great job. You did knock me out. I couldn't even pick up the ball before I got knocked out.
How was Shasky's jumper? Because he keeps judging everyone else's. How was his jumper looking?
I'll be honest, it didn't look bad. He didn't have a hard miss. I just,
Exactly. Okay. Thank you.
I was just on my first few shots. And then no trip, Shasky. I got sniped like 2 rounds after you, man.
I know it happens.
I was sitting next to y'all like 3 minutes later. It's all good.
But you took out like 3 or 4 people.
I did snipe a few people, though.
That was fun. Wasn't that cool to be able to shoot on the chase floor?
I did. It was real cool, man. I did.
Oh, Javon, sorry. We got to fade you out.
What?
Champ Sharania, ESPN.
Oh, no.
Dallas Mavericks All-Star Kyrie Irving has suffered a season-ending torn ACL in his left knee. Sources tell ESPN. And really, that could be our injury report. We can play the sounder if we want. I'll just actually, you know what? I'll do all the reads right after that. But Kyrie Irving out for the year, torn left ACL. This is a season from hell if you are a Dallas Mavericks fan. And I feel for them, I feel for Kyrie Irving.
That means he's out for a whole year. He has a player option for next year.
He's going to opt in, obviously.
Rehab all year. He's probably not going to play. I mean, it's March. It's March, okay? So he's probably not going to play, and then he becomes a free agent. Like, this is horrible. And then, on a bigger note, I would like to talk about this at the top of the hour. Nothing is worse to me than when a player is at the height of their powers and they get an injury as devastating as this, and you understand that, like, their body might not ever be the same. Navarro Bowman, Klay Thompson, now Kyrie Irving. There's many, many, many players that I've seen have this. Willis McGahee. Like, as great as his NFL career ended up being, he was not the same player that he was in college.
Kawhi Leonard. I thought Kawhi was going to be a top 10 player of all time after winning that title at the Raptors.
Great call.
He was going to go to the Clippers or the Lakers. It was between those teams and win another title. I was like, wow, he's going to win 3 different titles with 3 different teams and maybe be an MVP in all of them. Only like LeBron's done that. Like, are you serious? And his knees have been, degenerative, it feels like, for the last few seasons. And now this. If you're just joining us, breaking news via ESPN.
That's just awful.
Kyrie Irving, torn ACL in his left knee, going to be out for the season. And
it's just awful.
I hate to just pivot right there, and that affects, again, we were talking about it, it directly affects the Golden State Warriors who are battling, and the Mavericks are clinging to that 10th spot. They were only 2 off in the loss column, but you got to think now Mavericks probably, it's going to be an uphill battle for them. I mean, they might still win the 10th seed because the Suns and the Blazers aren't exactly world beaters in the Spurs, but that's small cookies to what they really wanted to do and build with Anthony Davis, with him, and with obviously Klay Thompson. And unfortunately, that injury leads us to our injury report. The Warriors won last night, but picked up a few bumps and bruises in the process. Gary Payton II had to go to the locker room in the third quarter after Lamelo Ball charged headfirst into GP2's face and did not return. He sustained only a cut on his face, and he is hopeful to be available for the Dubs tonight when they take on the Knicks in the Garden. The injury report was brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. I want to react more to this Kyrie Irving season-ending ACL injury. Plus, Tim Kawakami joining us at 8:30. SF Standard, talk all things Warriors, Niners, maybe sneaking a Giants question there. It's the Morning Roast, Spinoni and Shasky. Don't go anywhere.
There's something in your home you probably take for granted, yet
we just got leading into our last break. Kyrie Irving, according to Shams Charania at ESPN, Kyrie out for the season, torn ACL in his left knee. Brutal injury in a brutal season, and we can get into that because we've had some brutal seasons here in the Bay and some seasons that have ended in a championship round with some major injuries. But what a Dallas Mavericks fan must be feeling right now is just, I feel for you guys. I do. That sucks. I feel for Kyrie Irving. And it's a very difficult thing, as we were talking about this morning, Joe Shasky, as I say good morning to you and everyone watching on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. For a low rate auto loan, apply online or just ask for First NorCal financing at the dealer. Warriors plus minus host here at Odyssey. Tim Kawakami joining us at 8:30. So Tim Kawakami, TK, 8:30, joining us here, courtesy of the Reverend Allen's guest line. We're going to ask his thoughts on this injury, obviously, in a season from hell from the Dallas Mavericks. But you said it best this morning when we didn't know the severity of the injury, but we knew it was bad after watching last night. Nothing's worse than watching a guy at his height, at his peak, suffer a devastating injury, because you know they'll never be the same.
It's the worst.
You just know. The Adrian Peterson type of seasons are few and far. Like, that just doesn't usually happen. He's a freak. Like, that type of stuff doesn't happen usually.
Getting robbed of...
It sucks, man. It sucks.
Grant Hill is who I think of.
Yeah, Penny Hardaway, right?
Yeah, Penny Hardaway is another one. The guys...
Derrick Rose.
Derrick Rose is a
on
great
line one.
But they're like the guys I think of locally, like Clay, Navarro Bowman. Where it's like Navarro Bowman was literally just entered. So like we were talking about all-time Niners yesterday.
Yeah.
Right? We were talking about all-time.
We asked the question whether Deebo Samuel was an all-time Niner. And for you, he was. But for some people, he might not have been.
Bowman really only had like two elite and 3 good seasons total. He wasn't a starter until 2011.
DPOY caliber season. Yeah.
I thought he was better than Patrick Willis.
Yeah.
In that one season, that 2013 season where he ended up in that NFC Championship.
Who won it? Kuechly?
Yeah, Luke Kuechly won it.
Yeah.
And the Niners dismantled them in the playoffs right before losing to Seattle. But, I mean, seeing his leg go in 3 different directions by a teammate accidentally at the goal line as he's ripping the ball from Marshawn Lynch or whoever it was, Javon Curse or whatever the wide receiver was that he was stealing the ball from. It was one of the most gruesome injuries of all time. You knew he was never going to be the same. Klay Thompson, the way that he landed, like you just knew it wasn't right. Like, not good. And no one knew that he'd tear his Achilles immediately after. It's honest to God, it's the worst part of sports. It's even worse than when you see like the self-destruction of an organization by an owner, which that can suck as well. I'm not saying it doesn't.
Which is baked into the Dallas Mavericks fan experience right now, which is maybe not the owner, but definitely the GM. But continue.
Definitely.
Yes.
And like when I think of like the worst ways to consume sports, what has happened to an A's fan over the last 20 years, it's horrible. But I just go like the personal for the athlete. I'm going just for the athlete. When you're at your height and you get knocked out, Joe Montana playing the best football of his career, 1990 might have been his best season, and then to get knocked out the way that he did, suffer the elbow injury at some point in that offseason and not play football for 2 years. I mean, that robbed him of his prime.
You think of, and thankfully we did get to see Kyrie at his peak win it again. Thankfully, I have to be careful what market I'm in. But we're celebrating the player himself. And
but he was a better version right now than what he was
then. Which is saying something crazy. Which is saying something because he was incredible in those finals games late with LeBron.
We might have saw the best quarter from Kyrie all year. Warriors 2 weeks ago, when he went like 4 consecutive threes.
Yeah. It's again, we saw him win a title here in 2016, and that's going to probably be, as one of the best players on the team, right? And we saw him in the finals last year. We saw him losing a couple finals. And at least we did get to see him and Luka at their peak reach an NBA finals. Clearly they didn't have the depth to handle, nor the defense to compete with the Boston Celtics last year. But, Kyrie, what he was able to do, and it was fun to see, hey, you know what? Maybe he wills this team into a play-in. Yeah. Maybe they win 1 or 2 and they put up a good fight and AD gets healthy, and you never know, right? Like, that's what you have to tell yourself as a fan. You never know. Just get me in the box, get me in the play-in scenario. I'll take my chances in a game 1 or 2 situation with the Kyrie Irving. because he is good enough. We saw it. He is good enough on his own to win you a game.
He's ridiculous.
Even when you have Steph and Jimmy and Draymond, like he's good enough.
It felt like the public was coming around on him in terms of like, wow, this is the best version of Kyrie too in terms of off the court.
Well, yeah, he wasn't saying anything. He was staying out of the spotlight, not saying anything.
He seemed appreciative.
Yes.
Which I think for some odd reason the media wants you to, I don't know.
Well, in fairness, Kyrie was saying some stuff where he probably shouldn't have been saying, and he was promoting things he shouldn't have been promoting. So he brought some of that on himself.
No,
but again,
you're right.
I will give him some credit because he took a step back, educated himself, backtracked a lot of what he said, kept his head down, wasn't saying any of that stuff, and was staying quiet relatively, and had a smile on his face. Bonta was talking about him dapping him up last week when they were out for the All-Star weekend. Like, his image rehabilitation the last couple seasons has been great. And him making that finals run last year with Luka Doncic, I think that everyone started to, kind of root for Kyrie again. And we were rooting for him again this season. And then this happens in a season from hell for the Dallas Mavericks. Just gets a lot worse. And yeah, you think immediately, how could you not? 2019 NBA Finals. Like, how could you not go back to thinking about that? Where it's different, obviously, this one's in the regular season, but you knew when the injury happened, well, we're not competing for a while now. Like, that's where Dallas is. We're not competing for a little bit now.
Think about what Klay signed up for in the offseason.
Oh, my God.
Klay in the offseason signed up to go play with Kyrie and Luka and to be on a team that was in the finals last year. And he was going to be one of the missing pieces, right? Like, not that he was going to, be the main guy, but he wanted to be one of the ingredients in a championship cake. And they trade away Luka.
It was,
some people think might have been a better opportunity to win the title this year. And then immediately Anthony Davis looks amazing in that first half, only to get hurt.
What makes it even worse for Klay? It was between them or the Lakers. Now do you get Luka? And in hindsight with all that, but the Lakers were playing well even without Luka, with AD. Like, you got to kick yourself a little bit there, right? Now the markets are different. Maybe you wanted to go to a softer market, softer fan base, having to live up to the expectations, going to LA. Like, no, there's baked into that. I'm not trying to get into the weeds of everything when it comes to Klay, the teams he was choosing. But
I feel bad for him.
But that's a part of it, right? You feel bad for Klay, but also if you're a Warriors fan, like, this is harsh. So maybe you don't say be careful what you wished for, but this is where the grass isn't always greener, getting a lot more money, a lot more years. Like, this happens, unfortunately.
It does in sports.
But maybe there just needs to be a separation between both parties. And that's ultimately what we decided on when we were talking about this ad nauseum last season. There just needs to be a split.
Yeah.
Sometimes that happens.
No, you're right. Divorce is inevitable.
Going through it right now. Yeah.
Look at Debo.
Yeah. That.
Debo, I honestly believe, I still think Debo's got at least one good football year ahead of him. I think he has multiple.
He had all love yesterday on his. He tweeted out he had nothing but love for John Lynch, Kyle Shanahan. He loves those guys.
Couldn't we agree that both parties needed a separation?
Yes.
Right.
Which I think is hard for people to just wrap their heads around these days for some reason. It's like, sometimes it's okay. A divorce happens. Sometimes it's okay.
Yeah.
Both parties need to. It wasn't working, and for the betterment of both people's personal lives, there needs to be a separation.
In music, it happens more often. In business, it happens more often. And it's not as, I feel like in sports, we lose our minds. How many businesses in America where two people start a company, they split up? It happens all the time.
Hall & Oates, it just recently happened. Yeah.
It happens in the music industry all the time. It happens in movies and things like that, where you have specific executive producers that are tied together, or television shows where there's a collection of writers, and for whatever reason.
Podcasts, radio shows, like it happens again.
I mean, it happened with me,
right,
you know? Right. So yeah, definitely. It definitely happens. And it's funny how we are in sports where it's like, no, we all need to stay together forever.
Right.
And it's,
doesn't work like that.
But your point about the grass is greener, how could Klay have seen,
You couldn't have, unfortunately.
What was going on?
No, well, you couldn't have, but at the same time, if you're Klay Thompson right now, you got to be kicking yourself. You have to be or you just have to be you know what? I'm going to show out. I'm going to do what I can. It happens. It happens. Bleep happens. He's had an incredible career, and I'm not here. Listen, I'm not trying to poo-poo his decision to leave the Warriors. No. And quite frankly, it's crazy to look at both these situations now. Because a year ago this time, it was, Luka and Kyrie and the Mavericks and that defense and Gafford and Lively and they made the run to the NBA Finals, and the Warriors were knocked down in the play-in, and it was the Warriors just a month ago, right? You're thinking, man, the Warriors, like, is this thing over? Like, no, seriously.
You're right. What
we were literally
difference
a month ago, we were saying, is this thing over? We're not trading for anyone. We're not going to get Jimmy Butler. We're not getting Kevin Durant. Oh, my God, this is it. And then if you're the Mavericks, like, man, okay, we get Luka back. You know what? We're treading water right now. We can make a run again. And then in a month later, we're thinking, man, can the Warriors go on a run in the West? And now everything's over in Dallas. Again, I have the timeline right here. I think it was Field Yates, ESPN. He tweeted all of it. The past 30 days for the Mavericks.
Wow, give it to me.
Traded Luka Doncic for Anthony Davis.
One of the most insane Saturday nights of all time.
I was literally staying up till like 1 o'clock just on Twitter. I think everyone was just scrolling,
In
just
my
reading
life,
everything.
any sport, any trade, it's one of the wildest nights I'll never forget.
You were
that
at a
trade.
crab feed, weren't you?
My nephew turned to me and goes, yeah, Luka Doncic got traded to the Lakers. I'm like, shut up, Kieran. And he's like, no, I'm serious. And then he showed me a screenshot. It wasn't the real thing. And I was like, that is so fake.
NBA
like,
Centel.
Yeah, exactly. I was like, that is so fake. He's like, no, it literally happened. And I'm like, oh my God.
Right. And then, so we got the past 30 days for the Mavericks. Traded Luka for AD. Had Anthony Davis on the floor for 31 minutes before he got hurt. Lost your starting center, Daniel Gafford, to a knee injury for at least 6 weeks, with Derek Lively already out. And now you lost Kyrie Irving for the season due to a torn ACL. That's in the last 30 days for the Dallas Mavericks.
And they are rumors that they want to move the team out of Dallas and to Las Vegas for gambling stuff.
The Adelsons are not notoriously, maybe that's the wrong word, but famously, like, they are gods over in Vegas when it comes to casinos, when it comes to the money-making business. The Adelsons are knee-deep. They tried to get involved in ownership with Mark Davis when he was getting over there, and Mark Davis got a lot of the taxpayers to pay for the stadium, obviously.
So, but why wouldn't they get a new franchise, an expansion franchise? Why do they have to move?
Well, that makes sense. And, oh, by the way, as Carter if that wasn't already bad enough, they raised ticket prices about 8% too in the Dallas
No,
Mavericks.
they did not.
Yeah.
No, they didn't.
Yeah.
For season ticket holders, yeah.
Yeah. That's and now Kyrie's out. Are they still going to raise the prices even more now? Is that what they're doing?
Mark
like surge
Cuban
pricing?
sold
Like, come on.
at such a great time.
Great time.
Oh my God.
Well, again, is Luka still a Dallas Maverick if Mark Cuban was still the owner? He probably is, right? Mark Cuban's not, as we were talking about yesterday, that John Lynch famously saying, we're not in the business of getting rid of good players. Mark Cuban's not in the business of getting rid of good players.
Of cash cows.
And he loves Luka. Loves him. But he sold his majority stake, and he's not making the calls anymore. He's not a shot caller. By the way, it's just some of the career-defining injuries.
Yeah.
And this isn't going to define Kyrie's career.
Yeah.
Because it's going to be 2016 NBA Finals. You think of the ones, though, that you mentioned, like the Derrick Rose, right? His career was never the same. And the ACL, especially in basketball, you just lose a step. And when you lose a step in basketball, that's everything.
It robs you of your youth.
That robs you of a layup or a block shot. Like, that's the difference right there between a split second, Joe Shasky. You talk about it all the time with offensive or defensive linemen. A split second is a sack or not. Like, that's it.
KG hurting his knee ended the Celtics.
Yes.
I mean, it just ended them. They were done.
I mean,
Dwayne Wade hurt his knee and was basically going bone on bone for that whole end of the finals run, and he never was the same player. Even though eventually he had a decent run off the bench for the Miami Heat to kind of end his career, he was he was one of the best athletes the sport has ever seen. And then he was a shell of himself.
So now, you pivot back to the Golden State Warriors because you always have to tie it back locally. And right now, again, it's just a reminder you're an injury away of anything just blowing up, which, again, Steph tweaked his ankle yesterday, back end of a back-to-back. It's the New York Knicks. He said he might, if he feels fine this morning, he's going to play. Are you precautionary at all right now? Are you not saying you're letting the Kyrie news affect that, but do you feel a little bit different if you're a Warriors fan right now? It's like, we brought Jimmy Butler in for a reason. Maybe, you give Steph off a night here. You give Jimmy an off night there. Like, you guys, these are old guys. Kyrie was older.
They've been really lucky with Steph's health.
Yes.
The broken hand is really like one of
the wrist.
bigger injuries that he's had. Obviously, the ankles early on.
And thankfully, there was no ligament damage there, too, because that's what you worry about with the wrist, is the ligament lingering.
It was a horrible injury.
Yes.
But it coincided like at almost there's never a perfect time, but like that was the COVID year.
Yes.
And Clay was also out.
Was hurt.
It wasn't the end of the world. But for him to thread the needle as long as he has and to be as healthy as long as he has, I mean, that's, I think, the thing that I'm going to think about with him and LeBron. How the hell did these guys manage to not miss significant time at this age? Even KD, he came back from an Achilles tear and he's been relatively healthy.
It's what these guys do with their body.
It's crazy.
We saw it on the dock with the starting five. The amount of money and time and effort, KD, LeBron, Steph, you've even seen Steph's physique the last 3, 4, 5 years change dramatically. You know, when guys are, it's interesting because he's in a different spot than LeBron and KD. And KD's always been a skinny guy, so maybe I'm going to exclude him from the conversation. But LeBron has always been a big physical freak. Still is. But when you get older, you got to slim down a little bit to keep pace, to be more agile, to have the quickness, because you're going to have that extra muscle on there. It's going to slow you down when you get older. So you got to slim down a little bit if you're LeBron. So he is a little slightly slimmer version of himself. But for Steph, who's 6'3", I stopped saying that. I can hear you still. 6'3", he has to get a little bit bigger because you know what? He's going to lose a little bit in his agility, but he's going to be going up against these young, big athletes that are going to try to push him around and body him. He had to put on a little bit more muscle. And you're seeing that now in the last couple seasons. So these guys put so much time and energy in their bodies. So yes, luck is a part of it, but they're also putting in the work, which you have to appreciate when it comes to these stars, because let's be honest, some stars don't take care of their body. Why do you think Tom Brady played till he was 45? I still think Tom Brady can play right now and he's close to 50. That's how much I think of him. That arm is still there for him, man.
Yeah. You think Anquan Bolden just showed up at camp? Like, he was not blessed with the most physically gifted body, yet he was in tip-top shape later in his career. Frank Gore, same thing. Frank Gore never was a physical specimen. No. But you look at what he did to keep his body in the greatest of shape. Yeah, like a Verlander now. I think of Verlander. He's pretty much avoided significant injury outside of the late in his career.
Pitchers are also different, too, because you can have like a Bartolo Colon playing till he's 45. But again, luck is a factor in all this.
Yeah. No doubt. But I do think the work that you put in
also took himself off the field. So there was talking about HGH and Bartolo Colon. There was that there.
It was that.
I'm actually, like I said, I almost pulled a bunch of that. I'm actually excited about the Giants. I'm actually excited about Justin Verlander at the Giants. I am excited about that. That's going to be fun.
If you're running the league right now, and there's been a lot of like negative stuff, you got the Victor situation. Right? Because that kind of like sucked. Because they were on TV Sunday night, I think it was. ESPN Sunday night. And I'm like,
they played OKC, right?
There's no Victor. It's a tough watch. I'm just being real. Like, it's a tough watch.
Chris Paul doesn't do it for you?
What?
Chris Paul doesn't do it for you?
Castle.
Stephon.
You know, like I'll watch
Rising
him.
Stars.
You know, De'Aaron. But like, no, you wanted to see Wemby, right? And so Chet played and that was cool. But like, you want to see Wemby.
And you're hoping with Wemby, like the deep vein thrombosis, like that's not something that lingers.
No.
Like that's scary because you're talking about blood clots. Like, that's a scary one. Yeah.
But you have a guy who you would hope would be in the box at minimum. Yeah. And so that you could showcase him to the larger audience. You got Zion, who hasn't played, any meaningful games, it feels like.
Not meaningful games, but I want to say he's been playing well.
No, but I'm saying in his career. Like,
no, for sure. He had 24, 9, and 6 the other day against the hapless Utah Jazz in a win. But again. Yeah.
Now you've got Kyrie out, Anthony Davis out. For Dallas, they were a compelling team. Like at minimum, you were like checking in on what's going on there. And now you got Luka and LeBron on the Lakers, so the Laker brand still running strong. Yeah. You got OKC, you got the Warriors, but a lot of these other stories and these other matchups aren't as compelling now.
No,
Houston's a tough sell to the nation.
Well, we were talking about the gauntlet that is the West right now. Maybe it's just looking like everyone is. Can you stay healthy in the West? Like. Again, we talk about that every year in the playoffs, whether it's football, whether it's, the Chiefs, they stayed healthy, right? Like that is an aspect of them.
Until their tackles weren't at the end.
Again, that was 3 straight seasons of trying to win a Super Bowl, right? Or 4.
It caught up.
I mean, it catches up to you. The Warriors, unfortunately, it caught up to them, whether you say it's a freak injury or not. Some of the wear and tear had to be there when it came to KD, who was coming off a calf strain, and Klay Thompson. All of those extra games you play and that lack of time or a short amount of time you have to rest and recover before getting back after it, it absolutely makes a difference.
Well, and look, selfishly, if I remove emotion, Dallas was a team that, if they were fully healthy, I was very scared of.
Yeah.
Kyrie obviously destroys the Warriors. Anthony Davis obviously destroys the Warriors. Yeah. Now you kind of just cross them out. And I'm not trying to be cold and heartless. Obviously, I'm empathetic to what's going on for Kyrie, but this is one of the few teams I did not want to see in a one-game scenario or a playoff series.
Anthony Davis. I wonder if... I'm very curious to see what that team does this summer, right?
I think you shut him down.
It's all, well, I was saying that earlier. I was like, do you just shut him down at this point?
The more I think about it, I think you shut him down.
You shut him down because you need to protect that asset. Hey, you might be looking at a total rebuild because Kyrie, he's going to be a free agent. You're paying him to basically rehab this next season, kind of like the Warriors are paying Clay to rehab for a little bit, right? As he was coming back and then he gets another injury. But if you're the Dallas Mavericks, you're looking at Anthony Davis like, do we try to flip him during this summer now? Or is it because he's getting older? He's 32. By the time he comes back and you're ready to actually...
I'd love to have.
Well, again...
I'd love to have him.
Would that be interesting? As that was an elite talk through a yawn right there by you, by the way. That was elite. That was elite talking through a yawn right there.
I would love to have him.
Could Anthony Davis be a Golden State Warrior? Could that be a name? Warriors? Are you kidding me? Steph and AD?
I would want Anthony Davis over just about any other player in the league.
You know, it's just crazy how we just...
For this team.
Within the last 24 hours, we just went from, oh, yeah, you know, who? Kevin Durant, maybe a guy that you can get. The league changes fast. A Kyrie injury makes you think now that you can maybe trade for an Anthony Davis this summer, which is insane. Maybe we'll ask Tim Kawakami next about it. TK Show, TK Pod.
This is a reverberating injury.
Yes, Warriors Plus Minus podcast on the Odyssey app as well. All of his great interviews, including Joe Lacob, who we had on last week, Warriors governor/owner Joe Lacob on with Tim Kawakami, who's going to join us next, brought to you by Life Source Water Systems.
This is Oreo Cookie from Oakland, California, and it's plain to see you can't change me because I'm going to be a roaster for life.
Thank you, Oreo Cookie. Met Oreo yesterday. Didn't bring me any Oreo cookies, but he had some other treats that he may have been dishing out. I'll leave it at that. Spadoni, it's Shasky. We've been reacting to what the breaking news is right now. And the news of the day so far is Kyrie Irving, Dallas Mavericks star, out for the season with a torn ACL in his left knee. There's reverberations throughout the league when an injury like this happens. Not only did you get rid of Luka Doncic, not only do you not have any size, not only did you bring in Klay Thompson, like, you have Anthony Davis right there. What are they going to do with AD going forward? He's got a lot of money still remaining on that contract, and I'm just looking at the future. You're probably, does Kyrie re-sign? Maybe. Again, he's going to take the entirety of next year to rehab. He's going to be out. I'm very curious to see what Anthony Davis and his market could potentially be this summer. And Joe Shasky, maybe we can ask Tim Kawakami about that as he joins us on the River Islands guest line. All guests in 95.7 The Game appear on the River Islands guest line. Isn't it time for you to discover the islands, River Islands and Lathrop, and obviously host of Warriors Plus Minus podcast on the Odyssey app, as well as a lot of his great interviews you can find there as well, SF Standard. And he got to talk to Warriors governor/owner Joe Lacob last week. Good morning, Tim. How you doing today, man?
I'm doing just fine, guys. How you doing?
We're doing okay. A lot better than Dallas Mavericks fans currently right now, Tim. I mean, you could say that for the last month, but even more so today. Nico Harrison, don't check your mentions, and I'm sure he hasn't been doing that anyways. It's this is just a huge injury, and obviously a season from hell for Dallas. Some of that they have brought upon themselves, Tim. So we'll just bring you into the conversation we've been having. What are some of the reverberations we might now see in regards to the Dallas Mavericks and maybe this summer? And Anthony Davis, I'm looking at right now, could he be a trade candidate going forward potentially?
It's a lot to take in. I think it's going to have to settle out. It's just got announced about Kyrie being out for the season with the ACL, but they traded Luka Doncic to get Anthony Davis. I don't think you turn around and trade Anthony Davis at that point. I mean, crazy things happen. I would never imagine they're going to trade Luka in the first place, but that's just a sign of pure panic. This is the guy that the only guy apparently that Nico Harrison wanted because of his relationship with Davis back to their Nike days. I don't think they're doing that. I think they try to retool it. I don't know, what the plan would be for Klay Thompson and some other players, but I don't think they're saying, okay, now we just bust everything up that we did. We just traded Luka, but let's trade the guy we just traded traded Luka to get. We'll see. Again, it's a lot happening. You can't make decisions just based on one morning, one day, even 2 days, even 2 months. Even they're going to have to soak this in. But I don't imagine that they're going to say, okay, let's just destroy everything. You can't do that. You just have to figure out how to redo this. And I imagine they're going to bring Kyrie back because he's not going to be, he's not playing much next year, so he's not going to be big time on the market. I think he'll bring it back. The whole thing starts with their trade of Luka. It really spins from there, and it's bad. It's terrible for those fans. It's worse than anything that happened to the 49ers after they lost in the final round last year. But it reminds me a little bit of it. Like you lose in the Super Bowl, you lose in the NBA Finals. You make some moves, and then guys start getting hurt because you're basing that run on veteran players. You're basing that run on a lot of, kind of all-in moves. 49ers did not trade Luka Doncic, but it just kind of reminds me that sometimes you get breaks to get to the final round, and then you lose, and then it all kind of crumbles. Yeah. And we saw it with 49ers with the injuries and some holdouts, and we're seeing it right now with this incredible, terrible run for the Mavericks.
Yeah, it's wild. And you led me right into it. I was going to ask you some Warrior questions, but you brought up the Niners. I was listening to multiple podcasts that you had with Matt Barrows. It was really good. And I don't know. I would like you to elaborate because it felt like you were kind of describing there's a shift maybe in financial philosophy from the 49ers. And I understand it actually because they've spent a lot of money. I mean, they really have. They spent a lot of money on a lot of guys, and not that they're tapering back and unwilling to spend. Maybe they're just being a little more discerning with the spending. Can you maybe break down the philosophical change from the front office in terms of how they're viewing the finances of the 49ers?
I just think it's always a back and forth between kind of the money people, and we know who they are, the 49ers, Jed York and Parag Marathe, and there are others in there, but those are the top.
Mm-hmm.
And the football guys, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, it doesn't be specific just to that. It's always that in every franchise, in any era. The 49ers have gone through this before. And I think there was an urgency. Let's win a Super Bowl. We got guys. Let's, if they want more money, if it comes down to it, we've just got to pay them the money to try to win a Super Bowl, especially while Brock Purdy's on his super cheap rookie deal. There was like, okay, if that's what it's going to take to get Brandon Ayuk, we just have to do it. If that's what it's going to take to get Nick Bosa, just have to do it because we need them on the field to win the Super Bowl. There was this kind of, pull towards just get them out there. We need to win. And maybe the football side at premium. It's a back and forth again. It's not ever all one thing or the other, but you could just feel that, right? They had to get Nick Bosa in. They had to get Brandon Ayuk out there. They wanted to win a Super Bowl. I think the tide is just shifted a little or a lot. However, we're going to see this develop. But I think was regret from the financial people from the onset of the Ayuk deal for sure. Absolutely from the Ayuk deal. And the Debo deal before that, and a little bit for the Bosa deal, and a little bit for the McCaffrey extension, and a little bit for the Trent Williams. But you can see this accumulation. Like, we had to do it. We got to do it. We got to do it. We got to win a Super Bowl. We got to do it. We got to do it. And now they're stepping back and going, well, 6-11. Again, it's a short-term thing. We've all understood that. The money guys are going 6-11. We did all this. We're the number 3, whatever, most cash outlay, not cap, cash. I always have to explain this. It's cash. It's bonuses. It's money that you pay up front or you guarantee to try to lower the current cap hits, but you're still paying it. It's still out of the owner's pocket. And I think there's a little bit of pullback. Okay, look, we went all in. We did all this. We did this for the football side. You said we needed these guys in. We agreed with you at the time, but we had, some regrets about it. And now there's going to be some things to pay. There's going to be some places we're going to have to cut back because we've gone all in and we did not win a Super Bowl. I don't want to compare it to the previous big blow up. It's not similar because the personalities are different. But one thing that really led to the blow up with Jim Harbaugh, obviously the Trent Baalke relationship was bad. That was there. That's different. But also Jed York was not pleased with how much money they were spending. It was cash outlay. He wanted it to win a Super Bowl. If they won a Super Bowl, he was willing to spend that money. And it came down to whether they were going to, re-sign Jim Harbaugh. What was that contract going to be? That's the Jed York practical whatever side. The Trent Baalke thing was a whole other thing playing out, and they just added to everything. That's not a part of what this is. So I want to make sure I'm not saying it's the same, but it was similar pressures, financial pressures, and Jed York is pretty clear about it. He will pay what it takes in his mind if they win a Super Bowl. If they don't win a Super Bowl, I think, and especially if they go 6-11, and especially if there's some contracts he feels like they lost some contracts. There's no question, some negotiations. They don't like losing. They don't like losing those negotiations. They feel like they lost a few. I think there's going to be some pulling back, and that's what is happening now. There's some pulling back. We'll see how far it goes.
Yeah.
We'll see if it extends to the Brock Purdy negotiations. That would be really, really serious if they do. I don't know that it will be, all encompassing. I think we're seeing it though with a few of these and maybe some of the negotiations out into the future.
Tim Kawakami with us, TK Show on the Odyssey app, and you can download it wherever you find podcasts. TK is just breaking down the whole 49er thing right now. I'm with you. Like, I have this kind of term, the pie chart of culpability. Like, it's never one thing. There's slices, right? And
he loves his pie,
and
Tim.
it's depending on how big the slices are. So I'm looking at this Ayuk situation, and how much of this residual is like of last year, the way it went down in terms of Ayuk's camp, maybe the money that they allotted him? Like, why are they so open to trading him right now? I'm sure they like the player to a degree, but how much of this is like the lingering effects of the way everything went down last offseason?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of that in there. Now, they haven't traded him. I think it's going to take a lot for them to trade him because they're going to take another dead cap hit. You're talking
$40 million.
They've already traded Debo and taken that one, 31. You take another almost 40. That's $70 million that you're not paying the two receivers that could have good seasons. That seems crazy to me. I mean, if they do it, then they're just basically chucking this season, which would be ridiculous, and I'd like to see them face Fred Warner and George Kittle after they do that. I don't think they're doing it. I just don't think they mind Ayuk hearing it, because they do not like the way that went down last year. It was while it was happening. It was at the top of the franchise. They went, okay, we got to bring him in because our football guys say we need him to win. Again, I'm paraphrasing. I don't know that they said this, but you can see the logic. They never wanted to pay him $30 million a year, ever. That is not what they wanted. They did it because they wanted to win a Super Bowl, because he fit with Brock Purdy. But yeah, so why did they do the deal? If they didn't like it, they did it because they want to win a Super Bowl, and they didn't win a Super Bowl. In fact, they went 6-11. I think it's a little bit overreactionary to all of a sudden be, okay, we want to throw this contract out. I don't think they're going to do it. Well, we shall see. I think they need a really good pick to justify not having that player and taking that cap hit. But I think they don't mind it out there. I'll put it that way. I think they don't mind him feeling uncomfortable about the situation. They felt very uncomfortable throughout that negotiation last year. They really didn't like the way it went down. While it was happening, you could feel it. They did not like it. And they don't mind these, guys who beat them in a negotiation or at least, got more than most players get with the 49ers, feeling that the 49ers are pissed at them. And I think that's what's being around, and teams know it. And I'm sure the 49ers have mentioned it to teams that they did not like the way this went down. So I think that's what's kind of the operation now. Is like other teams, maybe we can get him for nothing. Like maybe we'll throw a 3rd round pick and see if we can get Ayuk. I don't think that's what will happen, but I think that's what teams are responding to. And the 49ers are not hanging up the phone, because they don't mind it being. Listen, they've been clear about it. They were thinking about trading Ayuk in last draft. They're thinking about trading Debo last draft. They're thinking about trading Debo 2 drafts ago. They're thinking about trading Debo 3 drafts ago. Like, they're open about this, and that's about dollars. That's about leverage. But you just had this, football side is kind of won out on these really key players, and you understand, and I praise them for it, because you do want to go all in when you have a chance to win the Super Bowl. You do want to try to maximize every single moment you've got with a good quarterback on a rookie deal. Well, that's changing, and you understand some of the kind of recalibrations, but now is it going to be self-defeating recalibrations? That's the line they're treading now. I don't happen to think it's self-defeating to move off of Deebo Samuel. I just thought he was bad last season, and I don't think he's the player type who's going to be good into his 30s. I just don't feel that. Might be wrong. I kind of agree with him on that. The cap hit was big, though. I thought they might try to keep him and avoid that big cap hit. They said, fine, we'll take it. There's some things going on here that are symbolism, and I think there is a line that you got to draw where, okay, we don't want to be this mad about it. We just got to put a football team out there on the field. We'll see if logic comes into play. I think the Purdy thing is really going to be the measure. If they offer him, something like a mid-tier deal, a Baker Mayfield 3 years, 100, that's not going to do it. But they might. I don't know. I wouldn't pay him 60, but I wouldn't offer him 33 either. So we'll see how that goes. It's negotiation. You don't offer your best deal at the first moment. You offer it when you have to. I would just say maybe they should make their best offer as early as they can and then get a feel for it. They have not done that in the past. I think they thought they were doing that with Ayuk. And my understanding is Ayuk never came to them with a number. They just didn't get a number. They would put a number out there, and it was a low number. It's the 49ers. They don't offer their best stuff early again. But they never felt like they got an answer back from Ayuk until the very end. Well, I think Purdy will give them a number. I think they'll get a number at some point, maybe in April, and we'll get a real feel for this goes. They should try to do it early. The quarterback, my God, you don't want the quarterback holding in, right? You don't want that. That's the last thing you can possibly want if you're trying to win a Super Bowl. I think we'll get a real feel for the practical kind of developments of this kind of recalibration, reset of what they're paying. Late April, early May, maybe, with Purdy once those kind of mini camps start going on, and what his participation level is, and how this kind of back and forth really starts feeling like.
Talking Tim Kawakami here, SF Standard on the River Islands guest line. TK Show on the Odyssey app. Tim, this is so much good stuff in regards to the 49ers. And last one for you here, obviously Niner fans and people, everyone's going to be comparing themselves to the Philadelphia Eagles model. Howie Roseman's been doing it for a very long time. Nick Sirianni's now been to 2 Super Bowls. He's won one of them. I think people thought he was a dead man walking early on in the season, but talking to a lot of the people that follow and cover the Eagles. And what makes Nick Sirianni great is his relationship with his coaching staff, with his players. He is a players and a coach's coach, if you will, but he leaves all the other stuff to Howie Roseman. I say all that to say this. When I think the 49ers and I think Kyle Shanahan and decision-making when it comes to roster, when it comes to contracts, I always think of both John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan as being kind of this symbiotic relationship. And maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong here, and I would like for some clarification. When it comes to the chain of command in San Francisco, is it the czar Kyle Shanahan kind of doing everything and having all of this on his plate? And if it is it time to say now, like, there is too much on his plate and he needs to start divvying it up a little bit more, these responsibilities? And how involved is John Lynch in all this when it comes to the final decision makings, I guess I should say?
Yeah, it's subtle. It's a subtle question. I appreciate it. It's a subtle answer because Kyle Shanahan has, well, very direct answer, Kyle Shanahan has the power over all personnel decisions. That's in his contract. That's the way it works. But he has, relied on John Lynch to make many of the other decisions because he's not, Kyle's not studying game tape from college games from, he's not watching, Miami versus Toledo or whatever. He's just not doing it. That's not who he is, nor should he. He has the power to say, no, I do like that player from Toledo, whatever, and we're taking him in the third round. But he does not do that. He turns it over to John Lynch and John Lynch's personnel side. They run the draft. Now, again, Shanahan has every right to, and will do it for quarterbacks and receivers. I think those two he's really zeroed on those two positions. But everything else, John Lynch runs the show, his personnel department. There are times that, again, Shanahan will jump in, or one of his assistants feels very strongly. Bobby Turner Jr. on the running backs, et cetera. The coaches do have input on that, but it's a shared power, I think. But with Shanahan always having the final say, but he doesn't get himself involved in some other stuff. And it's good that he lets Lynch control it because if you're not watching the grinding through all the tape, if you're not doing the pro days, if you're not doing the meetings, like didn't go to the combine again. This is not a Kyle thing. Well, then if you're not going to go to the combine, you better let the guys who went to the combine have a little more say. And that is how it happens. Then doesn't mean every single decision is straight down the line, John Lynch making it or Kyle Shanahan making it. They talk about it and they disagree over things and they agree over things. They've come to a consensus. There are areas where I think Kyle could be stronger. There's no question. Special teams. I've asked him the question, didn't really love it when I asked him after the season, could you care more? If you don't care that much about special teams, how could the team possibly, it resonates throughout. And he didn't like that being brought up, but I think it's true. And there's some other situations that, I think, they have particular types of what they like to draft. They don't like drafting offensive linemen in the first two rounds. You can just see it clearly. They have not done it over their 8 drafts. This is their 9th. But that's again, it's a push and a pull, and there's a lot of things that Shanahan does great, and there's a lot of personnel things that are really improved by his input. It's just how you decide it on a case by case. You shouldn't do it all one way. You shouldn't do it all the other. They really hit the draft last year. They did, and they need a couple more of those because they have not hit the last few drafts before that. I think John Lynch is a really key element to this, though, because he is someone who, communicates with the higher-ups. He communicates with the coaches. He communicates with the players. He's a great people person. He's kind of laid down a structure, he and Shanahan together, but John's the one who goes from building to building and meeting room to room. Kyle kind of goes into his room and does the film, which is the way the job should be split up. John Lynch should be the one who can find compromises and can say, okay, I know you guys are not happy with these deals that we've made. Let's not just bounce out of them. Let's figure out the best way that we go, we figure out still to get a good players. We don't just cut down on free agent signing. We don't just go this total reactionary way. They've been reactionary, 10, 15 years ago. Does not do that now. Let's maintain what we've got. We've still got a really good roster. We've still got a chance to win the Super Bowl, which is being held at Levi Stadium in February. I think Lynch is going to be really key. He's already been key to that. I think he's going to be even more underlined as they go into the 9th season. They're coming off a 6-11. Kyle can run hot. I think Jed can run hot. I think Perot can run hot when John Lynch doesn't, really, operate in that way. He can be someone to let's just figure out the way forward. Let's not screw around with some players that we really like. I'm starting with the quarterback. I think Lynch is a very, very key element in this. And we have yet to see how the actual thing will come into play this offseason. I don't think it's going to be as hardline as it's felt. I've been writing about it, but it doesn't mean everything is going to play out that way into the offseason. And Purdy, again, is going to be the huge test case.
Hey, Tim, appreciate the stuff. A lot of insight here, a lot to chew on. We're going to be doing that for the rest of the morning. So we appreciate you having the time for us today. And let's do it again next time, man.
You got it. Anytime, guys.
Thank you, Tim.
That's Tim Kawakami, SF Standard, the TK Show on the Odyssey app. Follow him on for the Warriors Plus Minus podcast as well on the Odyssey app. Great interviews, including Joe Lacob last week. A lot there with Tim Kawakami, who may have had the longest answer in the history of 95.7 The Game guests. Might not even be close. Like, Sam, can you get on that for? There was one in there.
5 minutes.
5-minute response. It was incredible. It was incredible.
What was the question?
Why are they looking to move Ayuk now?
Did we find out why?
He talked about why they're looking to trade Ayuk, how they don't mind making him feel uncomfortable.
That was fascinating.
Yeah,
No,
that actually was
really fascinating. That part right there.
Leading with your best offer, then thinking that Brock's camp will give a number. I thought he answered like 5 or 6 different questions in that one answer.
He did. Absolutely, he did. No, he was very
No, it was a lot. No, it was good.
But the part that got me was him saying that they want Ayuk to feel that. And I was like, wow. Why'd you sign him if I know they went too far into the process and they couldn't trade him because they felt like they were trying to win a championship.
So Ayuk is back in the doghouse again? Is this what we're doing? He's injured. He's rehab.
If you want him to feel it or whatever, you might as well just trade him then.
Well,
I'm dead serious.
Isn't he already feeling it? I mean, the guy was booed on the field, then tore his ACL. How is he not feeling it already right now? And then on top of that, we're going to dangle him out just for bleeps and giggles to make him feel it? Come on, man. I'm with you. Just trade him then.
Just trade him.
Just get rid of him.
If that's what you're trying,
because that's creating a negative environment around a player that's going to seep into the locker room again, which is what you're trying to get away from, right? That's what you're trying to get away from.
It's not 1988. You don't motivate the modern athlete by dragging their name around like that. They don't. Now some do. Right, but most of them
they don't appreciate
that. They want to be respected, and they want to be treated like an equal.
They want to feel wanted.
That too,
and that
absolutely,
was
and empowered,
and that was all of what it was last season.
That's everyone in every work. And put yourself in his shoes. Hey, we really want to fire Carter back there. We want him to feel the heat. Carter, you could be on the firing squad.
You're going to be traded for a player to be named later.
So odd.
Oh no,
cash considerations.
I'm a little worried about just the Niners in general. The stability, the marriage between John Lynch and Kyle has been pretty freaking harmonious. Something's up, man. Something's up.
That's why I asked the question about the hierarchy
Something's
right now.
up.
They always feel like they're on the same page, but when I was asking about it, and Kyle's asking about, and he has final personnel decisions, as we've kind of known, so he'll sign off on everything. But if I'm John Lynch, and again, I'm taking the time to go to Indianapolis, and there's this prospect that I really like, I interviewed him, I got a feel for him, I saw him up close and personal, and maybe Kyle's like, yeah, but this guy over here, I would feel some type of way if I'm John Lynch, but I was like, really? Really? I get it, we're in this together, and you have final say, but Kyle, I'm kind of telling you this guy right here, maybe we got to, again, he kind of put himself in hot water here a couple of years ago when he said, I was telling Kyle, maybe we got to put everything on hold. This guy, Patrick Mahomes, I watched this pro day.
No, I had to have Brian Hoyer.
Got it? But again, that goes, was that John Lynch? Was that his own way of trying to save face in the whole thing and saying, I told Kyle about this. I told him he didn't want to listen.
But just strip this thing down to the most basic.
Please.
You screwed up the timeline with Ayuk, and he was frustrated, and okay, he didn't give you a number. Well, part of negotiating with anyone is kind of understanding where they stand. Did you ask directly, what's your number? I mean, I'm assuming that they did. It's not like the Niners have never done deals before, right? They've struck a lot of deals. But
this is a common theme.
We want him to feel the heat. This is not good. This relation, I'm going to be real with you. This feels like this relationship is already over. And maybe you should just cut bait now. If that's how you're going to operate, Like, that's not good for him. That's not good for you. That's not good for Ricky Pearsall and Jennings, who are going to have to be in the wide receiver room with that guy. Like, that's not. This isn't how you get off to a good start in the offseason.
No.
By literally saying we want him to feel it. Like,
and literally the offseason, what have we talked about?
Multiple times, huh? Like that. He's pretty sourced on these things.
Distractions. That was the one word we did not want to have to be dealing with.
Does this feel like a united front?
No.
I'm talking about players, team, front office, coach. After last year,
I trust George Kittle and I trust Fred Warner. Those are my two best players right now on offense and defense, and I'm okay with those guys being my leader on the team and in the locker room. Having said that, if I'm leaning into next year and my top wide receivers are going to be Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, and then I have a disgruntled coming off of an injury Brandon Ayuk.
Well, and you're disgruntled with him while he's rehabbing?
Yes.
Like, this isn't good. I said to you the other day, I think they're going to trade this guy. I think they're going to move him now more than ever. And I think they should. If they feel this bitter about the marriage, what you want to talk about a horrible business transaction? Because my brain's all over the place now. You screwed up and you didn't deal either one of those guys last year.
That was the time. It was last year to trade the guy to Pittsburgh. He wanted to go there.
Or Debo last year.
Debo, one of them.
The whole thing. You drafted Ricky Pearsall, then dragged your feet, ended up probably paying the same amount you would have months later. He didn't get into camp.
Thank God Ricky
started
showed
the year
something.
off wrong.
Yeah.
You didn't give Brock his number one weapon, at least in terms of the wide receivers. And, Ayuk gets off to a tough spot. He's in a bad light with a lot of the fans.
He's getting booed.
Right? Every little misstep is being, through the microscope. Then he goes down with an injury. Right? Like, this could not have been a worse set of circumstances and timeline.
Well, it's
a masterclass, honestly, in how to not make an asset worth its most valuable.
Well, he literally comped it. When we brought him in, we talked about Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving, and he comped to what the 49ers are going through right now with what the Dallas Mavericks are going through. That was concerning to me. He's like, this whole Kyrie and Luka situation kind of reminded me of the 49ers. What? Like, that was just insane to me.
So he referenced the dead cap. It's a $40 million dead cap hit on Brandon Ayuk.
I have, let me pull it all
$40 million. Now, they're already, right now, before the Javon Hargrave release, which I'm assuming will come, right now they have $65 million in dead cap. What is the salary cap? 280, 290? For sake of this argument.
279.
Let's say 280 for sake of this argument, okay? You have almost $70 million. That's a quarter.
Now that's if they release him. If they release Brandon Ayuk outright, the dead cap is $39 million.
Okay.
They will if they trade him before June 1st.
Yes.
It's $18.4 million.
That's still a lot.
It is still a lot.
So
yes.
Okay, so now we're talking about 65 plus another 20 is 85 minus 2. We're looking at $83 million before Hargrave. Dude, almost a third of your cap, a fourth of your cap is players that aren't even playing for you.
Just eat it this year. Just eat it. You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, an Odyssey Sports Station, always live on the free Odyssey app. We got some callers that want to get in here. Let's start with the guy that's the voice of our show open. It's Philmo Mike. What's up, Philmo? You're on with Spadoni and Shasky.
This is not good.
Yeah, it ain't good. I feel you, Shasky. It's something fishy. And my whole thing is, why are you tripping on money that you already paid for?
Exactly.
Like, you already spent the money, so why you better now? Like, be a grown man. I like what you said. You said, you have to know. Did you ask him, hey, man, what you want? What's up? Let's see where it's at. Like, you have to understand, someone has to be the adult in the room.
Exactly.
And for the Niners, a $1 billion organization, say they're better still. They want him to feel what? He feel it in his knee. His knee is messed up. Let's try to get him positive.
Exactly.
What's her name? The one that won the Roaster of the Year, Tony. That energy, energy matters, bro.
The zone. Get him in the right zone.
Matters.
Yeah.
If you come in with the wrong energy, that's petty, man. The Niners is bigger than that, bro. I don't like that move. It's something fishy. And then we trying to get back to I ain't saying get to the bowl and rep the city. Just let's get back to the playoffs, man. Give us a chance. Totally. This is not a good start at all.
At all.
You feel me?
At all.
Thanks, Philmo.
Hey, Philmo, did he go? Did he already leave? No,
he's still here.
Philmo, Debo, look, I know last year wasn't great, right? But I will defend. Like, I'm happy for him because I want to see him play well in Washington. I got nothing but love for Debo. I understand people that are angry. Debo was a hell of a Niner. And it sucks that I'm seeing people kind of, kick him in the butt on the way out the door.
I agree. His wardrobe didn't help. But with that being said, sometimes he was fly. I think he kind of got the big. You get some money, he's gonna start spending on different things. I feel like he was focused. He was primed for a good season. He had a bad year. Yeah. He got hurt another year, but he was a hell of a Niner. But people disrespected Debo. It's crazy because it's like you forget. You forget he carried us. He got us to the playoffs. Got us to the NFC Championship game. It was rookie year, almost could have won MVP possibly. Yep. So I don't understand the backlash and and people hating. Just appreciate him as a great Niner. He did his thing. It ended horribly, but hey, people gonna look back in 15 years. Well, man, Debo used to do this and that. Watch.
I know, you're right. I think the worst wardrobe wasn't the leather skirt. It was the red rubber boots. Those giant video game red rubber boots.
Oh, my God.
He showed up in a leather skirt.
It wasn't a skirt. Let's relax here.
It was
Hold
like
on.
a kilt?
No, let's relax. Debo leather, the outfit. Let me see. Let me look. It was not a skirt.
It was like a skirt.
No, they were like booty shorts, kind of.
Skirt-like.
No, they were like kind of like those
booty shorts.
I know.
This is the Folsom Street Fair. What is he doing?
Like kind of like, have you ever done like water polo or swimming? There's like those things called jammers, so they're not quite Speedos, but they're like a level below.
No, I've never done. What did you say, jammers?
They're called jammers. Yeah, I played water polo in high school. You know that?
No, but I didn't. Yeah. A and B. What are jammers? Explain them.
Let's see if I can do it on a work computer. Jammers, swimwear. Yeah, look them up. Just look up Jammers Swim right now. Then you'll know what I'm talking about. They're like little like workout like shorts kind of a little bit.
Those are like the biker shorts.
Yeah, a little bit like
very
those.
Revealing.
Yes, but those ones are like leather that Debo was kind of wearing, right?
I might know your religion by looking at those shorts.
Relax. If it's a cold day, please. And remember, shrinkage is real. Mike Florio, yesterday. It is.
I was in the pool.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
George Costanza, that's just such an all-time. Dude, I love Seinfeld.
Jason Alexander, who played George Costanza, never winning an Emmy for that role is actually a crime. All the other characters won. Jerry Seinfeld, Michael Richards, and Julia Louis-Dreyfus. They all won for their characters. That's not fair.
Was Larry David making himself?
George, yes, was him.
Was he making himself with that?
Correct.
God. Art Vandelay is one of the great nicknames of all time.
It's great. And then who's my other guy? PC Pennyworth or something, which is whoever. I forget the name.
God, George was the best.
Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk. The time to trade Brandon Ayuk was last year.
Was Ayuk fit if he's healthy? I know they'd like to trade him, or at least they are entertaining the possibility. The problem is who's going to take on that contract. The time to trade him was last year before they gave him that big deal. Whoever would take him on now is looking at 2 fully guaranteed seasons and no guarantee he's going to be back to full health. So he's still number one, assuming he's healthy. And then beyond that, what do you got? You got Juwan Jennings, who's in the second year of a very affordable deal. You got Ricky Pearsall in the second year of his rookie contract. But what else is out there? Kyle Shanahan's a great scout of receivers because he played the position. He knows what it takes.
H.E. Pennypacker. That was Cosmo Kramer's alias, by the way.
They gave both the receivers contracts and almost immediately regretted both of them. I can't get over.
If only that Andrew Filipponi fake breaking news we had was actually real. In hindsight, we should have just went with it and said, you know what, let's just keep going with it. Yeah, he is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Yeah, let's go. Because I would rather have that first round pick this year or a high second.
All the Ayuk rhetoric, we heard everyone's opinion. Everybody in Ninerland, every media member, we were all wrong. We were all wrong because everyone loses. He got paid. He stayed, got hurt. Now they want to trade him. Literally, the whole thing was botched. It's bad. I thought Kaepernick and the way they handled Kaepernick, I'm talking about setting up your quarterback, was just some horrific management when it comes to money and team building and all this. This Ayuk thing might take the cake.
Putting your players in positions to win and succeed is all on the head coach. Yes, the general manager for making the draft pick, but it's all the head coach putting your players in position to succeed. That's why I brought up Nick Sirianni, and I'm not here to do a compare and contrast between him and Shanahan, but that's why I wanted to ask Baldy, like, what about Nick Sirianni is so gravitating to where I don't see that as much, at least in the offseason, because let's be honest, Nick Sirianni and Jalen Hurts were going at it at the start of the year. Like, there was some friction.
Questioned his whiteboard knowledge.
Correct.
His X's and O knowledge.
And that's calling out your quarterback. And he called him out, and honestly, most of the year, people were still crushing Jalen. Like, people were still skeptical of Jalen Hurts all season long, but they had Saquon Barkley to take a lot of that heat off, and he was spectacular. He was the offensive player of the year. Kyle Shanahan's not putting Brandon Ayuk in any sort of position to succeed right now. When you say things, when I hear things like from what Tim Kawakami said, when they're putting this out, not thinking that they're going to actually get a bite on his contract and getting a valued pick, but to just try to motivate him, like, that is business failure 101 and not knowing your personnel and not knowing the player. Like, you literally went through these negotiations this time last year and he didn't feel wanted by the franchise. So now you think he's going to feel wanted, or maybe they don't even care about that. And if you don't even care about that, either cut him or trade him. Don't let that fester. Like, I am questioning right now Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch when it comes to player personnel and going forward, if they're going to be able to put players in positions to succeed.
Well, is this any different from, because, like, they were kind of erratic with the draft pick of Trey Lance, right? Like, so let's go back. Like, they traded all these picks to move up to 3. They didn't even know exactly who they were trading up to go get. They were just open to trading up to 3.
Which is insane, by the way.
It is.
You need to have a plan when you're trading up that much and that much
When the
draft
Chiefs
capital.
traded up, they waited till draft day, and they knew exactly who they were targeting.
I still think they wanted Mac Jones. I don't care if I'm a conspiracy theorist.
Well, that would have been the wrong pick, too.
Well, it would have been, but at least he would have
3
played.
picks for Mac Jones.
At least he would have played and probably been stayed healthy. I don't know for sure, but, like,
he's a turnover machine.
He might be the backup quarterback this next year, Mac Jones. We'll see. Shanahan liked him. But I go back to the DeForest Buckner trade. Like, that's the last time I felt like they really botched a situation. And then they try to bring in the replacement, just didn't work with Javon Kinlaw.
Yeah, but they
there was different levels to that, and they chose Armstead and they paid him.
But they did keep Armstead and Jimmy Ward.
Okay.
So, like, and as bad as the Kinlaw pick was, like, okay, but regardless, but think of how erratic, like, that whole was with Trey Lance. Like, oh, he's our guy for the future, and we love him, and he's going to be great. You saw him, like, a couple of times. You barely, like, worked him out that much, and then he comes in, and you're like, we're going to stick with Jimmy. But on the first touchdown drive of the season, Trey, go in there and throw that touchdown pass. This is 2021. And then he starts a game late in the season after starting a game earlier that year and getting his knee knocked up. And then they were going back and forth from series in the preseason. Like, remember how erratic that preseason was against the Raiders?
Yeah.
It was, Trey's in, then Jimmy's in, then Trey's in, and Jimmy's in, and Trey's our guy, and he's our guy.
Very
and
weird.
then he goes down and he's not our guy. We're afraid to get rid of Jimmy G because we're going to keep him on the baby field. Like, they were all over the place on the Trey Lance thing. And now I feel like they're all over the place on the Brandon Ayuk thing. Like, make a decision.
We're going to pick this up.
It's a little crazy.
We're going to pick this up on the other side. 888-957-9570. You want to squeeze it in, Sammy, here? 6 and 6 Celebrini. Shoehorn it in.
Got to crowbar it.
Guys, the Sharks played one of the top teams in the NHL last night and played well enough to win. And actually got the win. They snapped the 8-game losing streak.
Let's
Their
go.
second win, I believe, of the year so far. Down 2-0 going into the third. Jack Thompson got the Sharks on the board. Tyler Toffoli evened things up 10 minutes in. That sent things to overtime, where after battling through a 2-minute power play, the Sharks kept on fighting and forced it into a shootout. Came down to Fabian Zetterlund for the game winner. Here's how it sounded.
Here's Zetterlund. Scores! The Sharks come into Toronto and take down the first place Maple Leafs. They win it 2-1.
And that is how the losing streak ended. Randy Hahn with the call for NBC Sports California. The first time the Toronto Maple Leafs have lost a game after leading after 2 periods. One of the better wins of the year for the Sharks. Macklin Celebrini, playing with a lower body injury, didn't do a whole lot. Got obliterated on the faceoffs last night. But, they'll be back on the ice tonight in Buffalo. We'll see what Macklin could do. And that is your 60 seconds of shoehorning. Sorry, Celebrini on the Morning Roast.
I love that. That's Sam Lubman doing a hell of a job with that. And the Sharkies doing a hell of a job. Hey, that's what you need. You need a win, a throwaway win here or there just to keep spirits alive. Tank, get a better draft pick, and then you're going to start building something special here going forward.
Got to crowbar that win in there.
That's right. What's coming up in the game is brought to you by Safeway. More of your calls, more of your texts. Brandon Ayuk, let's get into it. Are we trading him, 49ers fans, or are we keeping him? 888-957-9570. It's Bedoni and Shasky. Wrapping it up on the other side on the Morning Roast.
Hey, this is Rob. This is Chase. And you're listening to The Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game with Joe and Joe.
Oh, I love that. Shout out to all the listeners we got to talk to and meet yesterday, and all those for recording. I got some ones from Big Pun in my Instagram. He sent us a new recording, so I got to send to Carter. I'll screen record it, and I'll send it to you guys. Yeah, Big Pun, always
More
a fan
work
there.
for you, Carter.
Tune in for Warriors Live today, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. Warriors Live at 3:30. Tip-off at 4:30 in the Garden. Warriors Knicks tonight, right here on 95.7 The Game. And we had a special, game that Stephen Curry had back, February 27th, 2013. God. 12 years ago, he had 54 points in Madison Square Garden. Do we have that call there anywhere, Sam? Is that what you're telling me? We had the sound for it? I want to hear some of the highlights from that, because that was the coming out party for Stephen Curry. No, we don't have that? No, I thought that was you were telling me off air. See, there's miscommunication. It's okay. We'll figure it out. But we could just talk about it, the coming out party for Stephen Curry. Where does that rank for you in all-time moments in Madison Square Garden? It's got to be ranked for him. It's got to be one of the first times he felt like, okay, yeah, I could be a star in this league. In the building of stars and the brightest lights in our country and possibly the world in Madison Square Garden, and I balled out like that. I don't care who it is against, the Knicks or the Knicks. It's just where you are. No, it's where you are. And he was able to do that. And by the way, the Knicks wanted Steph, and Steph wanted to go to the Knicks. Like, we kind of forget that. Like,
who was the guy
he wanted to go there?
Arizona power forward Hill. What was the guy's name that they ended up drafting?
Oh, Jordan Hill?
I think it was Jordan Hill. He was a power forward center from Arizona.
Oh, no, that was the guy who went to the T-Wolves. Never mind.
Jordan.
No, you're thinking of Johnny Flynn and Ricky Rubio.
Right. Jordan Hill, NBA.
That's correct, I think. Jordan
It
Hill.
is, yeah. I remember Don Nelson hyped him up too. Don Nelson was a mastermind of hyping up mediocre prospects.
Yeah, he was a Laker for a second, a Pacer, a Timberwolf, a Nevada Desert Dog. I don't know what those are. Is that a G League affiliate? Rising Star. There you go. By the way, we do have the call where he set the all-time three-point record.
Give it to me.
Joe Shasky. Do we want to play that one? Let's play it. I'll play it, Carter. How about that? I'll play it.
Wiggins comes across, working on Fournier. Up top to Curry. Quick release and splash! There it is! The best shooter the game has ever seen has cemented his legacy. No one has made more threes than Stephen Curry. And when you consider he has many more years in his career, he might be setting a record that may never be broken. Standing ovation here at Madison Square Garden.
It's emotional.
It is emotional. And the most threes in NBA history belong to Stephen Curry.
Tim Roy right here on 95.7 The Game alongside the great Jim Barnett. And again, it goes back then. Even just, man, I miss hearing JB too on the calls. That got to me a little bit. Seeing him smile, seeing his vibe, his presence, and hearing his voice on our airwaves, man. That was December 14th, 2021.
Wow.
4 years.
It's 4 years ago.
It's wild. It doesn't feel like that, does it?
No, it doesn't.
And obviously they'd be winning a championship a couple months later.
We were doing the whole remember when before the show, and it was 10 years ago.
Member berries, a lot of member berries, right?
Though, not in March.
I remember.
Tom Sula was announced as head coach.
We won't. No, real quick. We weren't talking about just that. We were talking about Fartgate, because that was the thing. I think at the station
he did
too.
Fart in the press conference.
He definitely did, and that was a whole segment.
Somehow Jonan payroll got brought up because we were talking about how the Niners forfeited a draft pick because of a financing error.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, we just went down the Tom Sula rabbit hole.
Langford came over. He's like, "Oh yeah, Jonan payroll. That must have been her."
Jonan, is she still with the Niners?
No, can we get her on air? Jonan payroll. Oh, but remembering good Steph Curry memories is always a good time. And maybe he'll have one today. Again, he's dealing with an ankle, though, so maybe you keep him out. I don't know.
Tom Sula. I mean, he's got to be one of the funniest coaches of all time.
Just looking at him.
I just laughed. This is the whole experience.
Can you not think of Jim
running and a little throwing?
You got to think Jim Koza more when you think
this is the greatest television segment of all time. I told Koza, I think your profile boosted that day tenfold.
You're holding your cards a little close to the vest there, huh?
So good.
He's like, I don't want to be, I don't want to come on here and, be a smart aleck to be a smart aleck. He's like, what?
A little running and a little passing. What does a Tom Sula offense look like? A little running and a little passing? So good.
This is so funny.
And you wonder why Kaepernick regressed.
Oh my God. I shouldn't be laughing this hard at it. I almost broke mid Kawakami answer when he was at 5 minutes. And we were all looking at each other to see how long he could keep talking. And I was dying. I got to be honest. I was dying. Florio's another one of those guys. Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk.
Like a talk-off?
Yeah.
If
Can
we
you
had a
imagine
talk-off?
those guys don't know each other, right? You got to know. Like Mike Florio, they've been around for a long time.
I'm sure the two of them know
the paths have crossed at one point, right?
Sure.
But here's Mike.
That would be a hell of a dinner party.
Oh, well, yeah. We're talking about all-time people that longest response to 95% of the game. If we're just going by guests.
Guru's at the table.
Guru's at the question, though. So he's going to ask the questions at the table. So Guru's there asking the questions.
You might be there now. Now that you're in the... You get it. You now understand it.
I get it. I ask some long questions sometimes, but I always have to preface it with, you have the take before the question, and sometimes the take is the question, so it doesn't even... Like, what is the question? I think we have a Tim Kawakami
Who's
drop.
on first?
Yeah, right. Who is it? Hold on, I have this, yeah.
And the question is?
That's the TK, and the answer is? So you got TK, you got Mike Florio. Who else at Slater sometimes?
Peter King is at the head of the table.
Yeah, Peter King's there.
He's at the head of the table.
Greg Cosell has some soliloquies sometimes.
Sure.
Because he has a lot of
Especially
qualifiers.
when he doesn't respect you.
You don't think he respects Dan Dibley?
No, I just think that sometimes he comes off so arrogant and condescending.
Well, because he watches the film. Don't knock him for watching the film, Shasky, if he's watching the film. Right?
Tom Sula watched film.
Yeah.
And didn't make him a great head coach.
No, we're not bashing the guests. We're not bashing the guests. We're saying they're answering great questions. No,
Some
we're
people
not.
are thorough in their answers.
And it's fine to laugh at it because when we're cutting it, and I'll take it from a producer's perspective, we're not bashing them that they're saying long things.
No,
it's actually great knowledge that they have this many takes in one, because we have to cut them all up differently when we're cutting the audio and replaying it. And Sam did a hell of a job.
Jim Barnett would be long-winded.
Yes, he would be. But they're saying a lot baked into that because there is value in being short and sweet and having a 45 or a 50-second cut.
Frank Gore is a great example of someone who's short and sweet with his answers.
Yes, but there's a lot baked into the nuance of questions that we're asking that TK has to respond to. And one of them was like, hey, what is the hierarchy right now in San Francisco when it comes to decision making?
It's not a 1 minute answer.
It's not. There is like 2-3 minutes baked into that because, and Tim's very aware, and so is Mike Florio and Peter King, very aware of what they are saying and what they're going to be attached to, because those guys have a level of gravitas with them that it's going to be clicked and it's going to be floating out there. So they do have to be careful and word it in the right way. And they're all journalists too, and they do a lot of print as well. So we're not crushing them. It's okay to laugh a little bit because I have questions that are long too. And then it's just like, oh God, did I ask a 1 minute long question?
The moderator of this dinner would have to be Roxy Bernstein.
Oh, please explain. Love Roxy. The king of the qualifiers.
You wouldn't have to say please explain once because there'd be a lot of explaining going on.
Please explain.
There you go. Going back to Mike Florio, as we circle it back because we teased coming up here in 888-957-9570. We had Tim Kawakami on, Joe Shasky, and he was talking about the 49ers kind of leaking these trade talks and being open for business to maybe, light a fire under Brandon Ayuk, make it known that they're shopping him. I don't know what they're trying to do when it comes to trading Brandon Ayuk. Just say you want to trade him because, you know what? We need to get younger, or we need to get out of the luxury tax, or what? It's not the luxury tax, but out under the dead cap. We need to eat this thing. It's okay to say that. Some teams come out and say, you know what? We have a lot of financial decisions to make. We got to pay our quarterback. There's going to be some tough times coming up here. Maybe there's some hard truths that are going to be happening.
How many teams? Okay.
Why not just say that?
Well, no, because you can't be that forthright because you might not execute a trade. But how many teams go through what they went through last year, give the guy the big deal, and then less than a calendar year later, after giving the big deal, then want to trade him away? I mean, I can't think of anybody.
Tim Kawakami.
Except maybe Kirk Cousins.
Tim Kawakami, last segment with us, SF Standard.
They haven't traded him. I think it's going to take a lot for them to trade him because they're going to take another dead cap hit. You're talking, they've already traded Debo and taken that one, 31. You take another almost 40. Dude, that's $70 million that you're not paying to two receivers that could have good seasons. That seems crazy to me. I mean, if they do it, then they're just basically chucking this season, which would be ridiculous. And I'd like to see them face Fred Warner and George Kittle after they do that. I don't think they're doing it. I just don't think they mind Ayuk hearing it, because they do not like the way that went down last year. It was while it was happening at the top of the franchise. They went, okay, we got to bring him in because our football guys say we need him to win. Again, I'm paraphrasing. I don't know that they said this, but you can see the logic. They never wanted to pay him $30 million a year, ever. That is not what they wanted. They did it because they wanted to win a Super Bowl, because he fit with Brock Purdy. So why did they do the deal? If they didn't like it, they did it because they want to win a Super Bowl, and they didn't win a Super Bowl. In fact, they went 6-11. I think it's a little bit overreactionary to all of a sudden be, okay, we want to throw this contract out. I don't think they're going to do it. Well, we shall see. I think they need a really good pick to justify not having that player and taking that cap hit. But I think they don't mind it out there. I'll put it that way.
See, I don't think they need a really good pick. I think if they can get a third round pick, and maybe that's to him a really good pick. If they can get a third round pick, I think you do that deal.
God, if you went from
a high third would be like a New England Patriots.
Okay. We, as a fan base, were scoffing at a second round pick from the Steelers.
Great, things changed. He's not the player he's not going to be anymore.
No, I know, but isn't it like, it's just like, in terms of asset understanding and how you maximize an asset, this is the complete opposite.
Business 101, though, Joe Shasky, when you realize there's a problem, be first. Get rid of it first, right?
God, I don't know, man. This is, why did you give him the money, dude? Like, you probably were better off. I know you had to save face to a degree, and you wanted to win a championship, but like, you could tell all along they were hesitant. We could tell. I kept saying it. We were talking about it for months. I was like, think he's a good player? They like him. They don't like him at that number.
Do you think had he stayed healthy, though, again, this is all ifs and buts, candy nuts, we'd all have a Merry Christmas. Had he stay healthy and he had a solid season still, maybe he wasn't a second-team All-Pro, but maybe he had 1,000 yards, maybe. Again, that does Juwan Jennings. We'll see, like, does he have his season? Probably not. But had Ayuk stayed healthy, like, do you think, and maybe they still win 6 or 7 games, and then we come back here. But I think just the health aspect and all of this, it's hard for me still to say it was a horrible deal. We can say it now because he got hurt. At the time, I know you were in that camp. I know you were. I know you said first round pick. I don't like how this is this dark cloud over the organization.
Because of the Bosa thing the year prior.
I understand.
Yes.
I understand. But a part of this feels like maybe if he was still hurt, wasn't hurt, you could salvage this thing.
Yeah.
Right? But now you can't, it feels like, which sucks. But if you can't salvage it, then just rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, but you spent so much
Doesn't matter. I don't care what I spent. Don't care. Eat it this season. Eat it. Weird Al Yankovic, just eat it, man.
They're probably going to have to. I mean, they're in no other position, and it's just...
Could you care more?
That's a great drop. That's a great one. Could you care more?
Could you care more?
It's not good.
You seem so dejected right now in the Niners.
The way the Niners play football.
The
way the Niners play football, you were never going to justify paying anyone $30 to $35 million a year at wide receiver, because the number one attribute for your wide receivers is blocking. Like, literally, the coach says it.
And your tight ends.
Right? The coach says it. And it's like, so you're never going to be your maximum self as a wide receiver catching passes in this offense. In the Bengal offense, oh my God, we're going 3 wide. It is bombs away. We're going to be in 45-point shootouts.
Yeah.
You know, meaning like 40 to 45-point shootouts every single week. Yeah. Spend top dollar on multiple receivers. Makes total sense. In this offense, like, you're just never going to do that.
Well, then what are you going to do coming up here? Because you can't.
Again, he's a good player. I want to make this clear. When healthy, he's a good player. But it's a different conversation when we talk about how much to give a guy.
And what are you going to do going forward now with the probably diminished Brandon Ayuk? We don't know if he's going to be back for the regular season or not. You hope he is, but if he's not,
where's his psyche at?
Probably not great.
No.
He tore up his knee.
I mean, does he want to rush back for this team if they don't move him in the offseason? Why would I want to rush back to play if this is all I'm hearing is negativity?
Well, no, I don't want to. If I'm getting dangled out there and you want to trade me, and I want to dictate where I want to potentially go in a trade, yeah, I'm going to try to do everything I can to just be healthy first and foremost. If I'm now auditioning for the rest of the league too, Joe Shasky, yeah, I'm not going to say milk it, but I'm going to be a little extra cautious with myself going forward. Yeah, I got paid, but now that I know you want me off my team, yeah, I'm going to audition for the Steelers again, the Patriots, whomever, and hopefully I show out on tape next year. And you know what? Maybe you decide to keep me then. But at that point, if the bridge has already been burned, you move off of me and you take me somewhere else. And that was where it got to the point of Deebo Samuel, where he was done. Now, Brandon Ayuk's a lot younger, but the injury changes everything with this. And that's why I kind of understand where TK was coming from, Tim Kawakami, when I led in the conversation talking about the Kyrie Irving injury in the Dallas Mavericks. Not that Brandon Ayuk's the same player and means the same as Kyrie to the Dallas Mavericks as he does the San Francisco 49ers, but everything's baked into it. They're cash strapped now over in Dallas.
Well, the
San Francisco 49ers, the credit card bill is due. The American Express, the Discover, whichever one, the MasterCard, it's all due right now. And you need to make up a lot of money. And you're not going to eat some stuff. And you know what? You're going to be having some top ramen maybe. You're going to be having some just spaghetti with no meatballs and just plain buttered noodles in the coming months. And we're not even getting eggs, Joe Shasky. They're too expensive. Not getting the eggs right now.
They're selling them as Lucy's eggs.
Yeah?
That's how bad things are right now.
Lucy's eggs.
You know, like a loose cigarette? They call them Lucy's?
Yes, thank you. They're selling them as Lucy's.
That's what I was telling you.
What are the cheapest ones? You can get the Pall Malls, right? You're getting those?
I never smoked cigarettes. I don't know.
There you go. You're not getting the menthols. I don't even think you can get those. You can't even get those anymore.
I hated it.
No, my brothers always smoked cigarettes.
It was disgusting.
On the way to back when you could be 18 and smoke cigarettes, you can't be 21 now, I think, in California. But my brother's...
Is he 21 now?
Yeah. My brother's a senior in high school, Ray, and I was a freshman. And every morning, like during January and February, I'd be sitting in the opposite seat, just be rolling down the window and just smoking cigarettes. I was like, dude, I'm so freaking cold. Are you kidding me right now? And then I've had enough. I'd literally walk into freshman year high school, my Spanish class, just smelling like cigarettes. Everyone thought I was just these bags under my eyes because freshman year, people thought I was just some sort of stoner smoking cigarettes. Just thanks, Ray. This is my reputation now because of you. So I say all that to say, what is the reputation of the 49ers right now? If they do get rid of Brandon Ayuk, what is the reputation of the Niners? How are they viewed around? If I'm a free agent right now looking at this whole thing, this situation in San Francisco, just a year ago, maybe I did want to come play for them because they were just in the Super Bowl. Now, I'm looking at the Eagles. I'm looking at the Commanders.
They don't have a lot of money in free agency to begin with if they're going to pay the quarterback.
Oh, no, they're not. They're not being big fish hunters.
If 1/4 of your salary today, 1/4 of your salary essentially is in dead cap money for this year.
Yeah.
You're kind of limited.
Yeah.
And you're going to have to rework the Kittle deal. You're going to have to kind of figure out what's going on the defensive line, offensive line. You know, who knows? The CMC thing, who knows?
I have zero expectations to Christian McCaffrey right now. Like, if you're expecting him to look like Christian McCaffrey of old, I have my doubts being he's going to be 29 years old at the start of next season with bilateral Achilles tendonitis. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Mike Florio, though, Pro Football Talk says this is the consequences of being a good team.
The question is, do you take big hits all at once and have a year where, okay, maybe we're not going to be as competitive, or we're going to hope that our young players who aren't making as much can produce, knowing that you're going to have to pay them at some point as well. But this is the price you pay for having a very good team. There will be guys who leave, and they leave behind that cap charge that ends up becoming an anchor on a team that otherwise hopes to stay in contention, stay relevant, get back to the playoffs, and hope that by the time they get there, these young players will have matured to the point that they can make big plays in big spots in playoff games. That's just part of the year-to-year reality of having a good team, a team that's been good for a sustained period of time. That's why it's so hard for teams to have that franchise that is relevant year in and year out.
Mike Florio yesterday on with us, Pro Football Talk. If you missed any of that interview, by the way, you can find it on YouTube or the free Odyssey app. Search 95.7 The Game on either of those platforms. Like and subscribe. Okay.
So that being said,
consequences of being a good team. Is it as simple as that?
Well, yeah, and some of the financial decisions have come home to roost, right? Like we were talking about the credit card bill being due. Like they put a lot, even though they guaranteed a lot of money, you can only spend so much, right? And so they put a lot on that card, and now the bill is due. And there is something to be said for just wiping the slate clean in 1 year. Like that actually, as negative as that may sound, you could still compete. Denver did that last year with Russell Wilson. I mean, that's literally what they did. This year, going into this year, now the cap, it goes from like $85 million. This year, it's $32 million for them on Russell Wilson. Okay, $32 million. But after that, they're in the clear. And they have $35 million in space to work with right now in the free agency situation. And that's without reworking some of their contracts and whatnot. So they made the playoffs after trading Russell Wilson and taking a huge cap hit.
Right.
This is what I think the Browns are going to try to do as well. I think they're going to take they're going to release Deshaun Watson, and I think they're going to take the cap hit all at once. And we're going to see if they can compete.
I mean, you draft a quarterback, right? Go draft a Cam Ward or Shador Sanders, probably going to be Cam Ward, and then you just take your chances. Again, if you trade Brandon Ayuk before June 1st, and it's sounding less and less likely that they're actually going to, but it would be an $18.4 million dead cap hit. If you just outright released him, which doesn't make any sense, to be quite frank.
No, you want to get something. If anyone was going to get released, it would have been Debo.
Well, yeah, and production-wise, too. You want to get something out of him next year just to see what you have in him, because if he does come back and he is solid and he's still a good player, maybe not a second-team All-Pro player, then you could go forward and saying, let's see if they could mend some bridges here, mend some fences. Not everything always has to be doom and gloom all the time. Although right now, we're talking about the vibes. But we've been talking about vibes a lot, just that word when it comes to Bay Area franchises. And the Warriors right now, the vibes are high. I know the Warriors and the Niners cannot be farther apart when it comes to vibes. The Niners, I'm trying to find some positivity to talk about here. And maybe it is when you sign Brock Purdy and maybe the deal isn't as crazy as everyone thinks. Like, okay, you know what? We got our quarterback. We got that stabilized. And maybe it happens early in this offseason to where it doesn't linger. And then the only thing you're worried about next year is, all right, Brandon Ayuk, how does he come back? How does he look? How does Brock Purdy and Ricky Pearsall, how do they elevate themselves in that tandem? Juwan Jennings, we'll figure out George Kittle, if he can come up to a new agreement, new contract, and then health, right? And then you got to nail the draft. So that's how you kind of spin everything forward. I think the only way you can spin anything forward in positivity is a contract with Brock Purdy getting done early now, Joe Shasky, and it being a team-friendly one. That's the only thing I feel I can spin forward to becoming positive next season. You're looking at me like there's no positivity at all.
No, I just think they're in a tough spot right now, man. I think the reality is right now, today, they're closer to a rebuild and than they are to like going to the NFC Championship game. And it sucks because then it tells me we missed another window, which it feels like we did.
Like, can I see a scenario?
How many teams have 8-9 year runs? We had a 5-year run that was almost unprecedented.
Again, but does the new run start because after this season you just take an L and maybe you're a fringe playoff team?
To me, it's like, okay, we have Diamonor. We'll see how many years Kittle's got left. We'll see how many years Warner's got left. You got Nick Bosa. You got your quarterback. And we've got a couple of nice offensive guards, or one offensive guard in Dominic Pooney. And we'll see where we're at with Pearsall. I think they need to kind of start thinking in that
which
way.
Makes this upcoming draft all the more important, probably the most significant draft in the Shanahan era, outside of the Trey Lance one, which, again, they lucked out. Not, you can say lucked, but they found a diamond in the rough in Brock Purdy that saved him from that debacle. So outside of that, I would say this is the most important draft that they have to absolutely nail, because we just saw a team in the Philadelphia Eagles who probably were more equipped than you were on the offensive line and in the receiving core, but even saying that, their secondary was god-awful, and that was the reason why they were never going to advance the season prior in the playoffs, because everyone was just picking them apart. Mike Evans and Chris Godwin and Baker Mayfield in line one. But they got Cooper DeJean and Quinyon Mitchell, and it changed everything. Changed everything for them.
Well, but they also had pieces in place that they crushed that were making nothing. Jalen Carter making nothing. Kobe Dean making nothing.
They get credit for that, though.
No doubt. And then Saquon getting $30 million guaranteed money in free agency is probably the best bargain in the sport.
They hit on guys. Again, Kobe Dean got hurt, and who'd they lean on after that? Oren Burks, of all people. I know, it sounds crazy. Made plays for them left and right.
Burks is the reason we didn't win the Super Bowl the year before, so good for them. He literally hit him and
trying to cover Travis Kelce.
Tayshaun Gibson.
There you go.
They were awful in coverage. Again, I mean, it's Kelce, for Christ's sake. Cover him. Jesus.
Well, and the Eagles figured out how to do that.
And the difference between the Eagles and the Niners, they had AJ Brown and Devontae under contract, ready to go. They had their quarterback under contract. Yes. They had an inexpensive offensive line outside of Lane Johnson.
That was stacked, too.
Yeah, it was. I mean, they're 7 deep.
And they give credit to that for all those draft picks that they had and invested in that offensive line.
They've spent their money a little better than us.
Mailata. Yeah.
They've spent their money a little better than us.
That's Howie Roseman again. That's just going back to the player personnel and who has the final say. And if we're giving Kyle Shanahan the final say on all these things, I would hope the guy that's actually at the combine and talking to all these players, John Lynch, I would hope his sway is a little bit even more so now than ever before, because I think this first round, it can go in any different direction. And I guess there's not really a wrong spot to pick because we've talked about it. You could see them going running back. You could see them going tight end. You could see them defensive line, offensive. Well, I can't really see them going offensive line.
What don't they need? Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
That's it right there. They need everything. But can you say that with every team? Outside of the quarterback, they don't need a quarterback. I'll say that right now. They don't need to draft a quarterback in the first round.
Yeah.
That is a big, like a lot of teams are saying
I'll give you that. That's actually a
they
good
don't
call.
need a quarterback. Or, do they need a kicker? I'm just saying.
TK, one of TK's answers was, he was talking about how he had said to Kyle Shanahan, well, it feels like you don't prioritize special teams and you don't care about it.
Could you care more?
Could you care more?
Yeah, and Shanahan got up mad at that. And it's kind of like, Kyle, the proof is in the pudding. You've said that you don't care much about special teams.
Well, he's also said specifically all he wants his special teams unit to do
is not mess up.
Which, when you ever tell someone, whether you're trying to motivate them or coach them, you know this. Telling someone not to mess up, what are they going to do?
Hey, don't hit that guy if you're ever on a tee box, right? hey, you see that guy on the left? Don't hit that guy. Don't hit that guy on the left. Where does your tee shot go?
Right there.
Right into that person.
There you go. It's so funny how that works. Like when you tell like you're going to teach LJ this going forward. Like the worst thing you do, like when I'm teaching young Benny, it's like, yeah, don't do this, Benny. No, tell them what they should be doing instead. Like, here's how you can succeed.
You should try
how you can not
as
fail.
hard as Mark Grandy does in knockout in everything that you do in life.
An enthusiasm unknown to mankind. An unbridled enthusiasm unknown to mankind. Who's got it better than us? Is that what Mark Grandy was saying after the end of yesterday and winning the knockout tournament?
He went back to back, Grandy.
And Grandy has won it again. There's also no one else that is sweating as well.
We'll see if we can find him here.
I think some minutes on their show. I want to talk to Guru on this show.
888-957-9570.
Is Guru here?
I hope we can find him. Real quick.
Tell me he didn't take the day off.
Oh, that actually. You can't take the day off after yesterday.
No, I got knocked out and I showed up.
Well, he had to do a whole show after doing it.
I went up and helped them.
You did. I saw that.
I legitimately felt like Goo needed a hug. So that's why I went up there and I gave him a hug.
That's good for you.
And I will defend Goo. Goo can play hoops. People are coming for the king right now, the Guru, the king, and the king of the court. But
I was going to say, is he still the king or is the king now stepped down? Now, I saw the king yesterday on the court. King of Bonta Hill, the king of Bear Sports Media.
Yeah. What was going on with your boy Adam and him? They were going at it on the floor? Adam who calls into the show?
Yeah, if Adam scores on you, you're in real trouble. Let's just put it that way. Oh, yeah. Bonta let him have the three.
I'm taller than Adam.
His face.
I'm taller than him. And Bonte's got like 6'2", 6'3". That can't happen.
Bonte's like 6'4".
Yeah,
Bonte's pretty tall.
Okay, that's what I'm saying.
He's pretty tall.
All right.
Yeah, Guru's tall. Like, we got a lot of tall guys in the station.
Guru just needs a sense of urgency. That's all. He doesn't have a sense of urgency in knockout, and it makes him lose every year.
Sleepy Johnson?
Sleepy Floyd?
That's what I was going with, Sleepy Johnson.
Well, Sleepy Floyd is actually known for, one of the great moments ever. I hate to say that, but Goo's
Mark
basketball...
Grandy is Superman.
That duck can fly. It's Mark Grandy, a graduate of the Oregon Ducks. Oh, God.
That's actually good.
That duck can fly, right? Do we find him, Sam Lubman?
Yeah, I found him. There. He's wrapping up prep for his show. He'll be in a minute.
There's nothing to prep for. Tell him to come in.
I'm sure Evan is not happy that we're taking him from him because they're doing their prep. Evan, shout out Evan, by the way, doing the play-by-play for the knockout tournament yesterday. It was a lot of fun. We got
Play
Fast
the
Five
Dibley
here.
sound one more time.
All right.
Like Steiny, Dibley got so happy the second Guru was knocked. As happy as he's ever been on 95.7.
Yeah, he missed the first free throw. Second free throw is up, in and out. And Guru, for his second consecutive season, has been eliminated.
Oh, boy. Oh, no.
Goo.
Could you care more?
Daryl the Guru Johnson has been eliminated. One and done.
That's me after hearing the Ayuk sound, the Ayuk news. What are we doing?
I'm out.
I mean, jeez Louise.
Nothing's going to top the I lost, I'm out, though.
I lost. I'm out.
Nothing's gonna touch that.
That's how I felt. I literally just threw the ball behind my back and I just walked off.
I'm still upset that you coming in here to the show this morning, the first thing you did was had to crap all over
everyone.
Mark Grandy going back to back. I got your back,
like
Mark
Debo
Grandy.
Samuel, when he lost in the NFC Championship game and he didn't feel like it was a fair fight, I'm pulling the exact same thing and I'm calling people out. And I'm ready, like Debo, to show up, what was it, week 13 in 2023, and have my cash this check on everyone's face moment.
In the regular season.
Yeah.
Okay, there you go. So it'd be a regular season moment for Joe Shasky.
They did end the Eagles' year that year.
They did.
That ended that.
They did. Until it didn't, until he came back. And then Debo's, and then you're going to be wearing a Mark Grandy jersey maybe next year when, negotiations come up. That's what, a Mark Grandy jersey. I'll get you a Oregon Duck and it'll say Grandy on the back basketball jersey.
What's the Nike guy's name?
That's a great question. The corporate guy?
Yeah, here he comes.
Nike,
come on in.
Nike CEO, Elliot Hill right now. Tim Cook? No, that was Apple.
No, wrong one. Hey, go. I've had your back all morning. There's so many haters out there. All right, they're happier to see you not succeed than they are to actually taste their own success.
Hold on, real quick. Let's hit fast five before we get Guru's thoughts on this. You got to get corporate here.
Could you care more?
All right, final thoughts of the show. We got Daryl the Guru Johnson in studio right now to react to the knockout tournament yesterday. And Goo, I didn't even see it happen, man. I didn't even see it happen.
Car accident.
Dude, that's what I'm
saying. But
saying.
you know, real quick, what hurts
is
it turned into a production for me, and I take full ownership. I had this cameras and all this stuff trying to throw the no excuses. But my bottom line is, can I kidnap you two and put you in the caddy and just go to the local 24 with me? You would be proud at my age how I can play. How can I not make a free throw? And then Grandy, I had the soft leather ball, and it was like we were in the prison yard. He goes, "We're not using that." And then I go, "Oh," and went back and got another ball. Like, how the hell is Grandy to tell me what ball I'm using,
I was defending you, but you can't.
How bad? What's the worst thing you heard about me?
What do you mean the worst thing?
Like when you said the haters out there.
They're just everywhere. These guys all like this guy over here.
Spadoni was swishing. I forgot to tell you.
Thank you.
Him and Willard.
Hitting nothing but the bottom of the net is not swishing.
No, that was the last time. That's high-level hating right there.
I saw it is.
That's high-level hating right there.
As I said, open the show.
At least you made some.
There's an... I'll put this out there and I'll see.
Go ahead, baby.
For the rest of my life, anyone at this station, anytime, any place, anywhere, whatever you want, we can do it.
I will do that because your foot was sore and you had to take Tylenol extra strength when you got in the car.
Ain't nothing wrong with it. We all need a little help. I'm the Bluetooth dude. Come on, man. Hey, but I'm just disappointed I didn't. It's a free throw, man.
It's okay.
It's not
when
real
you
basketball.
play 21 and you get to 20. That's what we do.
Yeah, but I've seen you play real basketball. You're a good player.
But the amount of my friends turning on me saying I embarrassed the city.
They're not friends then if they're turning on you like that.
Pictures of some of your friends, you look better than all of them. You tell them I said that.
Okay, wow, but all right, thanks for having me.
Hey, real quick. Kyrie.
We all lose, and I'm just saying this across the board, Spadoni. I'm really feeling some way about Kyrie because what if that were Steph? What if that were Jimmy? Like, we talk all this crap, and everybody's one bad tire from everything changing.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
We're literally a month ago, we were talking about the Mavericks saying, Luka and Kyrie still championship. And then we're saying the Warriors might blow it up. Look at a month later.
I don't like Nico Harrison, and for them to raise tickets, there's something about him, his hairline, everything. I don't like him, but I'm just telling you, something's foul in there.
My hairline's receding.
No, you look good, Butch.
I feel like it's like, like high tide, and then all of a sudden it's
I'll let you know. You're doing good.
Are we going to Turkey? Getting the hair transplants? They have the whole package over there. Let's go to Turkey. Come on.
Rogaine before I go to Turkey.
Let's go.
The only turkey I'm having is a turkey sandwich.
There you go. Shout out Guerra Market. Is that where it was?
Absolutely. Guerra's on 15th and Terraville. Best turkey sandwich in the city.
Sam, what you got?
He left the studio, but I want to give Guru some props, too, for leading off in the knockout tournament. That's not easy to do. being in that situation. The fact that he went for a second time for redemption, just because it didn't work out, doesn't mean, that's not a knock in my book. Respect to you, Guru, for taking that lead. You know what, Shasky? You as well. You took the lead in your heat. That's not easy, but as the host of the station, you guys stepped up. So shout out to both you and Guru for kind of taking that, even though it didn't go well. Doesn't knock you in my book.
Don't give him any compliments. He's just hating on everyone, including me. What's up, Carter?
Man, mine today is really simple. Waymo's dead to me, finally. Okay? I took a Waymo yesterday from the thing. I was woken up in the Waymo to a guy kicking the Waymo door in while I was in it. Yeah, kick the window or the side mirror.
Well, first off, don't go to sleep in a Waymo, first and foremost.
I was looking down at my phone. I was more, I was more awake in that way. Then this morning, just another incident. I get in, I lie across the seats as I always do to go to sleep in the Waymo for the last 20 minutes.
Stop going to sleep in the Waymos.
And the guy calls me in the Waymo and says, "Sir, you need to sit up." All this stuff. I'm out on Waymo. Completely out.
They called you?
They called me in the Waymo. First time it's ever happened. Totally pissed me off.
That's funny. So when we were in Hawaii,
I didn't know they could do that.
We were going down the inner, what is it called? The slide?
Sure.
And you're supposed to go feet first. And my cousin went flying face first, head first.
That's dangerous.
So we came up about and they go, security has contacted us. We're going to kick you out of the resort if you go face first again. Similar to what happened to you. And I was like, there's no way security is video watching
As
this.
I'm shelling out like $5,000 a night, they're going to do that?
Seriously.
Like, please, kick rocks.
It's like, dude, if I want
the wrong direction.
Yeah, dude. My cousin did like the Superman off the end of the slide. He almost hit the other end of the pool. Could have killed himself.
Shout out Goldfinger Superman. Great song. Tony Hawk Pro Skater 1. Am I right? That was Fast 5 brought to you by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all of your devices. My final thought was, to quote the great and future Hall of Famer Russell Westbrook, win, lose, or draw. Just have fun, everybody. Steiny and Goo next.
Great song on that, in the rear view, in my rear view.
Well, you just put some on your IG. It was a great song today that I got to go check out after the show.
Tiana Taylor with Method Man and Ghostface Killer.
Oh, I love all those
It's
three.
a throwback. Woo! Yeah, like me.
Well, yeah. We're going to leave yesterday behind, but I do want to sincerely thank everybody that came out to celebrate our second annual 95-7 The Game Knockout Challenge. Everyone who was there from Laughing Monk Brewery, Boxer and Gerson was out representing. Everyone had a great time. Even you, Goo.
Yeah, no, I had a lovely time. And what I realized, I know you said it's over, but I'll take 30 seconds, Evan. What I realized, what I was searching for yesterday was never going to actually happen. And what that is, Evan, in high school, I was on the bench. I played when, I wasn't a star like all my buddies. So I'm one of the older dudes that have gotten better as they gotten older. It means nothing. But, Evan, I wanted to show off and score 30, and the free throw wasn't going to give me that, although I don't know what happened on that putback. I even told Norm, I just blacked out. Oh, my God. So, Evan, it's over. We had fun. Shout out to Grandy, who, by the way, I went and watched the video.
Yeah.
Tell me if I'm hating. He kind of did the free throw like a jump shot. I don't like that. Is that me, or am I really Harry the hater right now?
I mean, last I checked, when you take a free throw, both your feet got to be on the floor.
So you saw it? Grandy, I love you.
I didn't notice it. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah.
Someone get the Dibs would have been on it.
Yeah.
Dibs, as the official of 95-7 The Game, would have been on that. But congratulations to Grandy, two-time knockout champ, Guru, eliminated. And, Goo, I realized the Warriors got a win last night. They moved into sixth place. First time they've had sole possession of six since December 16th.
Moving on up.
And they play tonight at 4:30. Warriors Live 3:30. Yeah, the Garden, MSG. We're going to talk a little bit about it, but I got to tell you, what's hitting me today, it's the gridiron. What's hitting me today is the fact that we're a week away from free agency in the NFL. And what's hitting me is what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers right now.
I love it, Evan, and I can smell it. Yeah, football's in the air. And you know what? I don't have those answers. But I told you and Shasky when he joined us yesterday, Evan, and I keep it real. I'm just looking at this Niner team after, I don't want to say after like it's over, but obviously last season didn't culminate in a playoff berth, and that was quite shocking, as we lived it every Sunday. But the bottom line is, where are they at? And maybe they don't know. But I know there's a to-do list. And, Evan, it's so huge, I'm just wondering, is it realistic for Niner fans to think that the front office, the FO, and everybody over there can actually check all the boxes to get them back in contention? Or maybe I'm wrong, they're closer by staying in contention by guys just being healthy. I don't know. But you need an edge rusher. You need enhancements to the O-line and D-line. You need a corner. Now you need a receiver. There's a lot. And then when's the Brock Purdy news going to break? When I thought this was, and I'm not saying it's late, but Evan, I thought this was what I was trying to do yesterday and didn't have success doing. You tell me forget about it. I can't. A layup.
The contract.
Yeah, the contract with Brock.
Well, I think the Niners would like to make it a layup, and I think they're sending out subtle hints that this summer is going to be different, that there's not going to be these long, drawn-out contract negotiations, that the idea of winning the deal or losing the deal is not a priority to a team that just went 6-11 and completely missed the postseason.
All right.
Right now, the Niners got to reset this thing, and I think the first step in that was trading Deebo Samuel. You and I talked about it a little bit yesterday, but I really want to flush this thing out because on the heels of the Deebo trade, 5th-round pick, they eat about $15 million in cap space. He goes to Washington. Now we're hearing Brandon Ayuk might be traded. Now we're hearing the San Francisco 49ers might be a team that come 2025 in the fall don't have either of their two wide receivers that helped them make the Super Bowl less than 2 years ago. That to me is whether it's true, whether it's realistic, whether it's even feasible, to me doesn't necessarily matter. What does matter is it's a possibility. And that's a very different sounding San Francisco 49ers team than the one that I'm accustomed to watching. And I wonder what fans feel about it. Because if I told you that Deebo, who's obviously no longer on the team, and Brandon Ayuk are no longer together, They're not on the team. Ayuk gets traded this offseason. Where does that leave the 49ers? What kind of team does that make them?
And, Evan, I love it. And I don't have that answer, but I'll take a crack at it. And also, too, the two guys you mentioned, one holds the boombox, if you're into that. And I'm talking about Deebo Samuel. He's done it for years, coming out there front line with Trent Williams. That was a staple. That was something that had me believing, the Niners were intimidating before the game even started. And Deebo would go out there and be Deebo from Friday and take it out on the opposing defenses. And then that got quiet. It kind of evaporated. And you look at his numbers and you wonder, who's to blame? But the bottom line, Evan, is they gave Deebo a contract I don't think he lived up to. Well, I can say it now. He didn't. You just went 15 rounds with Brandon Ayuk, and I just wonder, is there buyer's remorse now that he's obviously hurt and, he wasn't exactly lighting the world on fire? But your question to me is, my answer is, Evan, where did it go wrong? Has there been a seismic shift in the locker room where these personalities once, guys that were looked at among the team where everybody kind of latched on to them, did they do something different or did they change in regard to their personality in the locker room for them to possibly both be gone? Like, that's a shocker to me. Then when you talk about the replacement component or aspect of it, Evan, I have confidence, but just a couple years ago, we were talking about the Yak brothers. Now you're telling me the bar might be closed or the bartender's somewhere else? Like, that's shocking to me.
I don't know if the bar is closed, but it might be close to 2 o'clock. It might be close to closing.
Wow.
And I think the Niners are in a position where they have to do business differently. They have to do business differently. They have not been winners of any of these recent deals that they've made, and not because of the price point and not because of the years or the guaranteed dollars.
I'm waiting on where you're going here.
And all of the logistical factors that Parag Marathe and John Lynch are trying to sift through and see, here, can we get this? Who can we get for that? No, you've lost those deals because you lost last season, because you lost football games, because you rewarded players that didn't show up once they got paid. Trent Williams wasn't as good last season. Brandon Ayuk got hurt, unfortunately. Christian McCaffrey was barely on the field due to injury. All 3 of those players last offseason did not live up to the first year of their guaranteed deals. Even going back to Nick Bosa, he has not lived up to his deal so far as the highest paid non-quarterback in football. Deebo Samuel, the reason why he's traded or was traded is because he did not live up to the contract that the 49ers rewarded him after he had a sensational 2021 season. The Niners cannot be in the business of rewarding players for past performance. They have to figure out how to move forward with guys that are going to be positive parts of their future. And that's where I think they need to start doing business differently.
Wow. So we'll see. And they're up. Like you said, you got the black card in regard to the free agency. And if you want to do it that way and also through the draft. But, Evan, I keep using the word a big ask is because you got to have, we know now, just look at the Mavericks, just in sports, you need luck too. So I got to throw something at you. I know we're up against it here. Who in the hell could look at Brandon Ayuk right now and say that's somebody you want on his team when the medicals, Evan, obviously I don't have, access to him, but I'm just thinking he's not going to be available week 1. How attractive and what would one team expect to sign him in that deal, have him play about 4 or 5 games, and then say night-night to him? Would the Niners be that ruthless and do that? Do they got that much remorse on that contract? Because he didn't play, 17 bad games. He got hurt.
Well, he didn't play very well before he got hurt.
You're right.
Didn't have a training camp. Clearly wasn't working out as much as he should have been, or in the way that would get himself ready to hit the ground running once he got the money that he felt like he was deserved. All the money that everyone here wanted to pay him. And I was in that bandwagon too. Yeah. I felt like it was for now, it was for the future. And the 49ers, I think, do have buyer's remorse. But I'm going to expand on that on the other side because I want to answer that question. I want to get into that. If the 49ers come next season do not have Deebo Samuel and Brandon Ayuk, what does that make 49ers football? I understand they're still going to play games. The show must go on. But what does that look like? As a 49ers fan, do you feel good with that? Do you feel like that can't happen? Do you feel like that would signal that there is a reset impending for the 49ers. How are you feeling right now, a week away from free agency? That's why we're talking about this today. Franchise tags come down at 1 o'clock. The 49ers don't have franchise tags themselves to hand out, but it just signals this train is getting off the station. We are moving towards 2025. 888-957-9570 is the number. Daryl the Guru Johnson, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz here on Steiny and Guru. What's coming up in the game brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by Crystal Geyser Alpine Spring Water. You like this, Gil?
And I like risotto more for knowing to go find it.
DJ
That's what
Pasta.
you do. Yeah, looking in my rear view. That's yesterday. Looking in my rear view, E. We on the highway, baby.
Yeah, we're looking ahead right now.
Yeah.
We are looking ahead. And, you put good things into the air, Goo. I believe that the universe has a way of providing.
That is something I try to live by, Evan, especially when you have kids. It might not come back on you, but if you do wrong, what if it came back on baby Milan, D, and Donovan? No, yeah, but that's how I look at the world, the earth. Yeah.
Well, you better be careful then, Goo.
Yeah.
Yeah. You got a lot of Johnsons out there.
Devontae Adams, a Niner.
I was just going to say, when you start talking about how the football is heating up, I'm not lying. As of 6 minutes ago, Adam Schefter of ESPN, Jets are releasing wide receiver Devontae Adams, per source. It started. Free agency begins in a week. Devontae Adams is on the market. The San Francisco 49ers just traded Deebo Samuel to the Washington Commanders. I know it was to get off money, and I know Devontae Adams is now available because he makes too much money. And we're talking about, again, what would this look like if Ayuk gets traded, Deebo not being here? How does Devontae Adams enter the equation for you, Guru?
Listen, it's two things, and this is why I get kind of lightweight radio irritated when it comes to we need Cub Scouts and Gandhi in the locker rooms. You need talent. And if that's what you want to do, that's your prerogative, any team in any sport, Evan. But I know baggage comes with all the walks of life and personalities. My thing to you before I answer the question is, we talk about the NBA and everybody gets sick and they want to throw up in a plastic bag because the players got all the power. But has Devontae Adams' stock gone down because of what didn't happen when he went to Vegas? Then he goes to New York with the Jets, not putting it all on his doorstep, but the bottom line is he did not ball out. So, Evan, I'm looking at you with your wonderful California hat on this Tuesday morning. Where are you? Did any stock go down for you on Devontae Adams?
Yes. Well, to the point where you can't pay the guy $35 million.
Wow.
I mean, did Brandon Ayuk's stock go down last year? I know a lot of it was because of injury, but yes. I mean, Devontae Adams, we talked about it before the break. I think the 49ers got buyer's remorse. If they right now had the opportunity to take back the around $120 million, $30 million a year for Brandon, I think they would do it. I don't think that they would give him that contract.
But that's 99% of it because he's obviously had some injuries.
Even if he was hurt, I don't think they wanted to pay him that money.
But then
that's why I got strung out for so long.
Evan, I get that, but then I want that type of luck. Hey, Daryl, here's $1 million. We didn't want to give it to you, but we gave it to you. Evan, they had to feel like he was their receiver for the future and still is to a degree.
Brandon Ayuk?
Yeah. Because if they didn't want to give it to him, he wouldn't have got it.
See, I think the 49ers, Brandon Ayuk he's the last on this train. He's the last of the guys that is, for right now, going to get rewarded. I mean, look, in any business, in any industry, when you perform well or your company performs well, everyone gets bonuses. When the company does not perform well, that Christmas bonus is looking a little light.
Go ahead.
We might have to renegotiate that contract, come August. We might have to think about your role in this company. It's a results-based business, and the NFL stands for not for long. And Brandon Ayuk, I realize that the Niners might bounce right back and be in the postseason, and Ayuk down the stretch could be a big part of that. But as of right now, the Niners are in a position where they have to reevaluate, again, the way that they do business, because the way that I look at it, I'll say it again, they've lost their last 5 contract negotiations. Deebo Samuel, Nick Bosa, Christian McCaffrey, Trent Williams, B.A., they've lost them all.
Okay, why do you say that?
Because all of those players have performed worse after they got paid than before. That's why they have to start doing business differently. And if that means trying to go out and buy low on a player like Devontae Adams, I think that's absolutely on the table. They got to bring in fresh blood. And to your point, I think you hit the nail on the head. We talked about it yesterday a little bit, but I really want to flush this thing out. They need talent.
Man.
And Devontae Adams, if not anything else, is absolutely a talent.
And you put him with Kyle Shanahan, and I really believe he he would be back to what he was when we saw him in Green Bay and the likes of those measures when you look at his data, on his resume in regard to the numbers he's put up. But, Evan, I just got to double back because I'm not saying you're wrong. I just feel like you're being a bit unfair, or anybody out there, because when you ran off the 5 contracts at the time, Evan, everybody and my granny would have said, give Evan that money. He deserves it. So can it be a run of bad luck in regard to the bang they didn't get for their buck? But the science behind the football said give Bosa the bread. Also give Debo, because I was saying it. Oh, McCaffrey, you need something in the middle of the night? Here it comes. So what I'm saying to you, partner, is there's no crystal ball, Evan, to know if you're going to lose on said contract. And that's why I just feel like you could say all day, we're going to do it differently. But the bottom line is, do you want to pay Evan a certain amount of dollars because you think he's worth it? That's one component. But the other component is, what if you don't live up to it? Can we really double back on the team and be like, you guys are losing these contracts because the players aren't handling their business?
Well, you can believe me. You can believe you. I mean, everyone's got an opinion. The fact of the matter is the 49ers have started to do business differently. They traded Debo Samuel. They paid money to get off of Debo.
Wow.
They effectively paid $15 million for a 5th-round pick so that Debo Samuel is no longer in this football team.
Okay,
that's a
real
fact.
All right. So I love that, but don't tell me that Pepper situation that happened and him going on socials, as I like to say, saying I'm open, I'm not getting the ball for a subliminal reason or whatever. I love that the Niners said, okay, it's time for you to go. You can do that when you're balling out, but you're not balling out. And I tip my cap to the Niners for like, Evan, we're not putting up with that crap. So there you go there. But now talk to me, I'm just Niner fans, how do you go about replacing them? And if the sounder went off in a week or 2 days, whenever next Monday that they got Adams, now I'm like, oh, that makes sense. But I'm just wondering, and maybe the Niners are saying, you know what, Evan and Goo, he basically wasn't doing anything. It's not that big of an ass to replace him. We got it. Relax.
Well, that's why you drafted Ricky Pearsall. I don't think they expected it to happen this fast because, well, or maybe they did. Maybe they saw the downfall of Debo coming a year ago, and they felt the need to protect themselves. And obviously, Ricky Pearsall had his own misfortune that he went through last year. But now he's got to step up. He's got to step into a more prominent role. Juwan Jennings is looking like the number 1 wide receiver on kickoff on opening night for San Francisco. It's him and Ricky Pearsall.
Do you think that is by design? And do you think that's a good thing? And I love what Jennings has meant and has been, because Mr. Reliable. But Evan, when you tell me now he's going to be slotted in that one spot, I'm just asking you, on any given Sunday, shout out Jamie Foxx, is that how you drew it up at the chalkboard? And I want to say no, because the Niners thought they were going to get more for Debo, and obviously Ayuk was going to be that one.
I don't know if they expected to get more from Debo. I just think they were willing to take anything to get off of this contract. A couple 15, more details coming in on the Devontae Adams. Again, he's been released per Adam Schefter of ESPN. This is just a moment ago from Ian Rappaport at Rap Sheet of the NFL Network. While the assumption has been that Devontae Adams wants to play with Aaron Rodgers, and historically that's been the plan, Rappaport's understanding is the pull of being on the West Coast is very real.
Oh, my gosh.
If you're telling me that going into next season, I have Ricky Pearsall and Juwan Jennings, I don't feel very good about that wide receiver room.
I'm right behind you.
But if I have Devontae Adams, Ricky Pearsall, and Juwan Jennings, I feel very good about my wide receiver room. Yeah. And Brandon Ayuk is gravy in that situation.
No doubt about it. And I got the rice. I'm with you.
I think the Niners, I don't know if they're going to get Devontae, and I don't know how realistic it is.
Because the Rams and Chargers don't have a one receiver. You know what I mean? Like, if we're keeping it real, that would be a perfect spot for him.
But I also think that the Niners absolutely have to go out. Yeah. They have to go after Devontae Adams. If they don't, that'd be malpractice. Yeah. Based on what they just did. I mean, unless they're looking to tank this season, unless they're looking to, kind of reset everything, I don't know why you wouldn't. And I also don't know why you would look at this as being a reset or kind of a retooling season when you're going to pay your quarterback big money in approximately, maybe 8 days, when this free agency jumps off.
Wow.
When the new year begins.
Look at you. And I'll say this to that. So I'm assuming, Brock's going to get his new chicken, and technically, Evan, you've taken a weapon away from him. Now, it's easy for me to kind of prance on the grave of Debo being a Niner, and I appreciate everything he's done here in the Bay, but the bottom line is, regardless if it was bad Debo, lesser Debo, you need to find a replacement. And if you're telling me you would swap basically Debo for Davante Adams, your prototypical receiver with hands, and a ballerina at the line of scrimmage trying to get by DBs with slippery hips, Evan, that would be a match made in heaven. I don't know if you have this readily available. What's the cost of one Davante Adams?
Well, that's something that is in flux. I mean, the cost of Davante is, I don't know. I mean, it's not going to be $35 million. I mean, otherwise, I think a team would have traded for him. But that's why they released him, because they deemed him to be untradeable, and his dead cap hit wasn't actually as large as you might think. But that said, Davante Adams is a player that 5 straight 1,000-yard seasons, 6 Pro Bowls. I mean, his resume speaks for himself.
I thought he was once the best receiver in the league. Like, that's a compliment to him.
No, I think you can make the case that he was when he was paired with Aaron Rodgers. He was certainly a top 2 wide receiver. He was first-team All-Pro 3 straight seasons. He's a bad dude. And he's only 32 years old.
Man.
And
West
if the Niners are looking for a man-beater, if they're looking for a red zone target, a place that they really struggled last season, Davante Adams checks every box. And also, for those wondering what the fit might be, he's played in a LaFleur offense. It's very similar to Kyle Shanahan's. I don't think that fit is as far off as people have made it out to be.
Man. So, Evan, you're telling me, again, you keep talking about this real. Monday is the start of free agency, but if the Niners somehow could put on their team a guy at 32 years old who basically did nothing last year, it was just a mess. And I'll use the Heat as the Jimmy Butler example, but he didn't have that to that degree of drama. But man, I know he's yearning to remind the football world just how good he is. But if they could pull that off somehow, that would be a great start to a position that I think, you tell me if I'm wrong, Evan, keep Kittle out of this. He's a tight end. I believe the 49ers wide receiver position right now after this Debo move is hemorrhaging. It's unstable. It's unproven.
Outside of the offensive line, what's more what lacks depth at this point? It's probably the wide receiver room. 888-957-9570 is the number. Reacting to the news that Davante Adams is now available. He has been released by the New York Jets. He can seek a deal with any team he wants, and reports are that he wants to come west. Evan Infresteiny with Goo. Let's go out to Trevor in Rohnert Park. Wants to jump in on the conversation. Trevor, what's going on? Good morning.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good morning. I just finished my podcast talking about the same thing you guys were talking about. We need to slow our row a little bit on was the Debo trade good or bad. It was good because he wasn't living up to his contract. You guys were reiterating everything I was saying. He didn't live up to it, and getting his numbers off the books was absolutely a good thing because if you think about what happens if they release him, you lose more that way. So the trade was good. I didn't think there was much of an opportunity for a trade for him anyway, so it happened. It's no coincidence that we're looking at somebody like Davante Adams ready to come to the Niners when this happened. So I think the writing's on the wall. I would be surprised if the Niners didn't make a run at Adams. And one more thing I just want to say, because we're not talking about it a lot. I heard you mention Jennings a little bit. He's not a number one wide receiver, but he's a damn good wide receiver guy. Yeah. He picked up the slack last year. So I am totally happy with a Jennings and Davante Adams and Parcell wide receiver core. And where we need to really focus the attention on is the pass rush, because you mentioned it a little bit earlier. Nick Bosa is really not living up to that contract. And if we want to see more production on that line, number one thing we need to do is go get a pass rusher, and then we need to protect the quarterback. We need offensive linemen. Yeah. Everybody was hurt last year, guys. So just remember, it's an easier schedule this year, right? And they're going to be healthy. So we're going to see a better Niner team. It's not a rebuild. It's just a couple of moves away. And remember, like a month ago, we were listening to Myles Garrett say he wants to get traded. We got draft capital. We got things like, can you imagine if we added Adams and Myles Garrett? This conversation would be like, we're ready to go try and vie for another Super
It'd be
Bowl.
a party.
And those things could happen.
Well, appreciate the call, Trevor.
He's thinking big, but yeah.
And I think Devontae Adams is big, but Devontae Adams is also less of a, I don't want to say risk, but he's not as costly as Myles. Myles Garrett's under contract.
Oh, man.
The Browns said they're not going to trade him.
You would have to shake the earth.
Yeah, you would have to give up a lot for Myles Garrett. And I don't think the Niners are in a position to be giving up future first-round picks. I mean, one of the questions that I have is, like, if you could get a first-round pick for a Brandon Ayuk, would you do it? I think you'd do it in a heartbeat.
But, Evan, I got you. Go ahead. I'm cutting you off.
Oh, no. I was just going to say, but for Myles Garrett, I actually don't think that future first or something that I would give up for even a talent as ridiculous as Myles Garrett.
I'm sending 2, and I might send 3. I got to be as close to where that guy can change my whole defense. And technically, he's done that for Cleveland for a while. That's not been their problem. I know they beat the Steelers years ago, Big Ben's last playoff game. But the bottom line is, Evan, Trevor talked about the numbers. But what about the numbers on the field that hampered the Niners and enabled them to win games this year because of Debo's drop-off nobody saw? That's what this is about, Trevor, is, I get you, addition by subtraction, but how do you replace the good Debo and those numbers, Evan? That's the tall task for Lynch and company.
888-957-9570 is the number. No, you're right. I mean, look, I just, to me, right now, and what I meant earlier as well by doing business differently. I also forgot Javon Hargrave when I was talking about some of the deals that they've lost on. But it also means that they can't keep mortgaging the future. And I look at it, trying to acquire a talent as great as Myles Garrett. I'm not saying I don't want him on the team. He'd be a monster. But I think one of the other issues with the Niners season last year is they ran into being too top heavy. So to the point where if a guy had to miss a game or if someone goes down, there was just no one behind him that could step up. And when you acquire a player like Myles Garrett, you give up what I think what made the Niners such a ferocious defense during their 2 Super Bowl runs, really more the first one than the second, but their depth. And this is a team that is not very deep right now. That's why when you mentioned all the things that they need, that's a reflection of, well, Charvarius Ward leaves. Well, we got to go ahead and get a cornerback. All right, well, Dre Greenlaw might leave in free agency. Well, we got to go get a second linebacker.
Yeah.
Talanoa Hufanga might leave. Well, we're going to need safety help. The defensive line is already there's so many different holes because this is not a very deep roster right now. Man, and I think they got exposed by the injuries that unfortunately hit them last year. But it also revealed to us, and I think the Niners themselves, that you got to start doing some stuff differently, and that doesn't mean giving up depth to get top-tier players.
Wow. I'm not mad at anything you said. No, I'll just go Warriors here real quick, Evan, because I've been wrong. In 2022, I had no earthly idea that they could win the finals, the chip. They did. And I'm just looking at the Niners right now, Evan, and I'm sorry. Everything that you just described is standard. It's the nature of the beast, and I just feel like not they're over the hill, but when I get my gavel and just hit the desk, I just think about an era that is come and gone, and the Niners had 2 great opportunities with a whole hell of a lot of other winning to capitalize on an era that they built from the ground up. I think about it more. And Evan, they could win the Super Bowl this year if they hit it out the park in free agency in the draft. But I think that's highly unlikely. So what you talk about, the lack of depth, used to be one of their strong points. And that's why it hurts so much when you think about what could have been as close as they have been. Because, Evan, the reality is, and I'm sorry, I'm not here to sell doubt or hate. I'm being honest. That's my job. Right now, it looks like they're further than they have ever been in contention of winning it all here in the last 5 to 6 years.
Yeah, I think people are wondering, can they turn this thing from a 2020 to 2021? Right now is currently constructed. I think that's That's a little far-fetched. You know, that's going to be really difficult to do. And I know that we thought that going into 2021 as well, but they're a lot older than they were a few years back. And Kyle Shanahan is someone that people got questions about and potentially his future. Brock Purdy's got questions about him that they got to answer. So the Niners, look, and that's, again, they're a week away from free agency. They got decisions to make leading up in the course to the NFL draft, but they got to figure out how to get this thing back on the track. From the 925, Davante Adams only had down years with no quarterback, but still hitting 1,000 yards. Sounds like 925 is in. For the 415, Debo can't be replaced. The 49ers will look to draft a dual-threat explosive running back for those short yards. Yeah, speed is absolutely going to be a priority for the San Francisco 49ers.
Baldy told Bonta and Shasky the Niners look slow, just team-wide. Remember that? That happened last year.
They were. I think that's why they were not as great.
Evan, let's play a quick game. I know you don't know, and you might. I hadn't asked you because you get around. Tupac. I don't know you know Davante Adams personally, but I'm going to throw – I'm being real. Do you think Brock Purdy and his quarterback mannerisms are the type of quarterback that Davante would want to hitch his wagon to, per se, in regard to the arm strength and the mobility? I'm just throwing that out there. Or do you think that matters at this point for Davante?
I think what matters is who throws him the ball. And I think Brock Purdy, if Davante Adams is open, will throw him the ball. I mean, Brock Purdy, for all of his shortcomings, he's still, I think, a pretty good decision maker.
Well, I think that's his best attribute.
I think that's how he's made it, will make his money. So if Davante Adams is open, he's going to get him the ball. And right now, I think the biggest issue I have with the Niners wide receiver room, even with Ayuk pre-injury, was there weren't enough guys that could get separation. There just weren't guys that could get open outside of George Kittle.
Yeah, this felt like that happened overnight, Evan. Like, again, I'm not Cosell, the great Cosell that joins Willard and Dibbs, but after that Kansas City Super Bowl last year in Vegas, all people were whispering and talking about how the Niner receivers, Debo and Ayuk, a healthy Ayuk, couldn't get open, and I kind of wasn't buying that, but I'm like, nah, I look at that position like that's one of their best positions, and now you're telling me, Evan, it might be a thing of the past, but last thing about Ayuk is, Evan, who would really give he tore his ACL and MCL, who would give a one for the reclamation project of one Brandon Ayuk? I sure as hell wouldn't.
No, I don't think anybody would. Okay. I just threw it out there because I would seriously consider that. But I think there are teams, and that's why we can get into it as well later in the show. But to me, it's interesting that teams are sniffing around. And I think it's the same teams that were trying to work a trade
He's a young dude.
For him last year when all of this hoopla was going on.
Adam Peters was, now Debo's there.
DC, Pittsburgh.
Yeah. He didn't want to go. New England.
Houston needs Houston could use him. I mean, there are trade partners I think the Niners will be willing to do business with for Ayuk. But I also think more importantly, and this is kind of the bigger takeaway I have, like it's a message. It's a message to Brandon Ayuk, but it's also a message to everyone around the Niners that, again, the money train cannot continue to keep chugging along and you just pick up your paycheck when we're going 6-11. Yeah. That's not how this thing works.
I get that.
They had a down year.
I get
you don't get a Christmas bonus for missing the playoffs. In fact, you might get part of your paycheck taken.
Well, Purdy's about to get paid from that 6-11, but obviously that's
true.
That's because of the whole enchilada, though. That wouldn't be fair to just cite last year's 6-11.
That's true. No, that is true. All right, we got to hit a break here. But again, we are talking about the news of the day in the NFL is that Davante Adams is available. And the Niners have also made it known that after trading Debo Samuel, someone like Brandon Ayuk is available. What are you making of the San Francisco 49ers right now? Their wide receiver room. What decisions are most important for them to make? Is Adams a guy that you want? Is he signaling something about the Niners, the fact that they might be interested in him? How are you taking it right now? 888-957-9570. I see you, Mr. Jones. I see you, Trucker George. Hang on through the break. We'll get to you on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. Download the free Odyssey app. Check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Tune in for Warriors Live today. They take on the Knicks at 4:30. Warriors Live starts at 3:30, presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. The segment sponsored by Safeway. Pasta's just setting the mood today, Goo.
And you got to hear, because you know Method Man can flow.
Oh, yeah.
Him and Ghostface. So you'll text me because we got our music club, and you'll be like, Goo, that was a nice tune.
Well, yeah, last week it was the Joey Badass joint that I was showing to you. That one
had the caddy rumbling.
Yeah, that one in the caddy sounded a lot better than my headphones.
I screenshot Guru's Instagram story this morning.
Oh, yeah.
Knowing that I was going to play it.
Dude, that's we got a little relationship going, me and my guy Stevie.
I don't know if I like it. Pasta layoff.
Evan, then you hit me with a real quick J. Cole.
Oh,
a couple weeks ago.
One?
Yeah,
it was fine. Yeah. I'm a big Cole fan, but
me too.
Yeah, it was all right. It was all right. Look, and we could save that for later.
Yeah.
We got big news coming down. Yeah, we could save that for the podcast. the Pasta cast. Thanks, man. That's a 2. All right, Devontae Adams is available. The 49ers are a team that needs a wide receiver
badly.
Brandon Ayuk is hurt. Someone that they're taking calls about. And right now, I'm trying to just sift through everything that's going on with this team as they stand a week away from free agency. Franchise tags are coming down. T. Higgins, gone. He's back with Cincinnati. Sam Darnold, interestingly enough, not franchise tagged. He's going to be a free agent.
They're trying to work something out.
They are.
Allegedly.
Yeah, to try and keep him in Minnesota. And, of course, we're going to update you on any and all NFL news that comes down. A piece of Warriors news for tonight, Goo.
Give me some good news, damn it.
Well, I'm sorry. Steph Curry's questionable. Of course, he was limping a little bit, I think, into the hotel this morning.
Oh, wow.
So he's questionable tonight. Tweaked his right ankle last night in the win against Charlotte, which officially got the Warriors to 6th place. Gary Payton II is out with a nasal contusion. Took a shot last night.
I saw it. I thought he broke his nose,
Kuminga out. Everyone else cleared. That's from Anthony Slater.
Can I ask you, I know we'll get back to the Niners. A quick Kuminga question now that we know that, the ankle's kind of barking. Why would he be on the planes, Evan, for the swelling and all that stuff? Because I'm no doctor. I heard when you get on the plane and elevation, stuff can swell. I'm like, why would he be on that trip or maybe they didn't know he wasn't ready to go. But I'm just like, man, stay at the lab and keep that thing elevated, man.
That's one where I'm gonna text Rick Celebrini.
You went to Stanford, Evan?
I'm gonna text Seb. Yeah. No, I did not go to Stanford. That is a
Cardinal.
By the way, I was calling a game last night for Santa Clara. Real fast. We'll get back to the Niners.
Take your time, and do it right.
I was calling a baseball game for Santa Clara last night. Thank you, Pasta. And I'm a bad alum. There was a kid.
Oh boy.
Who transferred from my alma mater, played baseball at the same place that I played baseball at, Willamette University.
Okay, Evan,
he was hitting 7th for the Cal Bears. I had no clue who he was. I did not know a single note. I mean, obviously, I'd done my research, and when I looked, I said, Willamette University, wow, this kid at 412 his senior year. This guy has 17 home runs. This kid was pretty good. I knew a Hoffman. I played with a Hoffman. I did not know who he was. I had to admit on air.
You said that.
I had to admit on air. I'm a bad alum.
Did you admit it, That's half the battle then.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, everyone else, because everyone in the press box is like, who is this kid? What do you got on him? I'm like, I got nothing.
Wow.
I got absolutely nothing.
Yeah, but at least you admitted it.
I did. Yep. I did. All right, Mr. Jones has been hanging on patiently. Let's get out to the phone lines. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan for Steiny. Guru with you on a Tuesday. Mr. Jones, what's going on in the A? How are you?
What's up, fellas? 90 game, bang, bang, man.
There it is.
I'm hating to say it, but it kind of seems like reset mode right here. You know what I'm saying? Because we're gonna have to pay Purdy, and I love Purdy. You know what I'm saying? But just to be fair to him, we got to give him 50-55. Because just being disrespectful if he can't get less than Trevor Lawrence. You know what I'm saying? That's just being disrespectful as an organization to him. We're going to pay him less than Trevor Lawrence. Like, for real? Okay. Then, last year I wanted Devontae Adams, but y'all seen what I saw last year. I seen a digression. You playing with your buddy. Y'all did all this hooting and hollering last year, and y'all look like crap. You and your buddy. You know what I'm saying? Ayuk and Debo, I'm going to say the guys that I'm looking for if I'm John Lynch. For the cheap, I like Deontay Johnson. He looks just like Ayuk. He's young, he's healthy, he's experienced. Correct? We can get him for the cheap. Then we go in the draft. If I want another O-lineman because we got to get ready for Trent to get on up out of here. But we need speed, like we've been talking about at wide receiver. I don't know what happened to the kid, Danny Gray, that we had over there, but they never utilized him. But I don't know if we want to take Matthew Golden, but we need a kid that's 4.3 or better on the team. If he ain't 4.3 or better, he can't play for us right now. We got plenty of possession guys. You know what I'm saying? Do we bring Ward back? If we don't bring Ward back, do we go and get Asante Samuel Jr.? That's why I'm liking. You know what I'm saying? Just throwing this out here, too. Would y'all be cool with trading Bosa for Garrett and a couple of picks?
I would do it. That's just me. He asked Evan.
Mr. Jones, what if you had to give up picks to get off of Bosa? Because I think it would go that way.
Yeah, no, that's what he's saying.
Yeah, I'm cool with that.
Okay.
I'm a guy. I'm not tripping on first round picks if I can get Myles Garrett, bro.
I got you.
I'm with you.
Appreciate that, Mr. Jones. It's interesting.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, the idea of bringing in Myles Garrett to pair with Nick Bosa
is incredible. Yeah,
but trading player for player, I
hear you.
I think Garrett's obviously better,
and 2 ones to go along with that. It's like, what are you doing then?
Yeah, to me, if you were going to give up the ones, it would be to put both of those guys on opposite edges.
What do you think is up with Bosa? Let's just spend a second on him, Evan. I'm disappointed because I once called him Michael Strahan. I've seen him dominate, but I'm wondering, again, I am not Michael Strahan, but I just feel like he does the same move every time. Like, just from that vantage point, give me a plethora of moves, something. But Evan, if this is who he's going to be, it's Sunday and I'm done and I'll get home every now. Evan, what are we talking? Like, this is a very big deal. You talk about they're trying to do business differently. I ain't saying he's gotten a pass, but the volume's getting a little louder. But Evan, some would say, why the hell does Evan need help? And he's the dominant, the highest paid defensive player in the league. Like, where are you at on the Bosa scale of how big of a season this is for him if you get help or not?
Well, don't get me wrong. Bosa's still a very good player. I mean, let's not sugarcoat it.
I'm holding him to his standard he created.
He's one of the best edge rushers in football. When he was paid, he was the best edge rusher in football. And he's paid to be the best edge rusher in football. He has not been that since he's gotten his contract. Not the first year, not last year. And I'm not sure if you can expect him to reclaim that throne this upcoming season.
Oh, man.
Unfortunately, I just don't know what you do about it. I mean,
Robert Saleh, it's his job.
That's true. And I think that's a great point. If there's anyone that can get Nick Bosa to his former glory, I think it would be Robert Saleh. Having multiple coordinators, multiple years, Steve Wilkes, who's been a journeyman, has still always had a job, and then Sorensen, a first-time DC. I could see where Bosa may not be enthused about that, but I will say this. If you have Saleh, someone in your corner you believe in, you trust, that you've performed well with, you got no excuses now.
All right.
I mean, to me, that like going into this season, not that you're going to cut him or get rid of him, I think, because you're going to have to see out that contract, and he's still pretty young. But it's kind of like the same way that Debo came into camp last year saying, I'm in the best shape of my life.
Ooh, that hurt.
Well, it's like, okay, you got no excuses then. I mean, I think that's why they cut bait with him, in addition to maybe some of the off-the-field stuff.
I'm ready to go.
If this is really the best version of you, that we can't have it. And I think you have to expect the best version of Nick Bosa this upcoming season.
The man, Evan, it's imperative, and it'll be exciting. And like you said, and I brought up Robert Saleh, who knows him best, but it's just kind of funny. And I'm not saying Bosa's dip in production is solely predicated on this guy's name, but it's sports. The guys that don't have the glamorous name, but they're solid. And I'm going Armstead. And, guys like that, Evan, that, I think a lot of fans maybe take for granted. And you focus on, and I get it, and I do it on the Bosas of the world, but the other guys that help, they may not get that fanfare, and you just wonder how much that D-line as a whole is missing guys like Armstead, who I used to come in here and try to blame and, he needs to do more. And you just wonder, Evan, how much was Guru's success about being next to Evan? Things like that. We never look at it like that. Guru's the best. But nah, people are setting me up and put me in positions to win. And now you don't have that, and there's been a dip.
Let's get out to the Port of Oakland. Talk to Trucker George. Thanks for hanging on, Trucker. What's going on? Good morning, man.
Hey, how you guys doing?
Awesome.
Hey, organizationally speaking, I got to ask, our identity seems like it is went this way and that way. I'm not sure if we're a build through team and draft pick, like maybe an old Pittsburgh or a New England team. I'm not sure if we're a hiring free agent, kind of like Guru's Dallas squad, or, I'm not sure which one we are. Our inability to be able to sign our free agents, stuff like that, it just makes me question where this organization is going. And I don't know, did anybody question when Kyle Shanahan was at CMC's wedding and then he gets a contract immediately following? Anybody following the Bosa stuff and how our left guard, how he just basically held out to get more money just because? Did anybody ask these questions, philosophy questions about this team and how they're building and moving forward? It's just food for thought, guys. Going along exactly with what y'all were already saying. There's a lot of questions and not a whole lot of answers.
Yeah, no, I'm with you. I'm with you, Trucker George. Yeah, if I was going to ask you, Gu, or what's the Niners' spending philosophy right now, or maybe a more specific question: if they were coming off of this season, and Trent Williams wanted guaranteed money, Christian McCaffrey wanted guaranteed money, and Brandon Ayuk wanted a contract extension. Same situation as last summer, only you're not coming off the Super Bowl. You're coming off the 6-11 season. Do you think we see the same thing play out?
Wow, that's a great question. Now, I got to just double back real quick before I answer, Evan.
Yeah.
Did we still get to the Super Bowl the year before and almost win it?
Yes. So you would have been instead of the recent season, it would have been a season before.
No, it would be, I would take each player on an individual basis and see how they balled out. But to that caller's point, I'm just being so real, and I do it with myself every day, Evan. Everybody's being so reactionary. They're being so sometimey. They're now all of a sudden, Christian McCaffrey, we should have had the Niners pause and think about the bilateral tendonitis after he had a phenomenal year. And when that contract went down in the middle of the night, how many people really were on the other side of the street? And I'm not saying they would have been wrong to say, hey, that was kind of odd. What was up with that? That was the right thing to do. And they just got bit in the ass. And Evan, maybe they could have sent him. I tell Snotty this all the time. They could have sent him to Kaiser. We're going to give you this money, but we want a physical. No. And I feel like Trent Williams coming off an all-pro year. So, Evan, I'm being honest. I don't know their identity, but what I don't like coming out of Ninerville is what you led the show off with. And I'm not saying you're wrong because you're not saying it. We're going to do things differently. Well, you're 0-4. Like, don't do it for the right, reward the right people. And right now, Bosa's a big-ass question mark. And I'm what's the Wizard of Oz where you got to go get the courage, the lion? Like, I'm wondering how lit that fire is within him to where if he's starting to hear some noise, not you fell off, but, dude, you got to get to the quarterback. I don't care if you got Evan and Goo next to you. You got to get home. So hopefully that helps him. But, Evan, Brock Purdy's going to win this negotiation, right? Like, and I'm not, as a fan, I'm sure Niner fans are going to be like, identify him as the guy, and then it'll all work itself out. But telling me that you're going to tell the player, like Steiny was saying, the buck stops here. We're not going to give it to you, Evan. Well, yeah, you are, if you want to keep Brock to a degree.
Well, Brock Purdy, perhaps.
I know.
You mentioned the Lion. Well, the Niners, their front office is looking like the scarecrow. Like, they need a brain. They're looking like dummies right now. I mean, seriously, look at all the people that they've paid and the production that they've gotten for the money that they've spent. And they've spent that money to keep this thing intact.
Right.
Because they believed that this group, as constructed, could get to and win a Super Bowl. And we found out last season that they just simply broke down.
So how much of that, again, Evan, is on the organization? Didn't they spend the money? They made the right decisions because nobody saw McCaffrey missing 8 weeks. Nobody saw Ayuk tearing his MCL and I just feel from the track record standpoint, they got it right. Like, who would you not have paid?
Brandon Ayuk.
Now you hit me with that one. All right.
Brandon Ayuk. Right. Yeah. No, look,
I asked a question. You gave me that.
You could have said, no, we're not doing it this year. Trent Williams, I understand. Even Christian McCaffrey, the pure dollar figures weren't as high as the other two. But Brandon Ayuk is absolutely someone you could have said no.
All right, Evan.
And again, to me, it's going into this year, you have to do things differently, but it's also looking at, all right, the Niners, because results do matter. And I know things can flip quickly. And in a year from now, we could be talking about players that got to get rewarded. And it's not as if they haven't given out contracts, by the way. Diamondor Lenore got paid.
Go ahead. Yeah.
He's a young guy, but he performed. Even in a down season, Diamondor Lenore was really good this year. I know Brock Purdy wasn't as great as and prolific as he'd been his first 2.5 seasons, but he still performed last year. And he's someone who you expect to be able to perform in the future. I don't know if Brandon Ayuk is going to be as good as he was in 2022.
I would bet he's not.
I don't know. I would bet that Christian McCaffrey's no.
Evan. Wow.
I would bet that we have seen the best of Christian McCaffrey. That's why he wanted to get his guaranteed money. I believe that Trent Williams, Christian McCaffrey, and to some extent, BA is a little different because he's younger, but those three guys wanted to protect themselves from what could happen, which did.
Yeah,
they won.
Wow.
The Niners now, a year later, have to protect themselves from making deals like that again. That's what I mean by doing things differently.
Man, and Evan, you hit it out the park, but
it's a dirty business.
Outside of Brock Purdy, are there really, those big question marks with a Ayuk, a Debo, a Trent Williams? It kind of starts with Purdy, and then tell me if I'm looking at the Niner chessboard wrong. Evan, if you want to go the microwave route and get talent ASAP and not wait on a draft pick to go through his puberty or get fertilized, then you got to really be a player in free agency.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and H21 San Francisco, always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union.
Because that's the most real. I'm looking at these names in every position, at least, and again, you could go sign somebody in free agency and they could come in, get hurt, or just have a bad year. But I'd rather go that route if I really think we're close and last year was an anomaly, and you can do it because they're going to do it. All my draft choices, they'll be ready to go and up and running in week 1 against the Rams, and we're going to take it by storm. Like, you got to go that route, Evan, of we got to identify talent, and maybe Devontae Adams is part of that. Maybe he's not, but I expect the Niners to be players if they think they got action next year to get back.
I think they do have action. The question is, can you get back to being a legitimate contender? I think they're going to be in contention for the postseason. By virtue of their division, I think they're going to be in the mix.
And schedule.
But right now, going into next year, are you going to bet on them to jump the Rams?
No. And remember last year,
I'm not sure they'll be the betting favorite going into next year. No doubt. That's not something that we've said since literally 2020 and 2021. So if I'm the Niners, I feel good about my team. Could last year have been a fluke? Sure. But I want to do everything in my power to make sure that year does not happen again. And I think that means acquiring talent, doing things differently. And if I'm going to make a free agency wish list, at first, the caller brought it up. I think Asante Samuel Jr. was a nice find, potentially to replace Charvarius Ward. Throw that out now. Devontae Adams is available. He has leaped to the top of my free agency wish list. If I'm the 49ers and I'm looking around the board at a player that I legitimately can get that I don't have to now give anything up for, give me Tay. Bring him back to Palo Alto.
Tay. No, I love it, E. I love it. I'm with you. And it's exciting. And don't stop there. If you need an edge rusher and you find one that can help you, because let's be honest, I keep trying to paint the picture about, and it's nothing but flowers when I talk about this Niner run, since 2021, Evan, since the 19th Super Bowl. It's like a beautiful home. And then years later, you drive by and maybe the paint's starting to chip and the grass hasn't been cut and, the roof has a leak. That's what the Niners are dealing with. And it's like, do you have the necessary resources and handy men, not man, to get everything up and running and get that house back to being a glamorous house like it once was?
From the 650 guys, take a chill pill. 49ers just had a bad year, but they were still scoring 28 to 31 points per game. Sorensen was just not a good fit. Other teams are double-teaming Bosa. Once he gets help, they'll be fine. Saleh will be help big time. For the 415, doesn't sound to me like you believe Purdy can elevate a team. If you did, you'd be a lot less critical.
Well, what did we talked about that, you and I, off the air. Evan,
I mean, elevating who? Jacob Cowing and Ricky Pearsall. With all due respect, I think those are fine pieces. Juwan Jennings is a good wide receiver. If he's my number one wide receiver going into next year, no, I don't believe that Purdy is going to make that a top 5 offense. I don't.
Damn.
You're going to have to play well defensively to be in games. And as we've seen,
they couldn't stop the run at times.
They can. Yeah. I mean, look, I believe that Purdy is a really good quarterback. I don't believe that Brock Purdy is a great quarterback. And so I would like to make his job a lot easier, or as easy as possible.
Right.
That's not an indictment on him. If I can get talent, let me go do it. I mean, the Philadelphia Eagles ran to a Super Bowl. They had 2 stud wide receivers for Jalen Hurts.
That's crazy.
Just because you're a team that has Saquon Barkley doesn't mean you also don't try to acquire an A.J. Brown. You don't try to bring in Devontae Smith, pair him with Dallas Goedert and a good offensive line.
Well, that's why they stopped. They sold out. They made a choice, the Chiefs, to stop the run. They kind of did that.
Yeah,
but
they did.
Got beat in the air.
Exactly. You got to find different ways to beat teams. And I'm hoping they'll have a healthy McCaffrey next year.
So, Evan, help me real quick.
But they also need some wideouts.
Where did we go wrong in regard to deeming the Yak brothers, Mark Clayton and Mark Duper, back with Dan Marino? Like, when it's all said and done, and I know my man's injured, Ayuk, and Debo's kind of fallen off, where did we go wrong in regard to them being the dynamic duo for the next 5 years? Like
Debo and Ayuk?
Yeah. So Ayuk was struggling before he got hurt, but I never thought he wasn't that receiver that I'd seen him to be as he grew up here. And the only reason I'm going #random is you got me thinking about the possibility of Ayuk if he were somewhere else, but did McDuffie and company and the Chiefs and Spagnuolo shut Debo and Ayuk down on the biggest stage to where everybody went Jay-Z and took the blueprint? Like, how are we here when you talk about the Niner receivers? And just 3 years ago, Evan, I told Steiny we would fight. I'll put them up against anybody. The receivers, the skill position. And now, look, I feel like a fool.
Well, were you putting them up against anybody, or were you putting the Niners offense as a whole? Because to me, they were pieces of the offense. But, the Kittles and the McCaffreys, like those were...
Take you over the top.
Yeah, I mean, like Ayuk literally tweeted it himself. I'm the 4th option in a run-first offense. So if he's saying that he's the 4th option...
You want to get out. Why did you come back?
He's not the number 1. Well, he wanted to be paid.
Yeah,
he wanted to be paid. And he did get paid. He did. Yeah. All right. But again, I mean, I think that the priority right now to me is Devontae Adams. And we got people chiming in on our YouTube chat powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I see you, Pierce. The Niners odds are pretty good right now. 3rd best in the NFC behind the Lions as well as the Eagles, of course. So people still have faith in the 49ers. Do you? As currently constructed, was last year just a fluke? Do you feel like they have things that they need to address? Again, free agency is 1 week away. Devontae Adams was just released.
Come on now.
To me, he's leaped to the top of my free agent wish list.
And don't you owe Purdy something like that to throw to? Here I go, Owen, but using the word with pro athletes.
Well, we actually do have to.
You got to break that down. That was great.
The best sports talk debate words.
Dude, that is incredible.
Guru just used one of them. He just used one of them. And we made a list of them. We'll get to it at some point. Also, the Warriors, of course, take on the New York Knicks. Big one tonight at Madison Square Garden.
Let's go.
Nationally televised game. You can catch it all here on 95.7 The Game. Warriors live beginning at 3:30. All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. We're taking your calls, 888-957-9570. Where are the 49ers at? Franchise tag day away, a week away, I should say, from the free agency negotiating period. Things are moving. Things are percolating for the 49ers. And that's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. That segment sponsored by MB Jesse Painting.
I am not Michael Strahan. spender.
Well, I'll tell you.
Looking at me.
I'll tell you, he's buying drinks for everybody. Saquon Barkley.
He got paid?
Yeah.
Give it to me. Oh, Evan, seriously, this is going to break the bank. What did he get? Running backs matter.
He got the highest paid deal of any running back.
That's what I'm talking about.
In the history of football.
Oh, boy. Yeah. Lay it on me.
2 years, $41 million. 36 guaranteed.
You got to be kidding me.
You like that?
No, I don't like it. This is what I was talking about a year and a half ago about running backs don't matter, but they do. What? Debo makes more than that.
One omission. The first $20 million per year running back. So not the largest, total deal.
You could have added another zero onto that contract. That's how important he is to what Philly did. Dude, that sucks, man. And it's what do we do with Purdy? It's draftism. This is positionism. I'm sick of Barkley is worth way more than that, man.
Well, apparently not.
Dude, I really thought you were about to. Ain't nothing changed, D.
Well,
come on. You know the dude's worth way more than that.
He got a lot for a running back. It's pretty solid. 2,000 yards, 20 touchdowns, a Super Bowl.
Where's that put him on his own
$20
team?
$20 million. Here you go.
Fifth?
What? On his team?
Yeah. Yeah, on his team.
Probably a left guard on the Eagles making more than Saquon Barkley.
We got to get it. We got to fix it, man.
There's something wrong
here.
I'm
happy for him and is that his wife or soon-to-be wife?
Hey, who's the best player in the Super Bowl? Was he fifth?
Ooh, that's interesting.
23 carries, 56 yards.
No, it wasn't Barkley.
It'd be better.
But it was the attention that he garnered. That's why everybody else was able to do what they did. It was because of Barkley.
No, so when Steph goes 1 for 10, it's still about his gravity. He didn't have a bad
that's Jimmy
game.
Butler.
Jimmy Buckets.
Made a 3 yesterday, Evan. I thought it was
I thought I saw a comet. Shooting star. Jimmy Butler made a 3.
I go, how did that to myself? How did that ball go in? It was destined to hit the rim and bounce right back. It went whoop. And when you brought that up, I said, that's my dude.
That's an old man shot. Speaking of old men, happy birthday to Draymond Green. Turned 35 today. Turned 35 today. Yes,
Kevin
he did.
Durant.
Now they're all officially old because they're all 35 or older.
Nah.
He's too old.
What do you do when you got a game and you're in the pros and you're
in New York City?
No doubt about it. So it could have started last night. I'm just curious. And do you deserve, if you're a professional, Evan, we'll go have a couple pops. We won't do too much. Get up early, run, sweat it out. Like Jordan used to go all night. If Twitter was around and IG for Jordan, that is when he wouldn't have been Jordan. He would have been a react. Mike used to go drop 40 and gamble and smoke all night.
I hear those wine hangovers hit different when you turn 35. I'm just saying. A little too much sugar. Hangovers hit a little harder.
Now, Evan, I need
calf issues.
You've been great. I need you.
Well, we got a couple more days together.
We do. I came in today and I'd washed everything about the stench and the residue about yesterday, and we're talking football, and we weren't going to bring up my failure yesterday. But can I just read this text message to you?
Yeah, of course.
What happened with the hoops yesterday, man? Question mark, smile face. We still got to get in pickup games together at some point. I'll let you guess who's that. And this one, that hurt.
So someone texts you and says, what the hell happened yesterday? And then asks.
Well, no hell, just what happened with the hoops yesterday so they saw it.
Well, for some, it was looking like hell. But
slow down.
But then he asked you if you want to play pickup?
Yeah.
Who was that? I don't know, Shasky?
No, Myers. That was Myers.
Oh, it was Bob?
Yeah, now I'm embarrassed. It was just a free throw, but I still can hoop, Evan. I'm going to stop. But that wasn't full court. Now, if you saw me play full court, you'd be like, Goo, let me talk to you. Hang him up. That's different. But people are misconstruing a missed free throw, which almost went in by the blue.
We can't play that game.
Okay.
By the way, did you send Myers the picture of the two greatest from his alma mater? He went to UCLA. You got to send him that picture. Followed by the social media post.
And then the boss responds, whatever I said to him didn't work. I didn't like that. Saw before I went to bed last night the picture of him and I. Anyway, back to the Niners.
Let me look at Bob Myers' free throw shooting percentage in college. You better be 80.
Yeah.
Talking to Goo like that. All right, let's go to Leroy in Oakland.
Our man.
Wants to get into the San Francisco 49ers. 888-957-9570. Evan and Versteini with Goo. Leroy, what's up, my man? How we doing?
Hey, what's up, Evan? What's up, Goo?
Yeah.
Hey, don't worry about that, Goo. You all good, man.
All right, baby. Hey, and you know what? It was a free throw. It almost went in. I'm going to just keep moving. Go ahead, baby.
Absolutely. So, I was just thinking, first off, Goo, you appreciate this. I heard you mumbling The Bartender by T-Pain. You know he got that from the Gilligan's Island theme. Go back and look at the Gilligan's Island theme.
No way, Leroy.
Listen to that song.
No way.
It's incredible. The hook and everything.
BP.
Drunk.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
But anyway, let me get to my point. So Bosa, I'm Evan, and you'll like this. I'm liking Bosa to the Golden State Warriors before they got Jimmy Butler. The Beatles.
Oh.
Help. Help. And once they got help, voila. Bosa needs some help. And Goo, we got history. I always said when they got rid of DeForest Buckner, they got rid of the wrong dude.
Wow,
that
man.
dude should have been Armstead, right, for me. But anyway, so he's going to need some help on that line, man. If you got to draft one, I think you do. I like Fadil Diggs out of Syracuse. Evan, go back and look at Fadil Diggs out of Syracuse, man. He's an awesome pass rusher. If you got to get a free agent, Khalil Mack's out there. Calais Campbell is out there. His guys out there. But he just needs some help. So, if he gets a little help, I think Bosa will be unleashed. But he can't do it by himself.
So
man.
Leroy, real quick.
And triple teaming.
Hey, Leroy, so do you think I'm being, or anybody like me, are being too hard on Bosa? Like saying, forget some help. You are the help. Go get the quarterback. You're saying, relax. He needs other people. If I'm hearing you correctly,
He needs other people. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, he needs another stud or somebody just gonna get after it. Gonna be that dog. You know what I mean?
I got you, Leroy. Yeah, I mean, I
where
think,
are you at on that, Evan? Good call, man.
I mean, I guess I look at it like the entire line needs help.
Okay.
It's not just about making sure that Bosa gets his stats and is performing well. He's obviously the best player on the defensive line. I think Fred Warner's the best player on their defense.
No doubt. Wow. Okay.
But the D line is, it's not as strong certainly as it used to be. There's no doubt about that. Leroy's on target.
Hassan Reddick, Evan, if that interests you, Josh Sweat, Khalil Mack, as he mentioned, Chase Young, bring him back, DeMarcus Lawrence from Dallas. So, I mean, I honestly feel like the Niners believe last year was a one-off. But when I look in the trenches and just look at the lack of depth, as you pointed out to start the show with the team, then I get more concerned, Evan, to where do you really want to go that route of thinking you can, put Gorilla Glue and duct tape on it and get by. So it'll be interesting to see how the Niners, what they do and how they try to improve their team, because now it's not Steiny's one of his favorite phrases. He doesn't even know I give him this moniker, Evan, moves around the edges. They need stuff in the trenches.
They do.
Both lines.
By the way,
what we got?
If Bob is listening, I'm looking right here. I see 60% at the free throw line. I don't know how many attempts that was.
60.
Now, to be fair, you're 0 for 2, but Myers.
Now I'm an F. You're right.
Well,
wow.
But it's not as if Curry called in and said make a free throw. That's all I'm saying. Right. That's all I'm saying.
Bob, that's Evan. That's your boy.
No, I got to stick up for my guy, Bob.
I love it.
If you're listening.
UCLA, big win last night. My neighbors had him against Northwestern. Yeah, they got too big. Nothing on the vine from you guys. I like the UCLA got too big.
Well, like I said, I was working last night.
Oh, my bad.
Calling the game for.
I won't lie and say I was listening.
Member of my alma mater, who I don't know.
That'll never happen to you again. I could see it in your eyes. It bothers you.
What?
That you didn't know about your guy. Like you pride yourself on knowing all that. But you admit it is what I love. Like, it won't happen again.
No, it will happen again. I'm a bad alum. When I see 503, the area code from Salem, Oregon, I just hit voicemail.
Wow.
Because they want money or they want something from me, and I don't have anything to offer right now. Not yet, Steve. Not yet. Could be money time for a couple players, though. Maybe for other teams. This was from Adam Schefter on ESPN earlier today about the San Francisco 49ers. And look, They have the third best odds right now to run the NFC. They have the sixth best odds overall to win the Super Bowl.
So they're getting the benefit of the doubt.
From Vegas, at least.
Right.
I don't know if that's the kind of team that I want to hear this messaging from, because it sounds like everyone's on the table.
Well, again, I think that the 49ers in their particular financial situation are open to listening on just about anybody, right? And so if there's a team out there that is willing to take on the Brandon Ayuk contract with him coming off the torn ACL, I'm sure they would listen, absolutely. But again, you've got to find a team that's willing to take on the player with the injury, with the contract. That's not a simple thing to do. Look, if there's no knee injury, it's a simple deal. But because there's a knee injury, because he may miss the first half of next season, and there are questions about, when he'll get back next year, there are a whole host of pending issues. But the Niners, again, for them to play in the free agency sandbox, they're going to have to find ways to clear out salary, whether that's through Brandon Ayuk or Jordan Mason or any other player that they don't bring back or let go. They have to find ways to get money to help field the kind of roster that they want. So if an offer comes in on Brandon Ayuk and there's a team out there that's willing to take on that particular situation, I'm sure they would be open to listening to it.
So many thoughts. Can I share with you one that really sticks out?
We got time.
Thank you. How are you a contender, but it sounds like an oxymoron to me, a football version of it. How are you a contender, but then on the flip side, we'll listen to everybody? Now, that's not how contenders do it, Evan. You know what I'm saying? If you're in it to win it, you ain't to fielding calls on your prized possessions.
Well, that's why I set it up as, if the Niners really are, say, like the third most favored team in the NFC, and maybe it's because they got a fourth place schedule and people thinking it's just due to injuries last year. Like, if that's the case, well, then why are they taking calls on their quote-unquote number one receiver?
And do you believe that?
Yes, I do. I do believe that they're taking calls on Ayuk. And I think it's more to send a message to Brandon Ayuk than it is actually to trade him.
And what would that be? Because I feel like he's got his money. None's being returned. You could trade me, but I won that tussle. But what would the message be that you talk about before I interrupted you?
Well, no, I would just say you might have won the battle, but remember, we're the team. Like, we're going to win the war. If we really don't want you here, we will trade you. And I think they just demonstrated they're willing to do that and eat the money by trading Deebo Samuel to Washington. Now, BA is a better player at this stage in his career, and when he comes back from injury, you're expecting him to be that. But I don't know when that is. Like, the double whammy of the ACL is that it's not just you lose last year. You're going to lose not only most of this season, but I can't expect it for him to be at his best.
How can you?
Even when he returns. And so, with free agency happening, if there's some way that I could save money by getting off of Brandon Ayuk's contract, bring in Devontae Adams, and have him essentially replace BA under a shorter deal, I would try to do that because I think it would help the Niners in the immediate. It would give them the best chance to win now. And I think it would also help them do something that they regret, which was giving Brandon Ayuk a 4-year deal in the first place.
Yeah, no doubt.
I think they regret that contract.
Yeah, Evan, and, again, we all hate to see him get hurt, but the double whammy is just from a football, if healthy standpoint, he wasn't lighting it on fire. Now you regret it. And then on top of that, you got not an ACL, you got an MCL. So I hear you talking. And, Evan, I'm getting excited again like we always do each year for –
What would it take for you, Goo, to trade Brandon Ayuk? I don't think the Niners will end up doing it. But what would it take for you?
If you're telling me you're right, and I'm going off of Evan Giddings' intel, that there's bad blood and they regret that contract – so the Niners want to clear out all the toxins per se and all the, everything that he did that maybe they thought, now they think differently of, Evan. I just don't see how you could get more than a third for Brandon Ayuk right now. I don't even think you could get – I wouldn't give ACL and MCL. So What are we doing, Evan? Who is that attractive to with that amount of money that he's making?
No, and I think that's what's going to end up being the hang-up. It's not that the Niners.
Okay, I believe they're there.
Deem him to be untouchable because clearly he's not.
You made him almost.
But he's more valuable to you than he is a second or third round pick.
You would be a fool to pick up that tab with the current
another
state
team.
Yeah.
You're saying the Niners?
Yeah, with another team with the ACL and MCL. Like, what do you think you're getting along with that bill?
Well, I think you're betting on the future. I mean, like. I don't know.
That's what I think is cloudy for him at best.
Yeah, but he's still, 26? I mean, he's still relatively young.
Is he now physically 29 or 30?
Well, perhaps, but wide receivers, I know Debo bucks this trend, but I think that's more of his style of play. I mean, wide receivers are still productive into their 30s. So, and to be fair, you still have Ayuk for 2 years, even after this one, under contract. So, 925, that's not very nice. Triple whammy. Ayuk wasn't even good before he got injured. Yeah, that's true. And I think the contract negotiation had a big reason to do with that. To me, it's also good. It's like, why are these kinds of decisions on the table? Because the team was unsuccessful last year. Because, again, to go back to my overarching point, they have to start doing business differently. And I think that BA is a player that's in the crosshairs now because he was never as valuable as the price tag that got put on him. Like last year, we did a whole different hierarchy. We did a lot of shows about, who's most important to the offense and what guy needs the ball and who's Brock Purdy's best friend. Right. Went down the list. And I feel like BA was always, fourth or fifth. Sometimes Deebo Samuel might have been higher than him. But Trent, Christian, those players make sense.
I got you.
And you might not even get the best from them. So Brandon Ayuk is, he's a solid wide receiver. I'm not trying to take anything away from him. I think he's good. But if he's your best wide receiver, I think your offense has limits.
And now, with that said, Evan,
or if he's your number one offensive player, your offense has limits.
And now it's, to me, what's scary if I'm a Niner fan about that assessment by you is, I mean, how close or will he ever be what he was physically, before the injury? That's what's scary. You know what I mean? So he got that security, Evan, but if you really wanted to go cutthroat, just like Brock Purdy, we talked about it early, is there any football team or ownership that would tell Brock Purdy, get your ass out there. We don't care if you hold out. You want to hold out, but you're going to play this contract out. Do you think those type of front offices exist anymore in sports?
The cutthroat ones?
Yeah, that would tell Brock Purdy, we're not doing nothing now. You can hold out, do whatever you're doing. We ain't giving you a dime. And the only reason I bring that up is the Niners could play that card if they wanted to. But there's all kind of other stuff that comes with that for the people like us, maybe other players. I don't know. But that, to me, Evan, is what you were talking about early. If the Niners are really tired of getting beat over the head or feel like they paid guys and didn't get a bang for their buck, wouldn't that transform the front office into saying something like that if they truly are hesitant on giving Brock, let's see another year? And hopefully he wouldn't hold out, but I'm just asking you, does ownership like that exist anymore in the NFL?
Well, it's funny you mention that because Adam Schefter was also asked on ESPN about the Purdy contract negotiations. We, I think, just assume they're going swimmingly. Let's take a peek.
The Niners, if they don't sign Brock Purdy this offseason, and here's a team that really is up against it financially, if they don't sign him, and Brock Purdy obviously is going to want to get a deal done, and the Niners would want to get a deal done. But the issue is he's scheduled to make $5.1 million this season. He then could be tagged after next season for $41 million. He could be tagged the season after that for $51 million. So if you don't get a deal done with Brock Purdy, and you're the Niners, and again, this would not be what Brock Purdy would want, I would imagine. Certainly not what his agent would want. He would play for $5 million this year, $41 next year, $51 the year after. You're talking about $97+ million over the next 3 years, which for most people would be incredible money, but not for a quarterback. who's waiting to get paid. And so the Niners have a bit of a cap issue, cash issue. And so they can't put Brock Purdy necessarily where he might be. They can go to a certain level. They'd want to pay him, but it's not going to be, I would imagine, quite as high as most people think.
Wow.
Yeah, that's a double wow. And it's a triple wow when, Evan, you say, Goo, what did this year 6-11 mean to you from the Brock Purdy scoreboard? He had 100 on his test. He was perfect. Then now I'm at 82, Evan, and I think my things slide. Like I don't have the confidence moving forward. But when you tell me that I actually have one more year to see Evan go out there and play 17 games, hopefully, then I would feel better about my decision on what we'd give him if that were 60, 50, or whatever it was. That makes all the sense in the world. But to now be coming off a 6-11 season, forget who's responsible and what did Brock do to this and that. Evan, it's just kind of weird that we're headed down another road of, because of the theatrics from a franchise standpoint, we don't want to look cheap or not deem looking out for our players. We're going to have to give a guy a bag. And there's a part of me now, Evan, that feels like the front office might not want to give him the bag like that yet, but to appease everybody and make it look like, kumbaya, here you go, Evan, because we're not going to have you play on $5 million.
Well,
that's not a good look for us.
I don't think it is, but this is the test. If
this is the test.
If the 49ers are a cutthroat organization like you want them to be, they would tell Brock Purdy to play on the final year of his deal, and we're going to franchise tag.
Man,
I guess I don't believe that they are. I also think that they do believe in Brock Purdy enough to reward him. But this messaging it's very interesting, and because we haven't really heard a lot of this. I think from a lot of local people, right? It's been, well, the Niners could give him this, or they don't have to give him the full amount, and the market's the market, but it doesn't mean it's Brock's market. Go get it elsewhere. But I feel like from the national media, there hasn't been a whole lot of, well, there's actually some options the Niners could take. And one of those is playing hardball with Brock.
Man, MLB.
I'm filing that under a receipt of, this thing could get spicy this offseason, and it might not just be straightforward.
No, Evan, I love that. Spicy is the word. It's like how I like my sauces, but I'm with you.
Because the other part he mentioned to me, I gotta take a look during the break. He mentioned how the Niners don't have a lot of cap space. And I know that I think they've freed up a decent amount this season, even with biting the bullet on Debo.
They got $43 million or somewhere around there.
Yeah, but again, if you're looking at future cap space, I think that's where he's talking about. So again, I got to do some digging during the commercial break. 888-957-9570. When you hear Adam Schefter talk about alternative options with Brock Purdy, when you hear him talk about them trading Brandon Ayuk or everyone being available, where is that messaging coming from, number one, and what does it indicate to you? 888-957-9570 is the number. I see you, Big Smooth, on the other side. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz alongside Daryl the Guru Johnson. We got to step aside here. All right, download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. This segment was sponsored by Crystal Geyser, Alpine Spring Water. Camera go. Good. You like country, Goo?
Nah, but I like Gilligan's Island, and Risotto's at it again. Because Leroy called Gilligan's Island and T-Pain, made the correlation. Listen to that. I could hear it.
Hey, if Leroy says it, it must be true.
There you go.
We got the smartest listeners in the Bay Area.
Leroy always knows who he wants in the draft. He'll have names for you. I love it.
Dude, he's got more knowledge than... Yeah, like Sterling Bennett, some of these draftologists we got here at 95.7 The Game. People getting in the weeds during draft season.
All right, let me throw something at you right now, mouth. I'm going Steiny.
Hey, watch your tone.
First position the Niners with the 11th pick address.
Defensive line.
Yeah, I'm with you. That's which way I'm going.
I still don't think
that out the park.
I still don't think they take an O lineman in the first round. Maybe,
I just hate when they start telling me nobody was worthy. Like, okay, you got to try, man.
Well, Xavier was.
That's a 9. And I don't think I've given a 9 out before. Xavier Worthy.
The position they should not draft.
Wow.
But then again, because the boss threw this by me earlier, we were talking about...
When? Before I got in?
Before you got here. I didn't want to go there.
But come on.
No, look, I get here early. House sitting for Steiny. Everything's okay.
How's that going?
Oh, his dog's beautiful.
Okay.
Yeah, his dog's real nice. The cat's taking a liking to me.
Where you sleeping? The couch?
Animals like me.
I'm random. I'm sorry.
Anywhere I want.
Oh, okay. Be careful.
If we're being honest. Steiny, I hope you're not listening. Everything's fine.
My man.
You're worthless.
He's got cameras. I can't do anything. But the boss and I were talking before the show about how if Ayuk leaves, all right, you got Debo gone, Ayuk gone, big pieces of the
clunks,
the fabric,
yes,
not here anymore. Like, what are they going to look like?
Yes.
It just got me thinking, like, how quickly are some fans, just based on the results of the season, like, willing to just move hell and earth to get off people? Because I asked you, like, what would it take to trade Brandon Ayuk, right? For me, I think it would have to be a first-round pick. Maybe a high second. But I don't think the Niners are going to do it because I don't think anybody's offering anything better than a third.
All right, there we go.
No one's going to trade for damaged goods. Right. I think people got to see it first. And there is also a lane to where Ayuk could help you on the back half of the season. I just am not comfortable going into a year with a wide receiver room of just Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, and Jacob Cowing.
And I'll say this, Evan, and I love all the guys you just mentioned. And I respect them because they can do things the average bear and myself cannot do on a football field. But if you're telling me that's what that room is, Evan, then that's a position of weakness. And you got to get better. And you're coming off a 6-11 season, and I know it's kind of fashionable right now to say, oh, it's just injury, we'll get him next year. I mean, Evan, allow me to introduce this to the jury. I mean, you are 6-11. How dare the Niners look at their schedule and say, oh, we play them. We play them. It's slowly progressing to where you're becoming them because you didn't make the playoffs. So I'll leave that there. But what Debo meant to this team, I think you wore out his welcome. I think guys were whispering behind his back. That's just me, Evan. You didn't ask about that Pepper situation. Then when he went to Twitter, I knew the end was coming, I believe. So that's an addition by subtraction. But now you're telling me if something were to pop off with Ayuk and he were not to be here, then that is the end of an era that was led by the Yak brothers on that front at that position. But then what about Greenlaw? Evan, I'm telling you, if I ever had to open a window and throw money out of it, and I've done it before, doing a lot of different things.
Excuse me?
I would take a chance on Greenlaw being healthy and pay him. Because I know for a fact, and you're going to call me a fool, that first half Thursday night at home against the Rams, that defense looked like the old defense. The first half or the first few series against Miami on the road, Greenlaw was out there, and it looked like Evan, I would roll the dice on that. Do you think they're going to say night-night to Greenlaw? Because if it is night-night, then defensively, Fred Warner is going to do what he tried to do, Clark Kent, Superman. But one man, as Bosa's proven, is not enough.
No, but Well, I think Greenlaw also might price himself out. If you're the Niners, we'll get back to this sound in a moment because I really got to, again, listen to it. And I want people to digest what Adam Schefter is talking about with the Niners cap situation. It's in relation to Brock Purdy, but it obviously applies to the rest of those positions. If you wanted to bring Hufanga back, if you wanted to bring Charvarius Ward back, if you wanted to bring Dre Greenlaw back, those are all calculations the Niners have to make that are under the umbrella of, well, what are we going to pay, or if we're going to pay our quarterback.
Wow, man.
But Greenlaw is, he's a great player. But this is another thing too that when John Lynch talked about Debo and them honoring his trade request before they dealt him, he mentioned something about like getting faster, getting younger. I think also a part of that is not being as reliant on players that are injury risks. I mean, if I'm going into next season, I'm hoping with Dre Greenlaw that Achilles is going to hold up or that his body's going to hold up.
You're almost paying for it.
Yeah, but I can't pay for it. I cannot risk financially him not being available if I can spend that money wisely elsewhere. Christian McCaffrey, they already have players like that. I can't afford to bring more of them in.
Yeah.
Like going into next year, I hope that Christian McCaffrey can return to some semblance of his former self.
That's 90% of all this right now.
Yeah, but I can't have the season hang by a thread on a player that is by his position group at or past his prime, is now injury prone, and I need him to be the horse for my offense. That's a really big risk, especially on the back of a season where you didn't make the playoffs.
Man.
I mean, if you're the Niners, you have to figure out how to have more reliable players, and I think that means younger ones. And clearly, as far as the skill set goes, speed is something that they're valuing.
Man, you're on fire, Evan, but at the end of the day, it's like you can only control so much in this life. And we've seen it, just yesterday with the Mavericks. That's Kyrie's older. But the bottom line is, we've seen it with Wemby. You would think, oh, okay, if we just conventional wisdom, you're good, and then now he's dealing with something. So you never, ever really get that security, right? Because it can happen to any and everybody.
Well, but I'm expecting Wembanyama to be better next year. I'm not expecting him to go backwards. Look, if I'm a betting man, which I'm not, actually, in the month of March I am, but if I'm going to be a betting man, I'm betting that Christian McCaffrey will never have another season like he did in 2022. He was spectacular. He was awesome.
It was incredible.
And it's about the time when running backs decline. So based on everything else that I know about that position, we have seen the best of Christian McCaffrey. And to me, that would be, I guess, the reason why you wouldn't move Ayuk is because there's still a chance that you could see a better version of him post-injury because he's still young enough.
Right. Okay, and he's yours right now. And right now, Evan, you would have to, what do they say in the streets when you got a hustler or somebody, you got to keep your guard up because they might, sell you something a watch that might not even tick, things like that, something that's not good. You would have to really get over on another team to get a 1 for a guy that's tore, for me, an ACL or MCL. Like, dude, come talk to me in a year and a half about that player.
Yeah. No, that's true. I want to fit Trevor and Stockton in before we reset with Adam Schefter sound on Brock Purdy. Trevor, what's going on out east? What's going on, man? How are you?
Hey, guys.
Trevor, what's up?
What's up? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. I just want to say you guys absolutely suck at your job.
Oh, thanks, Trevor. Appreciate the call.
Now, I've learned, Evan, me being a little older than you, like, what do you then do? Do you run back? Are you at work? Do you sound like how is that fulfilling? That's all I want to ask you.
Well, it sounded like he was at the DMV, so maybe he's not feeling too hot.
We used to, as kids, I'm telling on myself, Evan, statute of limitations, doorbell ditch. Go up, ring the doorbell. And I said, what was really fun about it?
Well, what was fun is you were 6 years old.
Well, we're a little older, Evan.
I'm assuming Trevor's a little bit older than that. So
he sounded, come on, Trev, get a life, baby.
Yeah.
Damn.
Like, it can't be that bad on it. Stockton's a beautiful place, man. Go outside and do something.
Stockton Ports, right?
Yeah, the ports. They got UOP out there. A lot of great sports teams. Mm-hmm.
Now, let's put it right on the table. Brought to you by ADCO. Evan, I know my nose is stopped up. I'm blowing it during every break. So all the doctors out there, relax. I'm fighting hard.
Yeah, no, you were fighting.
You were looking at me yesterday like, do you need tissue on air? I go, damn, man.
We got a box here in the studio somewhere.
Yeah, and I've been using them, but damn, right. Some people think, I don't know, I sound stopped up. Come on now, I got it.
No, you're fighting through something. You held it down for me last week, which, by the way, thank you. Thank you for doing it.
No, I missed you. I had fun with Devon. Devon's a great dude. So is.
Yeah, and Grandy.
I liked him before yesterday, Grandy, but yeah.
Well, look, some people lift their feet when they take free throws. You know, I personally have never seen it in a game.
I can't wait for the crossover.
But in knockout,
dude, I
they
saw
do
it. I go, why is he sliding? It was like he'll skip the anyway.
He's taking jump shots. He's not taking. I mean,
come on.
Who was that?
Grandy.
I don't want to hear it, Aaron. Stuff it. Come on.
Who's Aaron?
That's Grandy. Probably Rogers.
Oh, I got you.
Is he going to get a job?
He should.
Why?
Because he can still throw.
He's a corpse. He can't still throw. No, seriously. Come on, Evan. He was horrible. I watched every Jet game. I had him in the AFC Championship game.
Is that why you don't like him anymore?
No, I didn't have any chicken.
I'm sorry.
No, he's shot. Look at me and tell me he's shot. They let it night-night. Jet said night-night.
Yeah, but there are teams that are absolute dumpster fires that'll have him start.
But when is
the
enough
Giants,
enough?
The Titans, maybe.
So you think the Giants can look at him like, oh, I'm talking about him getting hit, it hurts. My neck and my back. I'm like, Aaron, hang him up.
He's in the stopgap phase of his career. He's a stopgap for whatever the next, the next quarterback is. He's still a top 30 quarterback in the league, top 32 quarterback in the league.
Look at you, man.
Now, he might be 31st,
it's
but
over,
he's top 32. Hey, put some respect on Cal.
Yeah, I will.
No, I thought he was done being like a guy that could get you to the postseason after his last year in Green Bay. Like when the Jets traded for him, I understood why. But that last season in Green Bay when he had structure,
so you are
when he had a good head coach, he didn't have it. I mean, I think
lost to the Niners.
Kind of in the same category as Russell Wilson.
Who? Somebody earlier said.
I know you like Russ.
No, some good. Guru, you have the hardest time getting off of players. Russ was one of them, but I'm off. Like he is, it's over.
Like I think if you put Aaron Rodgers on that Steelers team last year, I think they still make the playoffs.
He can't get away, Evan. He's a statue, and quarterbacks have so many hits in them, and I think he's past his limit, and so is Russ. You get punch drunk.
Yeah, well, he's also 40-something.
Well, that might have something to do with it.
What's Colombian flu?
I saw that, and I'm getting worried, Evan, but it ain't making – now, I heard of a norovirus. Have you heard of that?
No, but I have heard of a Nora. Just won Best Picture at the Oscars.
What?
It's a movie about like sex trafficking.
If you want – man.
Or sex workers. Sorry.
Okay. That's something I always do. You never knew this about me. All the top movies.
Excuse me?
You never knew this about me. All the top movies on the Oscars, I write them down and go watch them.
Oh, thank God.
And I feel like I'm not worthy. Like, how did I not know? What you thought I said?
Sorry. Continue.
What? No, and I watch the movies and feel like, I'm not part of the culture. How did I not know? I feel like the movies are for a different clientele. Well, it's like, how did I not know? Where's the Friday in these movies? But they got their own,
It was
and I go watch them.
It was kind of a weak year. I mean, I just wanted to watch this. I was curious to see how like Complete Unknown was rewarded. I saw that movie.
And what did he get? Because it was great.
Not a whole lot.
Oh.
Well, but my point is, my favorite biopic about an artist would be Ray. Like that's my favorite. That's my favorite. Yeah, and Jamie Foxx was Best Actor that year. I thought he was incredible.
Wow.
So I was just curious to see if it'd be rewarded like in the same light, and it wasn't. And I don't think it was as good of a movie personally.
If I know we got to go, but if I had to watch one movie for my life, Oppenheimer. I've seen it like 7 times.
That I actually do believe.
It's incredible. The Lawrence Livermore Lab was in the movie. Oh my God.
Yeah, it was about Berkeley.
Yeah, dude.
And New Mexico. And a lot of other things. About 3 hours too long.
It was incredible.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan and for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson with you here as always. Let's go up to Sacramento. Sacramento?
Look at your boy.
Sacramento. Talk to Dominic. What's up, Dominic? How we doing?
Dom.
Yo.
Hey, you guys suck.
Oh. I
So now we know where it's coming from now.
I got you.
Okay.
I got
the
you.
916.
Yeah, well, in that case, someone else that this show is not fond of, Adam Schefter.
The Niners, if they don't sign Brock Purdy this offseason, and here's a team that really is up against it financially, if they don't sign him, and Brock Purdy obviously is going to want to get a deal done, and the Niners would want to get a deal done. But the issue is he's scheduled to make $5.1 million this season. He then could be tagged after next season for $41 million. He could be tagged the season after that for $51 million. So if you don't get a deal done with Brock Purdy and you're the Niners, and again, this would not be what Brock Purdy would want, I would imagine. Certainly not what his agent would want. He would play for $5 million this year, $41 next year, $51 the year after. You're talking about $97+ million over the next 3 years, which for most people would be incredible money, but not for a quarterback who's waiting to get paid. And so the Niners have a bit of a cap issue, cash issue, and so they can't put Brock Purdy necessarily where he might be. They can go to a certain level. They'd want to pay him, but it's not going to be, I would imagine, quite as high as most people think.
That to me it's the first piece of, I don't know if it's leverage, but it's the first instance we've seen, because I don't think that Schefter is getting that from.
Okay, gotcha.
He's not just speculating. Someone from the Niners is telling him that that's an option. It might be a slim option, slim chance, but it's an option. It's the first noteworthy piece of information we've heard that the Niners might not give Brock Purdy a contract. And I'll just ask the people at 888-957-9570, are you buying it?
I'm not buying it, Evan, because what I think is behind it. The football part of me, if you ask me to buy it, and where I'm at with Brock, where there's been way more better than bad, good than bad, I'm there. But from the optics, I don't think the Niners have the cojones to do that. But after coming off a 6-11 season, after trading Deebo Samuel and probably Doc cursing everybody out in regard to players behind closed doors, Evan, if you're telling me they got a new lease on life and they got tougher and thicker skin and they're sick of it, what better way to back that up than saying, hey, Brock, I know it's not ideal, but we need you to play for $5 million. And if you buck up, we got plan B. But we know they don't got a plan B, so I'm giving you two different answers. But I just think because of the optics and the politics of it, Evan, they don't have the stones to do that to Brock Purdy.
No, but I think there is a, you just said Niners don't have a plan B. Does Brock Purdy have a plan B?
Yeah, he would hold out.
That's to me a situation you have to avoid. I do not want a Brock Purdy holdout this summer in any way, shape, or form. In fact, I would say giving him what he wants, which is a max contract, might be worth not playing that game again.
So he'll win just because the organization doesn't want to. If I understand you correctly, oh, here we go again. Niners not handling their business. They're in a standoff with the quarterback, and it's a holdout. It almost sounds like you're saying Brock might benefit from that because they're not ready to go to battle again with another player.
No, I think they'd be willing to go to battle with him if they didn't truly believe in him. I think they're trying to gauge how many pennies they can save because, to his other point, they're in a cap situation or a cash flow situation. They got to figure out how much cash is coming in, going out on a year-to-year basis. And I don't purport to be a capologist, but I believe the experts when they say that this thing, again, has to come to an end of people just getting broken off big deals. That's why I think they got out in front of it, because Deebo Samuel is going to hit them for $15 million this year. I think $15 million next year too. But then that stops. If you could get off of Brandon Ayuk's contract, that would make paying Brock Purdy a lot easier. But then you're worse at the wide receiver position for a couple of seasons, and you ideally paid him to pair him with Brock Purdy. The Purdy contract situation, we're going to talk about ad nauseum. When he gets paid, if he gets paid, what he gets paid, is it worth it, how it's going to impact the Niners. But to me, again, it's hearing Adam Schefter describe the franchise tag as an option. That's not something that I've heard the national media say before. And I don't think he's getting it from just some anonymous place. I think the Niners want that out there. And I think it's because they're trying to gain some sort of leverage back in a quarterback situation that started with the owner saying he's going to reset the market. And all they're trying to let people know is, well, it's not just certain that he's going to reset the market.
Yeah, I get it, Evan. And I'm going Janet Jackson. I mentioned her yesterday with my all black, but it's to take some control back or to make it look like that, So I understand it. It's a ploy or a tactic, whatever you want to call it, or it's just business. But I do get that. But Evan, I have my clock ticking on, how soon this Brock Purdy deal gets done. Because let's be honest, it's a quarterback league, Evan, and the Niners think that they have one. They've had one the last 3 years that came out of nowhere. That I can make an argument that saved Kyle's job along with John. And you just wonder how much of what he's going to get paid that comes from that. So how can you move forward or even start to put something together before you answer this big piece of the riddle, or the piece of the puzzle? It's not a riddle because you know what you got. It's just how much are you going to break him off and what's he going to be asking for? So I'm curious, especially now hearing Adam say that they could go kind of if they wanted to.
I mean, whether people like it or not, if Brock Purdy was a puzzle piece, he's a corner piece. He's a piece you start with. If you're building out your roster, if you're building out your 500-piece puzzle, and I think they have to pay him. I think they do, and I also think that they want to pay him.
Yeah, damn.
They're just trying to. The thing that does concern me is that's also the first. Again, to me, it's a breadcrumb. It's something that we can look back in I don't know, maybe it's a week because that's when the new year starts for the NFL. That's when free agency begins. That's when players are going to start to get paid. And we're going to start, these rumors are going to leak out and what's going to happen. But to me, it's got to be done by OTAs. I think that's the target date that Brock Purdy, remember, set for the Niners. I think that's the target date they want to get it done by. And until then, all of these are receipts. Is that a receipt filed under the BS category that the Niners are just they have no leverage with Brock Purdy and they're trying to gain some? Or is it going to be a receipt that we look back on and say, well, this holdout actually was quite obvious? That's the first sign to me that there could be a holdout again. And if that's the case, I would just ask the Niners, what are you doing? Why are we going through this again? Man. You've handed out all these big deals. You've gone through these holdouts. I don't think you've really won any of these negotiations, even if you've haggled for a few dollars here and there. The team has been worse off as a result of it because in the following seasons of those negotiations, the players recently you have given money to have been worse, and your team has been worse as a result of that. If you can get out in front of it, just do it. That having structure at the beginning of the season, having consistency and chemistry at the beginning of the year based on a good summer, a good training camp, a good preseason, that's worth to me the few $1 million that you're trying to save.
Yeah, Evan, and you're on fire, but at the end of the day, what if they are torn within that organization of just how much this guy is worth, Brock Purdy, how much they love him, and maybe they're fed up in regard to there's a tussle. There is a tug of war going on what are we in this for? To make it look like we're back handling our business, we got control. I won't call it insecure stuff, but all the non-ancillary stuff that doesn't really matter. What about, Evan, is there any football part of this that has you thinking that last year's performance by Brock Purdy, whatever you deem it to be, has him hitting the pause button on just how much they want to pay him? Like, how much ownership did they put on just his personal play to where they're like, John and Kyle are like, man, there is a number I don't feel comfortable with, John. Like, I'm wondering if that could be going on, and that would be natural. I'm sure it happens with every player.
Well, we got to hit a break here. I'm going to answer that on the other side. If you want to get into the conversation, we're talking about the 49ers, Brock Purdy, and the franchise tag. Ironically, on a day where franchise tags are being handed out across the league, that being a legitimate option for the San Francisco 49ers. Are you buying it? Because Adam Schefter is reporting it's a possibility. 888-957-9570 is the number. Also, Devontae Adams being released. Does that do anything for 49ers fans? It does for me. And I want to know if you feel like that's something that almost might be a necessity at this point without Brandon Ayuk. That's what's coming up in the game, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Here for you, here for good. Evan and for Steiny, Daryl the Guru Johnson. Back after this on 95.7 The Game. That segment was sponsored by Safeway.
Give me some good news, damn it.
All right, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. Got a lot going on today. The Warriors are taking on the Knicks at 4:30. Warriors live right here on 95.7. The game begins at 3:30. Steph Curry still questionable with that ankle that he hurt last night. Gary Payton II is out with a nasal contusion. JK also out still with that ankle sprain. Everybody else healthy for tonight's game at the Garden. And the big news around the NBA is that Kyrie Irving has officially torn his ACL.
Damn, man.
Is going to be out for the remainder of the season. Yeah, absolutely sucks. But does help the Warriors because I think that's one less team they got to worry about catching them. The Mavericks right now are in 10th place. The Warriors have a sole possession of 6th, which they can cling to if they win tonight.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the NFL, franchise tag day, which indicates that the new year's upon us. Like 2025 and the new NFL season is just about to start. A week away from free agency, the official new year starts on March 12th, and the negotiating period is from the 10th to the 12th. Everything's going to leak out before then. Devontae Adams released today by the New York Jets. Reports are that he is very open to coming back out west. Does that mean the Niners? Does he have his eye on, I don't know, the Rams who are trying to get off of Cooper Kupp? That's another part of this, too. I mean, what if Devontae Adams wants to pair himself with Matthew Stafford and Sean McVay? Does that increase the urgency for San Francisco 49ers fans?
Oh, hell yes. Oh, no doubt about it. And, Evan, with that question, I'm just thinking to myself, man, what would he look like in that offense with that coach and that quarterback? And he would look great. So that's a division foe that, that you face 2 times a year. So I'm all in. I'm Malcolm X on Devontae Adams, and I'm looking at the free agent list. I'm looking at DeAndre Hopkins. He's kind of fallen off. If it didn't work in Kansas City, Evan, where is it going to work for you? I mean, they needed help, and he didn't do it or provide them with that. But Devontae Adams, that's what you asked me about. And, Evan, with everything that just happened in the last, 72 hours with the Niners and no Debo, why would you not try to take a flyer on him? And I heard Shasky this morning talk about, or yesterday, the diva wide receiver. But again, this is not Cub Scouts to me. I need guys that can ball.
Well, to me, giving up stuff for him in a trade would have been off the table. But that's why he's released, is because the Jets, they talked, I think yesterday it came out that they were giving him permission to seek a trade. But
night.
Nobody's going to do that. The phone call is just going to go to voicemail. And that's also the difference between, because I've heard a lot of people say this. Well, like Devontae Adams is washed. Devontae Adams is not a good wide receiver anymore. Last I checked, he still had 1,000 yards last year. He was playing with, I think you think too, a broken down quarterback, a system that was awful. and a team that was a dumpster fire last season.
So I don't think he's done. Good point.
I don't think he is either. I mean, DeAndre Hopkins is used to be one of my favorite receivers, but you're right. In Kansas City, it didn't really work for him. He's only had 1,000-yard year in his last 4 seasons. Wow, he hasn't really been able to stay on the field, and that was his problem towards the end of his time in Arizona. So, to me, comparing DeAndre Hopkins to Devontae Adams just because they're the same age, I don't think that they're the same. I think Adams still has some left in the tank. And I also don't think that you'd have to give him some massive contract in order to get him. So if I don't have to give up draft capital to acquire this player that's now released, and I don't have to invest long-term in him, I'd absolutely be willing to see what he's got left.
I'm with you. And, Evan, I'm just, I don't think there's much. But at this point, the Niners need to do something. I look at, and I'll ask you about this player, if you don't mind, Amari Cooper. Do you think he's finished? I don't. And I think in the right system, he still can help you out. But he wouldn't be my top choice over Adams. It's not even close. But I'm just imagining Amari in this system, and as professional as he is, if he could stay healthy, Evan, I mean, would you be mad at that?
Amari Cooper?
Yeah.
I think he's a little over the hill. I mean, to me, Devontae Adams is the number one that's on the table. The other guy that would have been, but...
And he's 31, Amari, over the hill. But I get it.
Well, as a number one receiver.
Okay.
Like, I think what the Niners are looking for is a number one. With all due respect, Jawan Jennings is a solid possession receiver. He's a really good receiver. I think he's a great safety blanket for Brock Purdy. But I don't think he's someone who can lead a high-powered offense. And also too, I understand that Adams is not a burner and Jennings isn't a burner. It doesn't address the speed issues that we've been talking about. But I also don't think that, like, trading for Tyreek Hill, is that something that entices people? Giving up a lot of draft capital to go get a guy that's fast, yes, but is expensive and a bit older. To me, that's why Adams is intriguing. It's because he's not really that expensive. All you're giving up is money, and you're not paying the full, close to $70 million that he would have been owed over his last 2 years if you traded for him.
Yeah, but Evan, there's also an old adage, you get what you pay for, and I get what you're talking about, the X's and O's and the finances, but the bottom line is if you want something to kind of change your offense or have that bang, that pow, that boom, at this point, I think the Niners know it's going to cost. And if you feel like you do your due diligence, I'm back to Adams here. Man, I'd bring him in the Texas second, because now I think about the Niners, and you're right. It's before free agency. It's before the draft. But you're telling me a position of strength has just gone out the window. One guy recovering in Ayuk, and the other you traded because you were getting minimal results and gains from him just being on the field. So, Evan, on the fly, the Niners got to reinvent themselves at the wide receiver position. And, again, why not try to take advantage of an opportunity of getting Adams in the red and gold? But now I'm thinking about Adams coming to the red and gold more so than him going to Stafford and McVay and what the Rams got going on with Luka.
Doncic?
Yeah, Puka. Doncic that LeBron calls him. I thought that was great.
Puka Nacua. Yeah. No, well, he's
like, who would you
awesome.
want to play for if I asked you, if you're a receiver, would you want to catch balls? Or is it about the Benjamins? Do you want to catch balls from Purdy or Matthew Stafford? And then looking at where the two teams were just this past season, how much does that matter to you?
Well, what I would say, if I'm in Devontae Adams' shoes, and they're much bigger shoes than mine, I want to catch passes. I think that's what Devontae's always wanted. He wants the ball.
Man, give me the damn ball.
I want the ball. Yeah. Ain't a lot of balls on the Rams offense. Ain't a lot of footballs to be caught, because all of them are going to Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua, if you're stepping into that offense, you're the number 2. You're not the number 1 wide receiver.
And that used to be Cooper Kupp. It's amazing how things change.
Yeah, that guy had 1,900-plus receiving yards in a season.
You think he's done? Cooper Kupp?
I don't know about
Would you look into that?
The Niners?
Yeah, on a hopefully he's healthy type of time, and you know what I mean? I'm just like, I feel like we're going there too. I love the Adams talk, and hopefully it's him, but I'm just wondering, Evan, could the Niners try to, come up and take a chance? And if Cooper Kupp was healthy, we know what he can do. He's tormented you over the years.
Well, let me go through the wideouts.
Gotcha.
No. I think you can file Cooper Kupp under the following wide receivers. So here are the free agents, and then the ones, let's say Cooper Kupp's available for trade.
I'm ready for you.
Tyreek Hill also might be available for trade, but
I would try to get him.
I know you would.
Damn, Evan.
I'm sorry. Well, I know you're on cloud nine because 88 just got his new deal.
Yeah, save $20 million for the cap. Yeah,
they were in the red, the boys. Devontae Adams, I think he's clear-cut top of the list.
Okay.
Stephon Diggs, free agent. Torres, shredded his knee.
No doubt about it. Where are you at on him?
I mean, I think he's still good, but it's kind of the Ayuk situation.
No doubt. Okay,
I can't count on him being available next year.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Keenan Allen, almost 33 years old. Amari Cooper, Chris Godwin, who's a free agent, broke his ankle, ended his season, and then Brandon Cooks and Cooper Kupp. That to me would be the top 7. Those would be the best guys that the Niners would have to choose from. And to me, it's clearly Devontae Adams. At their best, Diggs, Godwin, they're a little bit younger. I think they have a good track record, haven't fallen off much.
But they're dealing with Steph now.
They are. And the one thing I can't do is acquire another injured wide receiver.
To do it. I'm with you. But we heard rumblings over the past year, Evan. Was Amari Cooper coming to the Bay for Brandon Ayuk? Remember that was discussed. So I don't know how real that was, but I do wonder, on a good day at 31 years old, does Kyle need a bona fide number one, or is Amari Cooper, as he is now, with this excellent one thing he can do when healthy, Evan, is route run? Do they not need it just a full-fledged one, a guy that maybe could be 1A, 1B? You put Amari in here, could Kyle get him to, put up numbers and help this offense move the ball? Like, I guess he's higher on the list than you. I'm probably shocking you than you probably would think.
Who?
Amari Cooper.
Oh, Amari.
I would go Adams first. It's not even close. But if I couldn't get him and he went somewhere else, I really feel like Amari Cooper is feasible.
I think he's feasible too. But I'm trying to think about who is going to help elevate this offense and is going to be a legitimate number one option for Brock Purdy. I'm not so sure Amari Cooper can be that guy anymore. I don't think he was for the Buffalo Bills this past season.
What if I told you, Evan, then this list is with guys dealing with injuries? Would you have a problem if I said this list is kind of light?
It is, but that's why I think that Adams would be the target.
Man.
He would be the guy for me.
The sweepstakes have started then.
Number 17.
Yeah.
Joe in San Francisco doesn't feel as strongly about it. 888-957-9570 is the number. Evan in for Steiny with Goo. Joe, talk to me, man. First of all, good afternoon. What's going on?
What's going on, fellas? Good afternoon.
Yo.
Hey, so, I was looking as I was on hold. The Niners spend 4% of their cap towards the offensive line. It's the lowest in the NFL. And we can't sit here talking about who they're going to bring in receiver, and then in the middle of next season or every week next year talk about how their offensive line plays the weakness of the team. We know that's the weakness. Why spend money on a receiver? Like, are we saying that there's 2 receivers, Ayuk, Jennings, Pearsall, who they drafted in the first round, George Kittle, Christian McCaffrey, that's not enough skill player weapons on offense, and we're going to invest however many millions of dollars in Devontae Adams when they have the lowest paid offensive line in the league, and that's expected to make them a better team? I think it's a ridiculous argument.
Well, it's not even an argument, but you cite that it can be both things. The Niners have a to-do list. We just talked about adding Devontae Adams, not saying that that's the end of your offseason. So I think you're kind of not being fair when you say, that's all we're talking about. They have needs in both areas. You are correct, and they'll be addressed. But no Debo, no Ayuk. You can't tell me the 49er position is hemorrhaging, and it sounds like he may, Evan. And if you feel good just about Jennings, Kittle, and Pearsall, I don't, Evan. And maybe that's what they go to battle with, but I don't expect that, and I think you've taken a couple steps back.
No, Joe, and I do want to ask you, you're right. I mean, as far as spending money, you haven't invested much in your offensive line.
Facts.
But so would you like to see them, instead of, let's say, spend the money on Devontae Adams, you would like to see them go out and acquire a top-tier offensive lineman? That's where you want to spend your money.
Look, I'm not saying that I'm an NFL expert and I know which offensive linemen are available for them to go out and acquire this offseason. But they do have a set amount of money that they can invest in their team. And year over year, it's been their offensive line that has been a weakness of this team, and injuries. But if I think the net benefit of adding multiple players to their offensive line who can start and, strengthen that, get Purdy more time, do all those things is going to be a better investment than bringing in a good wide receiver. And I'm not saying that they shouldn't do both, Goo.
Okay, I got you.
From a percentage of spend, why not bring in, a guy who can just come in like what Tim Patrick is to the Lions, like another Juwan Jennings. We're paying Ayuk superstar money. So are we saying that, we shouldn't, that he's not a superstar? Like, that's another conversation. But percentage of spend, I'd say why go after Devontae Adams when you could improve the team at the line?
I got you, Joe.
Yeah.
No, I think it's a fair question.
But it's a balance, right? I would never. He's right, and I think those chickens are coming home to roost, Joe, in regard to what you haven't spent on the offensive line. But the Niners were the same team last draft, and now, Evan, you tell me if I'm wrong. I think I can question it. There was an O-lineman worthy of getting drafted in the first round. Now I'm doubling back. Do you think it's fair and I'm with you, I'm no NFL expert, to think, well, maybe you guys got some readings wrong. Maybe there were. I don't know. You hit on Pooney, but the bottom line, Joe, is I expect this team, and that's why we talked about it, a to-do list, Evan. There's a balance. There's both. Yeah, you need enhancements, but you need to replace what I believe the threat in regard to Debo and Ayuk, who I don't expect back. And if you could get Adams, oh my gosh.
No, and to me, the number that he cited is as much about the Niners telling us where they like to invest their money. They spend money. The bigger, I guess, more glaring issue, and I understand the offensive line it's always something we're going to talk about, right? When a quarterback gets hit, the offensive line is not doing its job.
We saw that.
When you can't run the football, the offensive line is not doing its job. The defensive line is where the Niners have made their money. And when their defenses have been at their best, their defensive line has typically been dominant.
Yeah.
That's also where they spend a lot of cash. And their D-line's not very good. Or isn't as good as they're not getting bang. They're getting bang for their buck on the O-line. Like, whether people want to admit it or not.
Especially
when you spend
Pooney.
the smallest amount of your cap in the league,
I got you.
To our caller's point.
Yeah.
Then you are getting requisite pay. You're not getting that on the other side of the football. And so to me, if we're looking at fixing the trenches, if we're looking at getting grimier, getting better, it's got to be, to me, it starts more defensively than offensively. I actually don't think their offensive line is as horrific as people have made it out to be.
Now, let me just double back on that, Evan, because we saw, and we still, you may feel like or know for a fact why it felt like Brock was taking the onus of trying to run more. But now that the season's come and gone, Evan, and I watch games again, I feel like that was by necessity. So we all can admit Brock maybe took a half step back. I want to say a step back. Okay, that's fine. Nobody died. But at the end of the day, he was able to teams were able to get him off his spot, out of that comfort zone. So if you do that, Evan, and you know this, that's half the battle than getting a sack, is you got dude dealing with pressure, mental pressure upstairs. So I guess I'm saying all that to say it's imperative that they add a big boy or try to get somebody in here that's already proven, to go along with Trent Williams and the rest of the gang.
Yeah, and Mekhi Becton for the Philadelphia Eagles, who's an absolute monster, is available in free agency. You try and go after him. I mean, there are other names out there. There are big players in the trenches, but to me, it's the Niners got bigger problems because it's not just there, and it's not just on the defensive side. Now you are looking for maybe a number 1 wide receiver. You are looking for a number 2 cornerback. You are looking for a number 2 linebacker, and it all starts with how much are you paying your quarterback? That's going to decide how much money you have for your foreseeable future. I don't expect the Niners to be massive players in free agency this year because of all the money they got wrapped up under center. And so they're going to have to figure out to me, Goo, the biggest challenge they're going to face is how to be good while dialing back the amount of money that they're spending. Then the same problem that honestly that the Warriors tried to deal with until they spent money on Jimmy, but they moved their books back this summer and they tried to figure out how they're still going to be as good, and they weren't. So that's the biggest hurdle that the Niners have to jump to.
Evan, that was well said, and I'll say this. Hurdle, I'm calling it a foe. That if you are correct in that astute assessment about where the Niners are and what they're trying to do without Les Benjamins, because your partner, me, sitting across from you, I'm over here thinking, okay, you got the Amex card, let's go. You got 40, you got some are in the red. But if you're telling me that's the goal, then Evan, they're trying to hit so many, when you throw darts, you're trying to hit they're trying to hit 5 dartboards with 1 dart, and you can't do that.
No.
So I hope you're wrong in regard to then how do you expect them to bounce back if everything's going to be, and when I say slow play, you might get Rookie of the Year across the board, but if you want to add something to Bosa on the line, I don't think the Niners, and I guess you do, but do you really have the time to draft a rookie and be so dependent on him to help Bosa right away that's how you manipulate pressure? Or do you go look what we're looking at, the available free agents, guys that are proven, so you can kind of get that microwave help right away?
Well, that's what I also think is interesting about the Deebo Samuel trade. There's been a few things. I know we haven't talked a whole lot of Niners up until today. The reason why we are is because it's franchise tag day, which means that the new year's upon us. It's a week away. NFL season 2025 starts next week on Monday.
Oh, man.
The Niners can make moves. Other teams can make moves. The Niners have already started because they traded Deebo. That's why it's a day for me that's about football.
Draft next month. Green Bay.
But when you trade Deebo and something like Kyle Shanahan not going to, the scouting combine.
Why?
You mentioned a word that I.
No,
it's time.
Trouble. Oh, okay, right, yeah.
I came into this offseason thinking that John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan might be operating under the assumption that they don't have a ton of time. If you don't make the playoffs next year, are those heats warming up? Or the seats, are they warming up?
I like that.
Are they going to feel the pressure? Well, I don't think they've done anything so far in the offseason that indicates to me like they're feeling pressure.
Those are facts.
Like they feel like their seats are hot. And the moves that they've made are telling me that they both feel like they have the luxury of time. Wow. And so with that, well, okay, they need to get better in the trenches. Fine, you got a bunch of draft picks. Use them on defensive and offensive linemen because you got time. If you don't have time, that's when you're spending in free agency. And that's when you're handing out big contracts.
And then when they blow up, you're in trouble.
You're in a Super Bowl winning window.
Yeah.
That's when you spend the money. The Niners have actually spent money to get off a player that was a part of that Super Bowl window. I think it's become very clear to me they are both, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, operating this offseason. They have so far. Like they got time.
So you don't expect fireworks like I'm expecting for them to, like Devontae Adams. Do you think they're probably laughing, Lynch and Kyle, if they were listening to us right now? Because, Evan, I'm not saying anything you're saying right now is wrong. And if you're correct, 1, I'm shocked. And then 2, I'm saying to myself, should I be? But 3, if the Niners are not very active in free agency as a fan, I think that would be disappointing because if you're right, that's signaling like, guys, we got a big to-do list and it's not going to just be one offseason of free agency additions and some draft that's going to get us right back. So if they're feeling what you're saying, Morris Day, they got time, Evan, then man, maybe they are slow playing this.
All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. We got to hit a break here. Download the free Odyssey app and check us out on YouTube and Twitch. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz with Daryl the Guru Johnson. That segment was sponsored by MB Jesse Painting. deserve.
That was just two great minds thinking alike. You gotta tell the folks when you get time.
All right,
when I shut my yapper.
Yeah, Steinmetz is going to be back next Monday. He got us through the end of the week.
What you think he's doing now?
Signing?
Mexico? Walk the beach.
Yeah, he's probably on a beach. I don't know, with cerveza.
Yeah.
Yay!
He's with the family right now.
There you go.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
Gotcha.
Yeah, he's out in
family. Evan
Mexico.
never goes out of style. Remember that.
Well, it shouldn't. Some people it does, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's,
I hate to bring the show down.
No, it shouldn't go out of style.
There you go.
Well, what we were referencing was...
This is great.
Debate words. Like words you hear a lot when people are having a sports talk debate. Now, I'm going to preface this by saying tonight I'm going to do some homework and get back to you with words that we hear on Steiny and Guru, because there are specific ones in your debates with Steiny that I sit back there and listen to every single day, and I got a long list of them.
And I'm going to do the same if you don't mind.
Oh, yeah. But overall, because you brought up a good one, just like, what are the words that inspire debate in sports talk?
OWE, man.
The Niners are owed a Super Bowl ring. Well, no, they're not.
The Warriors owe Curry.
Yes, they owe Curry. Well, no, they owe him $60 million. Curry deserves a statue. That I agree with. Curry deserves the world. I don't know what that means. Trying to think right off the top of my head, other debate words lucky. The 49ers, well, I guess they would be the opposite, have been unlucky. They got unlucky this season. I don't know, the Boston Celtics last year on their road to the finals and the championship, they got lucky.
We hear it all the time. They say it about the Warriors in 2022.
They got a lucky championship.
So that's phenomenal. And you don't think the Niners owe Brock Purdy a top-notch wide receiver now that Deebo Samuel's gone and Ayuk is on the shelf? Like, you could easily sell me on Evan. I'm asking you, do they owe Brock Purdy that luxury? Because I don't think he has it right now.
I don't think they owe him, but they owe it to themselves.
Well, yeah, okay, so which would benefit everybody in the red and gold.
Yeah, if I want to make Brock Purdy the best version of himself, hence give myself the best chance to win football games, I'm going out to try and get him a number one receiver, because I don't think he has one. Or if he does have one, he's on the shelf. And he's got an ACL and an MCL injury. And I can't count on Brandon Ayuk to be that dominant receiver this season. Maybe in the future, but this year, I think that's going to be really hard to do.
But if you're right with what you said, and you got me kind of startled for Niner fans, Evan, if you feel like these guys feel like they got time, and that's two different things. They could have time and still, want to hit a home run, but to maybe just dabble their feet in the water of free agency, that would shock me, because to me, that's the for sure shot or the better chance of landing somebody that's already proven that can help Brock in this offense as soon as they come to the Bay. But I feel like if you do the rookie route, which you can, and shout out Joe who called us earlier, that might take a while. So if you're right, Evan, and you mean, they owe it to themselves, I expect the Niners to use something at the wide receiver position come free agency start Monday.
Well, what do you give me for this?
All right.
Do you think there's anything to John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan feeling like they owe Brock Purdy? Because Brock Purdy is someone that has helped them keep their jobs or get contract extensions or all the rest. Or do you think they look at him as completely separate from, I don't know, their life expectancy as executives?
I feel like they look at that young man and should, because I would, Evan, if I were either of them, as a job savior. Like, you saved our jobs. And we don't got to say that out loud, but when we look at you and deal with you and eat with you and fly and travel with you, dude, you will be compensated for what you did just for us two. But also the bonus of what Brock Purdy has meant and done since the inception of him as the starting quarterback for the Niners. Evan, I know, Guru, you'll run your team in the ground. I feel like that's 78% of the contract you're about to get. So meet me halfway. But if I'm wrong and totally wrong, Evan, and they're so cutthroat and they're thinking the way that latter part, then those are two different ball games. And the crazy part is I kind of understand both sides, but the Niners have never showed me they're cutthroat because they've been giving out chicken. And I got to stick up for him here. Evan, now Ayuk, you think he shouldn't have got the money. I thought I was team Ayuk, but then I said there was a certain place I'll go. I was surprised they gave him that much. But Evan, all the stuff that's kind of blown up in their face, I would do it again if I were the Niners, man. That's why I'm not trying to give them a pass, but I hope they're not overreacting. We're going to show them how tough why? 99% of this is bad luck, and I know some bosses is like, get out of here with that. Boss, my leads are bad. That's why my sales are down. See, I need some more leads, the good leads. No, it don't work like that.
And that's why I think the 408 hit the nail on the head. Niners are not in a position of giving out contracts for what you did. I'm assuming anymore.
Okay. Well, damn.
It's about the now. Okay. Seriously, when is this going to stop? Like, when are we just going to stop writing blank checks for everybody?
Well, I would say to that, Evan.
Does it stop at Brock Purdy?
Yeah, because I would ask you what's coming down the funnel. Almost in a scary way, like, who's your new hot shot? Who's the new Kittle or Fred Warner that you got to worry about?
Is the George Kittle. He can get a contract extension
this
summer.
You got me there, but yeah.
Fred Warner's coming up.
Wow. Man.
I mean, look.
See, I went for the new play, but you're like, nah, D, you got to keep this going.
Diamador Lenore just got paid.
Yeah, he
and
did.
That's a team-friendly deal, but you just handed out big money to him. You know what happens? What if Malik Mustafa turns into something? Are you just going to give him a big contract? In upcoming seasons, you're going to have to make decisions about some of these players you don't want to make.
Wow.
Or that you wouldn't like to in a perfect world. And I think that's why I have more trust in Shanahan and Lynch that they are approaching this offseason differently with more of a cutthroat approach because you have to. It is a reactionary business.
Right.
I don't think that the players who got the deals that they did last offseason get them if the Niners didn't make the Super Bowl and say they went 6-11. I don't think Brandon Ayuk gets broke off 120 M's if it's this offseason.
Wow.
That's why I think they got some buyer's remorse because they paid to keep the band together. The band is playing bad notes right now. And so you got to figure out, do we need to change the trombone?
Yeah.
Do we need to bring in a different bass guitarist? Yeah. Or maybe is it just the bass itself can't play anymore? Well, we got to get that one over to Washington and try and bring in a different chord. Take losses. Steve Young actually talked about this on the Rich Eisen.
Oh, Steve, at it again.
About how contract negotiations will be different.
Well, you got to have a little backdrop. I think the effort to make sure that we had Super Bowl ready teams the last few years while Brock was on his rookie contract was, the owner, Jed York and John York and Denise, DeBartolo York, were all in. And I think what happened with Nick Bosa and then with Brandon Ayuk changed the nature this year of how they are going to go about it. I don't think they were really appreciative of how that went down and how they got pushed. And I think that they're going to, you almost feel like a lot more declarative statements coming out. And I think that's not going to change Brock's situation. It's just like you have to have the background. It's not the same mentality that in the last couple of years. I think there's going to be a little more rigor to it all. And that's okay.
Evan, I got one question to you and the masses, and I love that sound. I would hope we could play it for Willard or Dibbs because, again, I'm just fascinated now. So who pushed him around? Just in regard to Ayuk and his representation, or like when he says that's not going to happen anymore? How do we identify who that was? Just Ayuk's reps, his agent?
Yeah, I think it was the Bosa representation who.
Yeah, I got you.
And Nick, look, Nick's under that. He stood by and took every single last penny. I mean, Nick Bosa and Brandon Ayuk for different reasons. Bosa because he was at the top of his game.
Okay.
And BA, because he was in a position to where the Niners...
He was not Justin Jefferson. Bosa was at the top of his game, and he was that.
But both of those players effectively took the Niners to the woodshed. And it's not just about the dollars. That's what I hear from when I hear from Steve Young. It's not just about the money itself. It's about how they went about the contract negotiations.
How they went about it.
You know, they kept it sounds to me like both of those players, maybe more so Ayuk than Bosa, because again, Bosa had all the leverage. Like you weren't going to not pay him at that
leverage
time.
City, yes.
But BA specifically sounds like he kept changing the goal line. Just again and again and again. Oh, well, it's now this. Okay, well, BA, we can match that. What do you want from us? Well, actually, now that you say it's at 28, it's 30. Or okay, all right. Well, now we'll give you 3 years for $30 million. Well, now that you say that, actually, I want that fourth year. Every single time that they felt like they turned the corner on that negotiation, Ayuk changed the goal line. He moved it, or his representation did. I don't want to necessarily put it at Brandon's feet, but clearly his intention was to get as much money as possible and to take the 49ers for everything they had. And by the end of it, nobody won because BA was bad right out of the gate. The Niners were down $120 million, and the team ended up going 6-11, and the guy got his ACL torn. So, no, I mean, I know Ayuk won. He got his money. He got what he wanted. But nobody won from the standpoint of being happy at the end of it. You know, it was just an ugly, bloody negotiation, and that's what the Niners, I think, can't have happen again.
Wow,
they can't be left at the altar feeling like, well, yeah, I kind of want to marry you, but damn, like we just worked through all this in the prenup, and then you want this, and there's all these different things and strings attached. Like, I thought we were doing this because we loved each other.
Wow, so much there, man. And I want to throw our guy Steiny a bone because the reason I'm bringing him up is he always said that the Warriors organization, I'm going here for a second, Evan, tell me if you follow me, they were afraid of life without Draymond. And a lot of that went into the thought process of him getting the 4-400. So I bring that up as an example of, you say it so passionately, you have me thinking, because I didn't agree at the beginning, but Evan, then why do you think the Niners brass, the FO, was so afraid to tell Ayuk to kick rocks or we're going to trade you one? And now, I need to move on. I keep thinking about the Kyle story with the fax machine to where he's running upstairs like in a car sales, used car lot place. Hey, stop the sale, stop the fax machine. You know, remember he shared with us that. So my question is, why do you think the Niners cowered or bowed down to maybe life without Ayuk?
Because they felt like they couldn't win a Super Bowl without him.
And they hadn't won one with him. But
they were on the goal line.
Gotcha.
You know, they were right there. Yeah. They were in overtime. They felt like if they didn't bring back Brandon Ayuk, I think that hurt their Super Bowl chances, and they couldn't afford to mess that up.
So you think they feel differently now? It's hard for you, Evan, because if we can remove the injury, you think they're waking up months down? Like, why did we just succumb to that pressure? What would they have done different? Trade them? Offer them less? What does that look like when you have buyer's remorse? If we could kind of look past the injury.
Well, hindsight's 20/20, but I think that if they could do it over again, they probably would have traded him. They probably would have gotten something back for him and tried to go for the, because like Brandon Ayuk, whether he was good, bad, or somewhere in the middle, was not going to, I don't think, going to be that good to change what happened last season. It went 6-11.
See, I think I give him a little bit, I've got to be honest.
If BA stays healthy last year, you think they make the playoffs?
If it was a good BA that we've seen the last, I think so, Evan.
That means he's worth 3 wins, 4 wins.
But if I'm paying as much as he gets,
no, like McCaffrey still gets hurt, Trent still goes down.
Your
defensive line still falls apart.
Scratch that, Evan. I had everybody readily available, but I guess I think highly of BA than you do and a lot of other people.
Well, I do think that Brandon Ayuk is a really good wide receiver, a solid wide receiver, but I don't think that what he was capable of doing last year. Let's say you get the second-team All-Pro version of BA. I don't think he's changing the course that they charted for last year.
Ah, man, that's so wow.
There was too many other things that happened that went wrong, and he was like, again, and we could put together a list, it'd take us a while, but of all the things that happened that went wrong that impacted the season, BA is not at the top of my list. By the way, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM HD1, San Francisco. Always live in the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Gettings in for Steinmetz with Guru. Let's get out to
Willard.
Ruckus in San Francisco. Wants to get in on the conversation. Ruckus, what's going on? How are you?
Cobb's comedy, you guys suck.
And Dave in Fresno. What's up, man? How you doing?
Wow, I think you guys are great. That's crazy.
Thanks, Dave.
Hey, we did, Dave. Thank you, baby.
Hey, man. Hey, that's crazy, man. Yeah, so I'm calling it because I'm getting a little concerned, man, to be honest, with the direction of the team. You know, it's just like it's 3 straight off seasons of drama, of contract negotiations, of caving in to players. And I just don't know or think they have a plan. They now everybody's saying, "Oh, we need offensive line." Well, that was the issue years ago. Defensive line, they haven't really figured that out. And now we have this big old question about the QB. Half people say don't pay him. Half people say don't pay him. It's just like I think like year to year they're just winging it. I mean, for Brandon Ayuk to be even discussed as a trade possibility after you caved to him last year, like that's crazy. It's just like, what are we doing? You caved to a 38-year-old left tackle. You caved to a 29-year-old running back. And now you might cave to a middle-of-the-pack QB. You know, like I don't know. I don't know if they have the structure as everyone would seem they do, because we don't know who's making decisions. Is it the head coach? Is it the GM? You know, is it the owner? Now they're trying to dial back the spending. Like, whose decision is that? It's just we can't pinpoint where these decisions are coming from. You look at the Eagles, and they're the standard right now, and you know where those decisions come from. The owner's writing a check, the GM's making the decisions. It's as simple as that. Here in Santa Clara, we don't know. And I don't know if that caused any friction with how the team is constructed. But, yeah, I'm concerned. I'm concerned because I don't know they know what they're doing.
I wanted to go ahead. Let me ask you a quick question, and I was about to pose it to Evan, and I'm being so real. I hear you. I believe you feel how you feel. Do you feel offended if I were to say to you and any other 49er fan, you sound a bit spoiled in this regard? The last 5 to 6 years, second to maybe just the Chiefs, 2 Super Bowls, multiple NFC championship visits and games to where you land. And I bring that up only to say is it worked. The players and coaches didn't handle their business on the field. So are they almost deserving this one-off, Evan, and to the caller? Should we relax just a bit and give them some grace?
What do you think, Dave?
Guru, to be honest with you, bro, don't shoot the messenger.
Oh no, never.
Some of that success, this is not a popular take, but some of that success, bro, we are in the NFC, okay? So we were probably the better team of the NFC. Because when we play the AFC teams, we haven't really been that good. Yeah. I know we've been to Super Bowls, and I know we played the Chiefs pretty close in those Super Bowls, but we did benefit from being in the NFC. And, yes, they have made good decisions. What I'm saying is the bad decisions are really, really starting to peek through. Ooh. You know, I'm just saying, if you want to be consistent, like the Ravens haven't won a Super Bowl, but year after year, they make pretty good, sound decisions, you know. And I don't think the Niners, we're not at that level yet. I think they need better structure, and they need to have a plan, because they drafted Ricky last year in the first round, and by all accounts, he was going to be the 4th receiver on the depth chart. You know, what was the plan for that? You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that, you just like, what are we doing? You know? So to answer your question, yeah, they have made good decisions, but right now, I'm just saying going forward, it just looks very cloudy and mud, with no. I don't know what they're planning.
I agree with that, Dave. Yeah, I mean, I think. I think
Sorry, Evan, I had to get that one off. I was going to ask you, like,
do you trust them?
On the field, I don't, and that's why I think all this right now. Had you had one Super Bowl victory, Evan, I could be wrong. I wouldn't know. You would feel a whole lot more confident in what they're doing. But the fact that you lost 2 and you went to multiple NFC championship games, now all of that is behind you. But what if the run is over and you got to start over?
Well, also,
shouldn't you feel like we had some J.J. Evans, some good times?
Well, you did. It just didn't result in a ring. I mean, you got everything but the chip.
Everything.
But if you did win a Super Bowl, I would argue that this process would be further strung out. It'd be further prolonged, especially if you won the most recent one. If the Niners had beaten the Chiefs in the Super Bowl 2 years ago, Deebo Samuel would still be on the team. They
now, was that necessarily a bad thing? Had that relationship not eroded the way that it did?
They needed to move off of Deebo.
Okay.
Deebo's done in San Francisco. Might he still be a good player in Washington? I don't want to rob him of that. But clearly the Niners felt like he was good enough to pay. Again,
yes,
they paid $15 million for a 5th-round pick to not have Deebo Samuel on their team.
And send him in conference. I know nobody
to a team
cares.
that was just in the NFC Championship game.
That's what blows my one you're chasing.
Yeah, I also don't think it's necessarily. I don't think it's fair to measure. Like, you can only play who's in your conference. You can't say, well, against the NFC against the AFC. We wouldn't beat that team. We wouldn't beat that team. We wouldn't beat that team. At the end of the year, you only got to beat one team that comes out of the conference.
And the Chiefs were in the AFC, and you had them twice. I'll just leave that there.
Yeah, because but it also works both ways. It's like, okay, so like the Giants have to measure themselves to the Dodgers. They can't say, well, if we were in the AL Central, we would only have to beat the Cleveland.
That would look weak. It would sound weak, and it would be weak.
But it's just reality. The Niners have to figure out how to, number one. Juszczyk laid out this goal the year they went to the Super Bowl, but first goal is win your division. Second goal is get the 1 seed. Third goal is get to the Super Bowl, and the fourth is obviously to win it. But you can't approach it like, well, we have to be better than Kansas City or we have to be better than Baltimore. Those teams are trying to figure out how to win in their own divisions, and they've, to their credit, done a good job. So have the Niners up until
they had
this
mastered
year.
What you were just talking about.
Yeah, the Niners got to figure out how to beat the Los Angeles Rams because the Rams are the defending NFC West champs. That's who was atop the division last year, and they got to jump 3 teams.
Yeah, you're Evan.
I feel confident they can do it, but it isn't as if we're saying, how are they gonna measure up against Washington and Detroit? No. Before we even get there, before the top of the conference. I don't know, maybe it's Green Bay or Minnesota, whoever.
Seattle night,
Philadelphia. The reigning Super Bowl champs. Before you even talk about that, first we got to jump Arizona, Seattle, and the LA Rams. That's who the Niners need to beat because your path to the postseason lies by beating and being the best team in your division. And I think the Niners have an opportunity to do that. That's, to me, where they got to bounce back off the canvas. They went 5-1 the year they went to the Super Bowl against their own division.
Man.
The one game they lost was when Sam Darnold started against Carson Wentz. And I believe the year they went to the Super Bowl in 2019, I think they might have lost one game to Seattle.
But they were
dominant in their division. Yeah. That's who you got to beat, in my opinion. But, again, kind of getting back to just how this offseason is going to be different. When we get back on the other side, I do want to play something for you from Mike Florio as it pertains to the quarterback position. Steve Young said they got to be different. They got to be cutthroat. But is Purdy the exception? 888-957-9570 is the number again, all a week in advance of NFL free agency. The new year starts 7 days from today. We're getting you ready here on 95.7 The Game. Evan in for Steiny with Giddings and Guru back after this on 95.7 The Game. And real quick, before we break here, that's all coming up on The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. That segment was sponsored by the Public Market of Emeryville. Oh, Goo, whenever your book comes out, please, I got to be first in line at Books and
Free
Barnes
copy
and Noble.
for you, E.
Dude, send me the ebook, send me the audio book.
Man.
Send me it on Audible. Send me it on every single possible platform. Dude, the things...
My boy Silk Basie text me and said Deontay Johnson, the caller brought up, been kicked off of 3 teams. He said, hell no.
Yeah.
He's had problems, but the Ravens brought him back.
He's available.
Dude, man.
I'll say that. He's available. There's no doubt.
Deebo Samuel, man. Can you think of another player that's gone from the, and I'm being honest here, the penthouse to the outhouse this fast, just in regard to their play? Their play.
Deebo?
Yeah, like Deebo. He 2 years ago, it was like 50 cents. You was a man in high school, homie. But, Evan, I can't think of a faster fall off in recent memory.
Justin Tucker.
I'm going to leave that alone.
Sorry, you asked.
No, but you know what?
Wow, dude.
You could have said Deshaun if you wanted to.
Save us, Chris.
Yeah.
Chris is in San Jose, wants to get into the 49ers conversation.
Chris.
What's up, man?
What's happening, gentlemen? How you doing?
Hanging in, baby.
Awesome.
Man, kind of crazy today. Every time I've hopped in my car to change locations for my job, I hear somebody calling in telling you guys this, that, and the other about how you're no good and blah, blah, blah. That dude needs to get a life.
Dude,
anyway.
Thanks, Chris.
Yeah, I'm just saying, that guy needs to get a life for real. If he's listening right now, dude, get a life. Anyway, let's move on. 49ers. Hey, that last caller, he mentioned something about transparency. I've kind of always been a big proponent of this when it comes to Kyle and John. You know, the grass isn't always greener on the other side, but those two do leave a lot to be desired for me, whether it's the draft, whether it's coaching adjustments, mid-game, whatever. Again, I know they're not the bottom of the barrel, but to me, they just leave a lot to be desired. So a little transparency in the draft or just with the fan base, they don't owe it to us, but it would go a long way. I mean, we have wasted, since they've been here, probably 10 top 3 round picks on wide receivers and running backs that aren't even on the team anymore or never graced the field. You know, last year you had 3 third rounders. You got Brown, Moody, and Latu. Latu's not even on an NFL team anymore. The kicker in the 3rd round, although he made 2 50-yarders in the Super Bowl, you know, he seems like he's a bust. So I don't know, man. It's been 8 years, and think about the guys that we talk about in terms of what they've drafted on the trenches, right? Nick Bosa is literally the only defensive lineman that they have ever drafted who has been a starter on this team in 8 years. 8 years, one above-average defensive lineman, and he fell into your lap because the Cardinals took Murray number 1 when everybody in the world was thinking Bosa should probably be number 1. So we lucked into that. Offensive line, you take McGlinchey, your first year here in the 1st round. He was okay, but he was the 2nd-best offensive lineman on his college football team. He wasn't even the best lineman on his team behind Quentin Nelson. So now 8 years later, you draft Dominic Pooney, and he looks like a player. But, like, they have you got to build from the inside out, and there is nobody that can sit here and tell me or you, whoever is knowledgeable about football, that they have not utterly failed when it comes to building the trenches. Period, point blank. Look at what the Eagles did in the Super Bowl, dominated the trenches. So I'm tired of hearing about all these weapons. You got all these gadgets. Guess what? If the quarterback doesn't have time to throw, it doesn't matter. If you can't get to the quarterback, Malik Mustafa, Renardo Green, all these young and upcoming players, it does not matter. So we need some transparency as a fan base. Who's making these picks? Is Adam Peters over in the Commanders going to turn it around? Because he was really responsible for all of our stud draft picks. Time will tell. Hey, I love you guys.
Hey,
have
thanks,
a great
buddy.
rest of the show. Look forward to the changeover. You'll have a good rest of your day.
Thanks, Chris.
I love all the references. It's the crossover. Yeah, shout out Timmy Hardaway.
Abundant life.
No doubt. But, Evan, you know I don't cape for anybody, and I don't need to cape for the Niner fans. I'll rip Shanahan until it's over, and it's not Lynch. I'll never forget the visual on the 2019 Super Bowl right before halftime, Killers Kill, and John Lynch, a Hall of Famer, was in his booth with the T sign, not for Terrell Owens, for a timeout, and Kyle let the clock just go out. So that to me is on Kyle and how that game resulted. But, Evan, the lines and the depth is what this team had early on, and it's why they were able to build a bully. And then we know with the free agency, and I'm not saying the caller's all the way wrong, but that's where I'm going spoiled. Let's not act like the Niners have not been Billy Badass for almost 5 years, Evan. Like 2 Super Bowls, 4 NFC like, what are we doing? And that's why I hone in on I see you throwing fastballs at the FO like they've struck out, but they built something, man. Now, is that thing over? I believe it could be. But, Evan, we got to just give them some credit before you just throw hate everywhere. And then I love my caller, but that sounded like they don't know what they're incompetent.
Well, the fact that they haven't been able to produce starters over the last few years is, to me, not a massive indictment of their drafting strategy because, number one, you didn't have first-round picks for about 3 years because you gave them up for a quarterback that didn't pan out. Whoa. That's a decision that usually gets people fired, but somehow, some way, you got better and you lucked out because you fell into Purdy. But that eliminated your opportunity to get some of those defensive linemen, some of those offensive linemen. You know, in 2019, like the last defense that Robert Saleh had, because now this is his unit again as DC. Eric Armstead, first-round pick. DeForest Buckner, first-round pick. Both top 10 picks, by the way. Nick Bosa, first-round pick. That's 3 of your 4 defensive line. All of them the Niners used first-round capital on. So, again, that's why when earlier we talked about someone like Myles Garrett, who's obviously a supreme talent, maybe the best defensive player in football, according to some. I'm not giving up first-round. I'm not giving up future draft picks to try and go get one guy because I need a lot of guys. I need multiple guys.
Wow.
And the fact that this might take multiple years to try and get together, to the caller's point, they didn't get to this point by, without missing over years. This took a lot of time to dig the hole that they've currently made for themselves. So they got to lay in this bed currently, but the only way that you're going to tear the sheets off, the only way that you're going to dig yourself out of this hole is by basically drafting and trying to hit where you couldn't prior. And they got a pretty good pick this year. They got to hit on that pick. You know, it's harder to hit on first rounders when you're drafting at the back end. When you're up at the front, you can't miss. And the last time they were towards the front of the draft, they missed big. And it cost them big. And that's one of the big reasons why I think they're stuck right now, looking at 2 sides of the football that are cobbled together with duct tape.
Wow, Evan. Well said. And I'll say this to that. Just hearing you with your energy and your spin on your own take about this may take multiple off seasons, there's no harm. Nobody fouled out. There's no death in that. But the reality is I share with you every day. You hear me, how I feel and what I feel about this Niner team. And, Evan, the handwriting may be on the wall, and I think I want to put my John Hancock on it. I hope I'm not right. But they may be more than one offseason away from getting back to having action.
They are.
Wow.
I mean, you could shock some people. You know, you could make a run.
Man,
But the idea of the Niners being this big bad bully and the number 1 team heading into their division, their conference, like to me, those days are closer to being behind them than ahead of them.
You need Myles Garrett's, not Myles Garrett.
Yeah, and I don't think you can just drop one of those onto this roster without digging yourself a deeper hole. This is going to take time.
Wow.
And if you believe in Lynch and Shanahan, then I think that it's, there is some solace in knowing that all of the messaging that's come out from them this offseason, it sounds to me like they believe they have time and they have trust. And to their credit, they've earned that because they've been to 4 NFC championship games in 5 years. From the fans, well,
we're hearing it.
With all due respect, I don't think they really care about what the fans think.
No, I got you. But the fans are not as patient.
No.
That's what we deal with.
No.
Yeah, they're calling, venom. Oh, they haven't done any, but they have done some things. But, yeah, there's been a lot to be desired. And I'll just tell you this, as much of an angel, shout out Mike Trout, is Pearsall is, and we all know it, I'm still scratching my head, and now I guess now that Debo's gone, it looks a little better. But, Evan, I'm still scratching my head, whatever your chart said or the analytics, as to how you sat up there before you found out Debo was about to have one of the worst years in a Niner uniform, how you could justify drafting another wide receiver when you had holes in regard to the physical components of your team.
Well, it turns out that pick was actually necessary. I mean,
well, here we go.
You know, I didn't like the pick when they made it. And, you know, I think Pearsall's a good receiver, and I hope he could turn into something. But I didn't like the pick because I didn't know what it was going to help you do. Now, a year later, well, Debo's cooked.
He may be your Debo's replacement.
He's Brendan Ayuk's replacement.
Oh,
Brendan
wow.
Ayuk is not available. He's got a wrecked knee right now. So in that case, the Niners actually get a W in terms of the draft. Now, what has to happen is that player has to pan out. You know, the biggest issue, and I think our caller Chris was explaining, it isn't just about drafting for position of need. Like, you got to hit on these guys. At some point, you need to draft good quality NFL players, payable NFL players. And I know it was harder for a lot of these younger guys to get on the field the last few seasons before 6-11 because you had all pros. You had Pro Bowlers littered all over your field and all over your roster. That's not the case anymore. So you need some of these guys to pan out. And the Niners...
Is my quarterback a Pro Bowler?
Brock Purdy?
Yeah.
Oh, boy. Wasn't last year.
Wow.
Wasn't
that
last
would be
year.
the fair assessment. That would be a fair answer. Recency bias. And moving forward, again, there's free agency Monday.
Yeah, I think he absolutely can be.
But then they got to get on the ball to get him somebody that demands the ball, like a Devontae Adams or Pearsall. See, you stunned me with the he's Ayuk's replacement. Then the natural thing is, okay, who's Debo's replacement?
I mean, it's Juwan Jennings and Pearsall.
But still, Evan.
trying to make a point. My bad.
You ain't scaring a lot of DBs with that. Not that they're not good and productive.
No, not right now. Santana is in the 650, wants to get into the Niners. 888-957-9570 is the number. Santana, what's going on? How you doing?
Hey, what's going on? What's going on, guys? Hey, listen, so, man, you know, the Niners, they haven't done anything. They've been competitive, but Jed York said it when Harbaugh was here. We don't hang NFC championship banners. That hasn't changed. Where's the Super Bowl to be? We're gonna be the Buffalo Bills of the NFC. They made it to the Super Bowl 4 years and they still haven't won one. That's what we're headed to right now. Guru, you were begging for Brock Purdy to not have his weapons, and he didn't have them. Yeah. And what happened? We still don't, since Lynch and Shanahan have been there, we don't have that quarterback yet. We don't have the Lamar Jackson. We don't have the Patrick Mahomes, and we still don't know if this is going to be the guy. But we're going to give him a boatload of money, and if it backfires, the franchise is going to be set back for decades. I mean, not decades, but years. But you know what? You guys keep doing what you do. I appreciate listening to you guys, man. Keep rocking.
Hey, thank you.
Thanks, Santana.
Now, what a name, huh? The great Santana. He has some points. There's some validity to some points, but what if I told him he was being Jamie Foxx and Ray? He was blind to the fact that Brock is taking you to a Super Bowl and NFC Championship game. He couldn't have made that call then. But I get what he's saying. I'm telling you, and that was Steiny. And we got in a big fight. I'll never forget it about, man, what type of mind do you got? And he's like, good what? What do you mean you want to see a dude without his weapons? And we saw it, like, hardcore. And I don't think he got a passing grade from me. And maybe it wasn't about the grade. It was the eye test to where I said to myself, oh, Brock seems the ball was high. Is Jimmy like the accuracy from the first play of the game, so he didn't get hit? There were little things. But that caller, Santana, saying to him, this is going to be a setback, but I would just throw it to you, Evan, and say, what is their plan B at the QB position that I believe even if they had one, they would exercise?
What would they do?
Dude.
Yeah. I mean, they made this bed. They're going to have to pay him. The question is, do you want to play hardball? Do you want to be the Billy Badass that it sounds like everyone is expecting you to now try and be and get these contract negotiations? I think Purdy's the exception. I think someone like Brandon Ayuk moving forward is where they have to be different. And what I mean by that is a player that is indispensable. That's Brock Purdy. Whether you think that he's top 5 quarterback or bottom 5 quarterback.
Ayuk wasn't that, is what you're saying.
Ayuk is clearly not indispensable.
But they treated him like he was.
They paid him like he was.
And that's all I mean.
And I get it because they felt like they needed to pay him to stay at a Super Bowl caliber level, but that's not the case anymore. And you got to start doing business differently. Who on this roster is indispensable? I think Nick Bosa still is. I think Fred Warner is.
Okay.
I think Brock Purdy
George
is.
Kittle, to me, he's your
Kittle.
heart and soul, man.
Yeah, and he's paid handsomely.
Okay, right. But at least he's living up to it. Yeah. And Fred Warner's done that too, up into the bum ankle.
But I don't know. Indispensable, but also a core player, a young player. Like I think Diamador Lenore was paid because they think that he can continue to be an indispensable type of secondary member for them. You know, outside of that, it's cupboards are bare, and a lot's changed in 365 days. Justin's in South City. Justin, what's going on, man? How are you?
Guys, what's going on, man? I'm just a little bit down. You know, I'm trying to process the whole thing about letting go of Debo for a 5th round pick. That's depressing, guys. I mean, that's the staff. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
I think what I want to know is what is the plan, right? You lose somebody like that, you better hope that we're retaining Dre Greenlaw. But what I'm worried about is that people are going to be looking for a superstar, and I think that what we really need to be focusing on is the line, defensive and offensive. We haven't been great there, right? I'm hoping we have a stretch similar to how that stretch where we got you, Putty, Anthony Davis, Joe Staley, that era where we started bullying people. That's more of what we need, but still, I'm just depressed because I don't want us to become the Giants where we don't really have anything exciting to look forward to. And real quick, one last thing is I just need to call out Trevor from Sacramento. Man, you're not a man, dude. Say that to somebody's face without getting lemon booty. I'm going to do that to Steiny and Guru and Evan. You feel me?
Yeah.
We repping the same 95-7 the game.
There it is. Yeah.
That's it, boys.
Yeah.
Thanks, Justin. Appreciate the love, man.
I'm going to pick up the phone and call the station and say they stink. And then I'm going to hang up. Like, who does that and feels fulfilled?
I don't know, man.
Wanksters.
That's
why I was like, this is a thing.
I got better things to do with my day.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Tell people they're not great.
So, Evan, he's
Unless I need to.
Look, if you don't think there was something going on or the Niners weren't tired, forget the football component of this. Debo's personality and his antics, they got a 5th for him. That tells you they were fed up. And you know what, Evan? Just listening to you all day, you made some stellar points. They may have been fed up since he requested a trade on the contract he got a few years ago. Like, you don't just do this, Evan, without basically not turning on somebody, but being over them.
At the time, he was indispensable, though.
But that's why I'm fixated on how fast
Brandon
it happened.
Was not. He was not when he got paid. That's the difference. Deebo Samuel was coming off a first-team All-Pro season in which he was one of the most revolutionary in one season. He was one of the most revolutionary offensive players I've ever seen. Deebo Samuel was unbelievable in 2021.
Yeah.
You rode him to the NFC Championship game. Brandon Ayuk was a part of it. He was a big part, but in his own words, he was the 4th option in a run-first offense. He tweeted that. So clearly he was not indispensable, and you still broke him off.
See, now when you hear it like that, why?
120 M's.
Wow. So you overpaid them.
Yes. Yes. And now you got to live with that deal. I think that's why they're open to trades. You know, they're not going to take nothing for him. They're not going to take a 5th-round pick for him. But you get further down the line, I don't know. Maybe it does get to the point where Ayuk's value erodes so much that he's only worth a 5th-round pick. I mean, I don't think it'll get there, but.
And I'm being random. But, Evan, I know we got the draft, and the Niners got picks. and you got free agency. But if you somehow run this same offensive line back there, and I'm including Trent, back out there week 1, whoever you play, Evan, I think that's a recipe for disaster. Like it's okay to need enhancements. They need it, like the caller pointed out, on both lines. And if I had $1 for every time I'm going to use that, my goodness. But Evan, maybe I've been living in the past. It wouldn't be the first time somebody said that about your
so
boy.
have the 49ers. Like, let's put the round on the table. Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
Can't you understand it, though, if you were just in overtime and you felt like you should have won the Super Bowl where you're up 10?
I got it with McCaffrey. I got it even with Trent Williams. Both of those players off of that season were indispensable.
Wow. I will never forget you and I being at the Niners Stadium, Levi's, that Monday.
Yeah.
About an hour or maybe 49 minutes before kickoff. And Steiny and everybody made fun of me about being concerned about the calf. At that point, that's all it was for McCaffrey. But lo and behold, we find out before the ball's kicked that not only is he out, but he would go on to miss 8 straight games. Your first 8. Like, just wow.
Yeah, and that's where you could also make a case that, to our caller earlier, it's the Niners. I mean, they haven't been transparent about a lot of things. That's something I don't necessarily mind because it sounds like tendonitis, as we've seen with Steph, we've seen with all these guys. It's up and down, but you're right.
Steph's beating his now. Yeah, he beat his, Evan. Had a little something to
say. See if we can do it in the Garden.
Yeah, probable.
On a real stage.
Were you concerned when you saw him hobble yesterday for a little bit? The Steph hobble is everything.
Yes.
Dude.
He's still questionable for tonight.
Yeah.
He's questionable. Gary Payton II is out. Kuminga's out. Everyone else is clear for the Knicks.
Does Pods need a football helmet on the hoop court? Does anybody get hit more in the face than my man? Evan, it's always like I'm laughing with you, Pods, not at you. But dude, the dude takes more facial shots on the basketball court than anybody I can remember.
Pause.
Good God. See, that's what's wrong with us. Yeah. Back in the 90 radio, you wouldn't have had to say that.
No, but everyone would have got it, though. All right. On the other side, we got the crossover presented by Abundant Life. Guru's going to redeem himself with Weldon Dibs. Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz. We'll take one final break and be back after this. That, of course, all brought to you by First NorCal Credit Union, our sponsor for the free Odyssey app, as well as everything that goes on YouTube and Twitch. That segment was sponsored by In at the Tides.
What is going on here? Please go get lost.
All right, this is the crossover brought to you by Abundant Life Weight Loss. They know the secret to losing up to 1 pound of fat every single day. Go to AbundantLifeWeightLoss.com. Mark Willard, Dan Dibley, Evan Giddings in for Matt Steinmetz, Joe the Guru Johnson. What's up, boys? What's going on?
We've been talking a lot of football.
I hear that.
Foosball today.
I hear that. Yeah.
It's just hitting me.
It's a little frightening.
Whoa, I appreciate that honesty.
It's a little frightening.
Rob.
But
that's nice.
Before we get to that,
okay, what you got?
Guru? We got to talk, man.
Oh, boy.
We have to have a conversation around these parts.
Oh, boy.
Hope it's not about knockout.
Look me in this eye.
That's
exactly what it's about.
Because Myers just sent me a text about yesterday. I had to answer that.
Look me in the eye.
Okay, I'm looking dead in the eye.
Everybody around here loves you. You are one of the most infectious personalities and people that any of us have ever met. The listeners of this station, they love you.
All right.
Everybody.
I believe you believe half of this, Willard.
You.
But why do you got to break this out? Where are we going?
Because I want you to. You got to stop tying. You got to stop tying your self-worth to this free throw. This one free throw that you shoot one time.
It's actually been 2.
I know, 12 months. Every 12 months you shoot one free throw. And if it doesn't go in, it means that your whole world has fallen apart.
Well, the offensive rebound also.
Please.
That was the worst part. But I hear you.
Man.
I got you. Well, I'm hugging you from over here.
Even Steph misses a free throw.
But it was bigger than that.
But man, look at me.
I got you.
Goodwill Hunting. It's okay.
Right.
It's okay. It's okay.
But when you hit the 50 burger, you take your athletic feats or the ones you're trying to reach and milestones to another level. And I tried to relive my high school life. I was on the bench in high school. I got in with that, But I tried to get all that back with the free throw, and I drove home and parked the caddy, and I said, even if you would have won it, you didn't score 30 at Rucker Park, Goo.
Right.
It was a free throw. So I am cleansed.
It's a free
Myers
throw.
texted me, said, "What? I just saw what happened." Laughing, smile face. I missed.
You missed it.
Let me go. Right. I missed it.
You're a something-year-old man.
Bob Myers.
And you missed a free throw.
I just stick up for him.
I love you for this.
I told him Bob Myers' free throw percentage in college.
Imagine if Jonathan Kuminga felt this way when he missed a free throw.
Right. Willard's my guy.
He'd be emotionally cratered for the whole, dude, you missed a free throw. That's it.
What's scary, real quick, Willard?
And a putback.
What's scary is it was knockout, and it was a free throw contest, but this is where I'm going. But it was something else to me, and I need to find out what. It was bigger than what was going.
Why?
I can't get my glory. Shout out Denzel back from the days. It's over. And I think that's why I'm shooting hoop at any 24-hour fitness that'll let me in, is I'm searching for something.
You're like Kevin Durant on the free agent market right now, man.
I was hurt walking out of that.
Stop searching and just be. You got a good life, man. And so you missed a free throw. And we're going to do it again next year. And I want you to stop because I feel like you've already had a talk with yourself about next year. We got 364 days to go, and I'm going to be ready.
No,
that's literally the first thing he said when he got back to the booth.
But there were talks about me walking away, Dibs.
Yeah,
just stay up in. Like what I did to you. You had to change your schedule.
Don't go Brett
And the line of the day was, I thought I was going to, I'm walking up the stairs, and I hear Dibs on the mic. I thought I was going to be here with you longer.
Yeah.
Those are the things that hurt.
I had to rapid fire my takes. I mean, I had to get
just about to get into something.
Yeah, I was starting to get comfortable with Evan, and he and I haven't done a lot of radio together.
This hurts,
I admire Evan a lot, and I was kind of looking forward to it.
You were excited. I saw you when I left.
I was excited. Yeah, I tapped you out, and you went down there, and you were getting loose, and I thought you were in heat 3, and so I thought I had like 45 minutes or so. I thought that I was going to be able to stretch out, and then all of a sudden, you got eliminated, and here you come trudging up the stairs, and I was like, Evan,
nowhere to go, just walking aimlessly.
I got like 4 takes I need to get off.
Willard, I love you, man. I'm over it.
It was like the pitch clock in baseball when you go to get popcorn and you have to wait in the line. You came back and went, damn, this goes fast.
Yeah.
Even Bob heard about it.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Well, social media is a big thing. So anyway, Everybody still loves you.
No, I appreciate it.
And like you know,
no one didn't before.
That's my point. But it's okay. You miss a free throw. You actually probably.
But I'm searching for something.
But you probably do a lot better in the damn tournament if you didn't care so much.
No.
I'm for real.
Austin and San Jose, guru elimination sensation.
It's an elimination sensation.
Wow, Austin.
Honestly, it's not about the free throw. It's about you and the mic and drill. And I don't know if you know about the mic and drill, but the mic and drill is where you do a layup on one side, a layup on the other side. Layup, layup,
all day. We did
layup.
STYO, Eddie House.
You do 50 straight layups, putbacks, and I'll never forget watching Dan Hunt at Drake High School in '82 doing the mic and drill, 6'7", future state champ. I'm like, what's going on here? And somebody told me it's the mic and drill. And had you done the mic and drill, you wouldn't have missed the putback. It's not the free throw that got you. It was the putback, and I just was watching the video before the show. Your free throw was good. It was bounce. Stop
it, dude.
You got the rebound, and then...
But I'm just telling you, I'm black, but everything went black. Once I got that rebound, it was over.
Wow. Yeah.
You could have 10 rims. I was done, Evan. Pressure got to me.
Look, sometimes you're going for the smooch, and the person doesn't kiss you back. That was the rim on that play. But you got to be there to clean it up, all right? You got to bounce back.
Exactly.
Thank you, Willard. But back to the Niners.
It's okay, man. It's okay.
All right, I got you.
Mr. Free.
You're going to be okay. By the way,
he missed a bunny.
Forget
the free throw.
Let's say
bunny.
All right, he missed a bunny.
Well, because he was asking afterwards, what was I expecting to happen? If I won it all, what was I going to do?
I can answer that question. Right, what were you expecting? You should be expecting nothing.
Okay.
Just expect
That's what Brandon got. He got the same trophy he won last year.
Yeah, but look how smug he
one.
is over there. He's back-to-back Drake.
Yeah.
I'm proud of him.
Yeah. A lot of smug going around here.
Yeah.
Niners, where you guys at? Will, for you to say,
I think it's scary. I think the whole thing.
Appreciate that honesty.
The whole thing is really scary right now because if you just sort of trace this back to last year, it feels to me like the 49ers, and I get it. You come that tantalizingly close to a Super Bowl, and then when you lose it, that's what drives all your decisions all off season long. Which is we're right there, and then you look at what they did, and it's a restructure of Debo, and it's a give Brandon a contract that, damn it, I come on, we knew the second he signed it. I came in here at this chair, and I went, well, that was dumb. What the hell are you doing? I don't even understand why the wide receiver market is what it is, let alone that the Niners are in it for a player who's very good but is not a top 5 to 7 receiver in this game. So why did you do that? Because you're so tantalizingly close that you let that run your actions. And then Trent Williams and Christian McCaffrey and the whole list. And then what you get is 6-11. And then we come back the following year. You trade Debo for a song. You're taking calls on Brandon Ayuk. And you're having press conferences openly talking about changing the financial structure as you get ready to sign your quarterback. But, oh, by the way, send all the reporters out there to be like, by the way, that's not guaranteed either. Not sure what's going on with the quarterback. I think that this is a really scary few months to see what it is the 49ers are actually cooking up.
I like that. Go ahead, Dibs. I can't wait, but that was honesty.
It is, and I mean, if you look at like all the other wide receivers around the league, guys who are either going to get cut or traded, and you make these deals, and Amari Cooper, a guy who probably will get either cut or traded. Devontae Adams, he's now out there, out and about, and all these other teams that have these wide receivers. Cooper Kupp, you think that the Rams don't think that he's good? Of course they do, but he's making too much money. So in the NFL, you get these contracts, and it works out or it doesn't short term, and then you have to make the cap hit. You got to eat the cap, and you got to make the move and get rid of these players. But the Debo one, we all saw coming. Last year, we all talked about how in a year, they probably won't have both Brandon and Debo on the team. But you restructured Debo, and you signed Brandon. Brandon got hurt. Debo got restructured, and now you don't want Debo anymore. You trade him, and now you have to eat more than $30 million on the cap for Debo, and Brandon won't play. So, what's your approach here, Niners? And I know that Mark and I will get into it about how much money they want to lay out in total cash. And Jed York, the owner, has been really forthright about giving everyone money. You got Christian, restructure, Trent, restructure, Brandon, big contract. Brock Purdy's going to get a big contract. All this money going out. You were 6-11. So at some point, if you're the owner and you're the one who has to open up the vault, you have to say enough. Enough is enough. Like, we got to do something different here.
Well, that's what I think is interesting about the messaging from Lynch and from the front office. It's almost like they're talking like they have a ton of time. And when you start losing games, your life expectancy as an executive shrinks. And so the fact that they're talking about moving forward with Brock, but on their terms, or, we got to be a little more careful. It's all these problems are kind of a result of the holes that they dug with all these albatross deals in the first place. They can't just wish them away and bring in new players. So it's going to take multiple drafts, I think. It's going to take time. And I just wonder if, again, like, does John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, by extension, feel like they have a lot of time because people want results? I think they're going to be better next year, mainly by virtue of their schedule.
But they earned that time to me. As much as I throw rocks at them, they've built something. They didn't cash in. We talked about it. But they've earned. The people are calling here like they've done nothing. And I'm like, that's where it gets unfair.
No, I don't think they've done nothing. But this idea that they're bulletproof, to me, is also a little bit wishful.
Well, but that might be from the fans' perspective, maybe even some of the media's perspective. I don't think it's Jed's perspective. I do think they have some time. I don't think that there's any hot seat thing going on there now. If they take this schedule they've got this year and they rock another 6 or 7 wins, then we're going to be having a different conversation. What scares me, though, anytime you hear a professional sports team publicly start talking about money, I get really uncomfortable as a fan. Like, you look at even what the Warriors have done. At one point, they're just like, look, we want to reset the apron. And then they do. And then even within that year, you acquire Jimmy Butler, you sign an extension, and you head out for the hills to be like, we're spending again. Like, when you tell me, and I don't know how many people saw this, but 2 different reporters yesterday who are tapped in, I think, both when Debo goes and you hear rumors of Brandon and then Devontae Adams gets released. And you hear reporters go, I hear that the 49ers are really happy with their receiver room. They don't think they need another one. And you know who they really, really like? Tariq Owens. They actually really like Tariq. When you start doing that, Kyle Kami said it. When you start doing that, you start feeling very San Francisco Giants-ish to me.
No doubt.
They don't sell me on Lamont Wade is going to be a great player.
You sound like the birds that flew over Kmart. Cheap, cheap, cheap. Yeah,
nice. That's a 4. That's a solid 4.
No, it's bad for fans whenever you are openly talking about needing to be saving money.
Wow. And what I've told Evan, and you guys just tell me what you think, what I don't like just across the board in sports is when you have the track record of Lynch and Kyle in regard to what you built and the contracts that now look faulty and you're second guessing. And Evan, we talked about it. I want somebody to come in this studio or even call, maybe tomorrow, before the weekends, and tell me which one you would have said, I'm not giving you the bread, especially the one when I start with the running back, McCaffrey. I would have sent him a Zelly. I would have sent him a Cash App. Whatever you need, you got. And the Warriors and the Niners did that. It backfired. Trent Williams, and it goes on and on. But what I'm telling Evan and what I'm going to leave here today with is I don't like when the Niners now are acting like they got punked in these negotiations and now all of a sudden we're going to be renegades and the next one. I don't like, just show us, don't talk about it.
Right.
And they haven't technically said that, but who would you have done something different? The guys you paid deserve to get, okay, and that was Evan's answer.
Ayuk, and that's the way it went. Right. And you drafted Pearsall, and still, when push came to shove, you caved. You could have traded him, you didn't, and you got down to the nitty-gritty, and you get a little nervy, Parag, and you gave him the bag, and that was a mistake.
Wow. I never thought about this before, but now looking back on it, what are the dates of when Ricky was shot and Brandon was signed? I want to look back at that.
Brandon was signed before he got shot, though.
Was he?
I'm the Guru computer.
For sure, you found out that on 95.7 The Game, which you're listening to, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. It doesn't change the fact, though, that, they basically paid him to just keep the band together.
Wow.
And again, we were just kind of hypothetically throwing out, of the 3 guys, Brandon Ayuk's the one that if it all happens this offseason is not getting paid. You might still look at Christian McCaffrey as indispensable. You might still looking at Trent Williams as indispensable. Some of the deals that they've made, because Goo, I think, pointed out appropriately, like we weren't saying this at the time. Ayuk's the only one that you could look at and say, in his own words, I'm a fourth option in a run-first offense. That doesn't sound indispensable to me. That doesn't sound like a $30 million player, and yet the Niners still caved. They still gave in.
Why?
They gave him the money. Well, they gave it to him because they felt like they needed him to be at a Super Bowl caliber level. They paid to keep the band together, and then the band fell apart.
Wow.
I mean, that's the way that I read it.
Yep. Ayuk signed 2 days before Pearsall.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so
that's a good quote. Wow.
Well, and so that kind of it breaks apart what had crossed my mind, which was, did the Pearsall shooting make them blink? I don't know what made them blink. And again,
I think what Evan just said is exactly right.
Yep.
They felt like with Debo and with Juwan and Ayuk and McCaffrey, we didn't know then that he would not play more than just a couple of games. You thought that you had all your 5 eligibles, you had your best guys ready to go, and Kittle and Trent. We didn't know about Trent in his personal, travails, which were tragic, and Mooney Ward and all the rest of it. You thought Dre Greenlaw would come back sooner. Whatever you thought, okay, Brandon and Debo, Christian and George and Juszczyk and Juwan and the rookie Pearsall. Man, we are loaded for bear. We can make this run. And well, everything went kind of south for everyone.
I think
Except
also,
Kittle.
well, no, I think also they probably thought they might be able to trade the contract, in a year. And then there are teams that they might be shopping to.
Yeah.
Right now, it's a lot harder to do that now that he's hurt. But I'm sure you didn't see his value taking a freaking dive off the cliff. I mean, the other part is, with the wide receiver, I think wide receivers were more tradable last year, or they were more valued last year. This last year was, the year of the running back. And Saquon Barkley now is the first $20 million running back. Derrick Henry is revived. It's like, wide receivers a year later are far less important, it does appear. And maybe to your point, Willard, last offseason is where the bubble bursts for the wide receiver market, and Brandon Ayuk is kind of the face of it.
I definitely think so, although it wasn't even just, like, Brandon might be the face of it, but if you look around the league, cost-benefit analysis, you look at what the Cowboys paid and what they got out of that.
CD.
Yeah. I guess, Justin Jefferson, to me, that's kind of a set aside. But also look at how successful the Kansas City Chiefs have been the second they didn't pay Tyreek Hill and move him along. I mean, you could do this up and down the league. I would argue.
I think Buffalo's a good example, too.
Yep. They decided to just move on from their high-priced guys. And so, again, I'm not here to say receivers aren't valuable and that they're not going to get paid. But the fact that they're essentially out there dancing around as the second highest paid player in the game, or third, it's pass rushers and receivers are side by side. That's ridiculous.
And Barkley gets this new contract, and it's easy for me to say, and a guy making nothing saying it's peanuts, because we all know what he brought to the Eagles and what he fixed. And that contract today for the Barry Sanders is just like, you got to be kidding me.
Well,
come on. But running backs matter. I got that from Evan. But come on, man. That just bothers me.
Look up and down the league, and I'm not even – this might now tilt it too far in the other direction. But last year in the league, everybody wanted to pay their receiver. What did they really get out of that? Now, the Eagles paid their receivers. I don't know how much that had to do with them winning. Saquon feels like the main reason Philly was better this year. All of the running backs that were cast aside – there's a whole list of them.
My God.
From Saquon to Derrick Henry to Joe Mixon, and we could go on and on.
Jacobs.
Absolutely. They're all over the league, and almost all of them went to the playoffs for $10 million. And you're out here paying $35 for your wide receiver?
Evan, would you do me a favor before we get out of here? And I didn't run this by you.
I can try.
I know two things are going to happen. We'll never see Bigfoot. And can you play the Schefter sound in regard to Brock possibly playing this year out on the – listen to this.
Yes, I can.
All right.
The Niners, if they don't sign Brock Purdy this offseason, and here's a team that really is up against it financially, if they don't sign him, and Brock Purdy obviously is going to want to get a deal done, and the Niners would want to get a deal done. But the issue is he's scheduled to make $5.1 million this season. He then could be tagged after next season for $41 million. He could be tagged the season after that for $51 million. So if you don't get a deal done with Brock Purdy and you're the Niners, and again, this would not be what Brock Purdy would want, I would imagine. Certainly not what his agent would want. He would play for $5 million this year, 41 next year, 51 the year after. You're talking about $97+ million over the next 3 years, which for most people would be incredible money, but not for a quarterback who's waiting to get paid. And so the Niners have a bit of a cap issue, cash issue, and so they can't put Brock Purdy necessarily where he might be. They can go to a certain level. They'd want to pay him, but it's not going to be, I would imagine, quite as high as most people think.
So no Bigfoot, in no way they would. If you really want to be Billy Badass Dibs and tell me everything's changed, you would say show up to work and he can hold out. But that would never happen, right?
Never say never.
Or has the 6 and 11 changed? Or if you guys are right about this bitterness in regard to the contract.
You're saying what would never happen?
The Niners saying, Brock, we want franchise. We want to play this year out on $5 million. No way.
To me, this is a complete negotiating ploy. Like someone called Schefter, right? And they're like, say this, please. Here's the script. Say this. And this is them trying to chill Brock and his agent out.
Okay, because I'm
That's
like,
all.
come on, man.
I mean,
he saved their jobs.
Did we really overnight go from you're the big badass Jed York-led San Francisco 49ers, multiple Super Bowl trips in the last 6 years, and the most cap space in the league for this season? Did we go from that and overnight? You sound like the Raiders.
Right.
How many times do you have to listen the Niners are cash strapped? No, you're not. What? What are we talking about here? No, I don't read that way at all. Again, I go back to what you just said earlier, and we've said a few times. Niners are tired of losing the deal, and they don't want to lose this one. So this is the narrative they're going to go with.
Real quick, Dibs, how much of losing the deal is bad luck? They didn't know McCaffrey was going to, unless you sent him to Kaiser. They didn't know Trent was going to, the money made sense at the time. They got bad luck. So I guess, Willard, I just got a problem with people calling it a bad deal because at the time, everybody was status quo. Dibs deserved that. Now, have we been able to look at a crystal ball and see you miss 8 games, or Ayuk getting hurt? But I think it's a bunch of bad luck.
Well, I think the Ayuk deal was a bad deal because you paid too much money for a guy who's not a top 5, a top 8 receiver.
That one, okay.
Forget whether or not he got hurt. You don't use receivers like that. So that was a bad deal. And you gave Debo a restructure, and then you realized a year later that you wanted to trade him or he wanted out, and you agreed. And so you restructured him, and you front-loaded a lot of money that is now going to be a cap hit. And Trent Williams, you restructured him, and he's 36, going to be 37. So was that a bad deal? It sure looks like it. And McCaffrey, he's a guy who's had an injury history, and then you gave him a restructure, and he was the highest-paid running back until earlier today. And so he's a guy who also got hurt, an older player, an older running back. So I don't just look at the injury and say, well, that's just bad luck. You put money into positions you don't really need that much, and older players, you get what you get.
Wow.
Yeah, I just wonder if last year was the last dance.
Wow, man.
What does that make this season?
That would make last year a Super Bowl or bust, and we don't want to say that.
There's an entire offseason ahead.
No doubt.
There's an entire offseason. No doubt. These are, to me, narratives. They are ploys. These are not actions yet. These are words. And I don't suddenly think that the 49ers are out on the streets crying poor.
Sam Cook said a change going to come. So there will be some changes. We'll see.
They're trying to re-grab the perceived control of their organization, which I think they think got a little out of control the last 2 off seasons.
Well,
that's what it feels like to me.
It's going to be a big draft for the Niners.
No doubt.
No
doubt. Huge. How many picks?
I'm not sure.
I want to say 11.
72.
An awful lot.
Well, and I don't know if all the comp picks have been assigned yet.
So
and they got some comp picks coming in, but they're probably going to have between 10 and 12 or 13 picks. And they've been better in that third round and later So can you hit on your first-round pick, your second-round pick? Do you trade back and get more picks? This feels to me more and more like a year where you want more picks than you want high picks because you need bodies.
Yeah. And Bosa needs help.
Yes, they do. Well, it's been a fun show, Gil.
Yeah.
Let these
See you
guys
tomorrow,
lock in. Warriors Live coming up at 3:30.
3:30.
Oh,
Warriors
you guys
Live.
are early day.
Yeah. These East Coast trips, man, they're rough on us.
Boy.
They're rough on us. We got to do this 90-minute show. It's crazy.
I love it.
Right on.
Crazy.
Talk to you same time, same place tomorrow. Willard and Dibs coming up next on 95.7 The Game.
Gil, let me just give you one piece of advice. When you miss, because you will miss.
Oh, Evan told me.
You get that rebound quick, unlike last year, and you put it back up.
No doubt about it.
And then you go to the back line if you make the layup.
No doubt. Not plan on being on the back of the line a few times.
You are funny, dude.
Hit that S again.
Are they the coolest show in the Bay Area?
No white boys. They're cool.
That's what people are saying.
You guys are phenomenal.
This is one of the most perfect ways that I could end my day, getting the chance to talk to Mr. Mark and Dan, you know?
We'll let you be the judge.
Oh.
All I know is it's a couple of Bay Area boys talking sports.
I know nothing.
Thanks. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right, let's do this. There we go. Warriors get the get-right win. They are in New York to take on the Knicks, and we got big names with questionable tags in Karl Anthony Towns and Steph Curry. We expect that breaking news to happen during our show, so be with us along the ride because, yes, Warriors Live is an hour and 15 minutes away. Tip-off will be at 4:30 here on 95.7 The Game. We do have some Dub stuff to get to. The Western Conference changed again last night, so we'll have that. But, yes, we'll start off by talking about these 49ers because, all of a sudden, Dibs, they've got me very scared. And I do think these are just words and they are negotiating ploys. But at the same time, what I don't know is to what level are you going to let those words guide your decision-making? It's just me, but I don't like it in the offseason whenever I'm a fan of a team that comes out and starts talking about how money is a problem and we need to start doing a lot less when it comes to money. That is not what any fan wants to hear, and I did not think I'd be hearing it anytime soon from the San Francisco 49ers.
I understand that, but it is the reality of a salary cap league, and it's different when the Giants come out and say, we're just trying to break even. That's offensive on a number of different levels, especially when the Dodgers are shelling out hundreds of millions of dollars to everyone who has a pulse and maybe has played baseball once in their life. So that's a little bit different because, the Giants are allowed to, with the big development they have down there, the multi-billion-dollar development, they're probably doing okay financially. So that's an uncapped league. It's a little bit of a different feel. The Warriors and Joe Lacob, he's spent more money than any other team in the history of the association. So even this year where they talk about getting below the second apron, okay, we're going to give you a year to save money because you've spent more in luxury tax than any other team in history
and won
has
rings.
ever spent, and
correct.
You've won rings, so that's great. But for the Niners, I do think that, and you and I have had this conversation many times about the cap, and you've always said cap schmap, and you're right, because you can maneuver, you can manipulate, you can massage, but it feels like now, and you said this during in the green room during the pre-show, like it feels like now ownership is saying enough of like me picking up your mistakes by repurposing contracts and giving out big cash bonuses. It feels more now like they're saying enough is enough with all these bad contracts.
And again, I've never met Jed York, but most billionaires that I've watched in sports think about these things the same way, which is when they are good owners, they'll say yes a lot. Yeah, you want to extend our payroll? Answer's yes. Answer's yes. Go win. And when you go to NFC title games and your quarterback's arm falls off, or when you go to the Super Bowl and you lose in overtime, the owner is like, you're right there. You're right there. So, yes, let's keep saying yes. Let's keep saying yes. And then you come back to the owner the next offseason and you're like, Right. So we went 6-11.
Yeah.
And we finished in 4th in our division. That's when the owner's going to be like, what the hell am I paying for? What are you doing? I'm not here for games at the end of the year where the stands are half empty because you all punted on this whole thing already. I'm not here on December 30th so that when the Lions come to town for a massive Monday night game, we're actually just sitting here with our phones out looking at our fantasy scores because the final score of the game doesn't matter, and half of the crowd is like, it'd be better if we lost this game, actually.
Exactly.
I was there. Nobody cared.
Yep.
It was this campy little feeling of like, well, there's a lot of points being scored. This is fun. Like, oh, God. If I'm Jed York, I broke off Brandon Ayuk. What?
Yeah.
For what? So I get it. But the bottom line is, for fans, it's awful. It's absolutely awful. It's not what you want to hear. And my hope is that what the 49ers are trying to do is this is their play to try to get a couple of the contracts to fall in the bucket that they would like it to fall in, as opposed to being a team who actually has suddenly decided, nope, it's time to clip and trim and save and sell a piece of the team and all of these things. And that's what we've gotten a flow of so far. We thought that February and March would be about the build-up to the draft and a Brock Purdy contract extension, and instead, we've gotten an all-time favorite Niner shipped out for a 5th-round pick. We've got reporters saying that everybody on the roster is available, and oh, by the way, your quarterback might have to do double franchise tags for the next 2 years, which are all leverage plays.
Yeah.
But so I'll go with that until I know otherwise, but this is not the narrative that I want to hear right now.
I get that, and I don't think that they're going to go that route with Brock Purdy. And I listen to Adam Schefter, and he's talking about the contract, and because Brock Purdy's made Pro Bowls now, that the number that he is on the books for, 1.1, is actually $5 million. So he gets $5 million, and then if you do back-to-back franchise tags, and Evan played the sound, and it works out to be about almost $100 million over 3 years, which is $33 million per year, less than what many people think he would get, which is 50 or 55 or who knows what he would get. So it's definitely a leverage play. And we talked about this last year where the team could use the franchise tag as a threat. You could have him play this year on $5 million, and then you could franchise him twice, and that works out to be about $100 million total. And you could do that, but I don't think that they will. And that is something that Cincinnati does, and they did that to T. Higgins. So now he's going to play on the franchise tag for a second straight year, and he's probably not happy about it. You'd rather have a long-term deal, that's something that is concrete and set in stone. And so if you're the Niners, do you want to do that to your quarterback, the most important player on your team? That's not the way a good team goes about doing its business.
Of course not. And so my read on this, I think, is the same as yours, which is that negotiations have started and both sides are digging in for something that might take a minute or two longer than they originally thought. Because, if I'm Brock's agent, why wouldn't you come in and be like, so Dak Prescott's there, so we'll go just north of that. That'll be fine.
Yeah, even Jordan Love,
right? Because we're better than those. Well, I don't know if he's better than Jordan Love. He's definitely better than Dak Prescott. He's better than Trevor Lawrence. I'd be using those two deals.
Yeah, but we talked about the Jordan Love deal, which is $55 per year.
Right.
Like, would Brock take that right now?
Probably, but I don't think the Niners want to start their offer there.
Right.
So both sides are going to – this is the leverage that both have, right? Brock Purdy's going to say, so you suck without me. And
I'm really good.
I don't know what your other option is.
Yep.
And so you don't want me to be mad because, maybe I just won't show up this year. And then what are you going to do? And the Niners' leverage is what you just heard Adam Schefter say. And we'll play it again right now because I don't want to assume that nobody just showed up in the last 15 minutes.
Yep.
This is from the Pat McAfee show on ESPN earlier today, Adam Schefter.
The Niners, if they don't sign Brock Purdy this offseason, and here's a team that really is up against it financially, if they don't sign him, and Brock Purdy obviously is going to want to get a deal done, and the Niners would want to get a deal done. But the issue is he's scheduled to make $5.1 million this season. He then could be tagged after next season for $41 million. He could be tagged the season after that for $51 million. So if you don't get a deal done with Brock Purdy, and you're the Niners, and again, this would not be what Brock Purdy would want, I would imagine, certainly not what his agent would want. he would play for $5 million this year, $41 next year, $51 the year after. You're talking about $97+ million over the next 3 years, which for most people would be incredible money, but not for a quarterback who's waiting to get paid. And so the Niners have a bit of a cap issue, cash issue, and so they can't put Brock Purdy necessarily where he might be. They can go to a certain level. They'd want to pay him, but it's not going to be, I would imagine, quite as high as most people think.
It just makes me laugh. I don't buy it for a second. I don't buy any of it. It's a bunch of junk. That's the 49ers calling Adam Schefter and saying, look, here's the tone we'd like to strike. Boy, Brock, we love you. But, these financial problems we're having. What financial problems? Now, all of a sudden, you're completely out of cash and you're strapped. So you're going to try to, appeal to Brock Purdy and be like, we love you. But you got to understand, we need to be able to put people around you now. So we're going to need you to maybe just be aware of our situation. And then, by the way, let's casually drop in, just so you know, Brock, we do have the power to control you.
Yeah, facts.
For the next 3 years at $33 million a year.
Yep.
So
those are facts.
They're facts. Now, nobody wants that, though, because you could go that route and then Brock says, I'm not playing, and now everybody loses. Now, everybody loses starting with us. But that's the card, to me, that the 49ers just laid with this report.
Well, and that card has been there, and the fact that Adam Schefter is coming out with that report tells me that they're ready to play it, which also indicates to me that this extension that we all talk about is not that close to being a reality. And we talked about it before where, both sides want this to happen, but if the team doesn't want to pay top dollar, and I get that, and whether or not they are cash strapped or cap strapped, I think that they are in terms of the salary cap. It's a little bit tighter than what we would have thought because what you're going to have to eat with Deebo Samuel, you trade Deebo and what you owe him accelerates to this year. And that takes up about half of what you had in your cap room. And you have 11 or 12 or 13 guys you want to draft and pay. So I don't think that they have as much money as people would think that they would. So for Brock Purdy, yeah, you're going to have to pay him a lot of money, most of which will be down the road. But no matter what that is, you're probably going to have to restructure Kittle, and Juszczyk might be a cap casualty, and you got Fred Warner you might restructure. Yeah. You've got a lot of financial work that you have to do because you don't have as much cap room as you did before you decided to trade Deebo Samuel.
Look, it's tough stuff. The bottom line is, in professional sports, if you're a team or a player and you find a microphone and you start talking to your fan base about money, it's not going to go over well. Period. I mean, there was the offseason report with the Giants. Oh, they're lower spending a little bit. Bleep you is the response of just about every fan. Bleep you. You know what? We'd like to save money, too. How about if the Tony's Pizza out there in right field would charge a little bit less for a slice of cheese, right?
How about we stop instituting tariffs on our allies? I had to sneak that one.
Yeah, there's that. Right.
So, according to overthecap.com, the Niners have the largest dead cap hit this year in the NFL.
Sure, but
that's a thing.
That's a thing, but they also still have space. In the moment.
Not a lot.
But they've got space.
Yep.
We're sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Your phone calls on any of this are always welcome. How does this make you feel, Niner fans, when you start hearing, oh, money, money, the same thing you wake up thinking about every day? Now the Niners are saying that to you. 888-957-9570. Telmo, we see you. We're coming to you. And Warriors Live is just over an hour away, and any minute now we're going to find out if Steph Curry is going to play tonight. So stay right where you are on Willard and Dibbs.
Traveling in 2025? Start your journey right at SFO.
Now, back to
Will and Dibby
on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, I give you love. For anybody who was listening yesterday,
stay hot, Dibber.
I hope you didn't fade the Dibber last night.
No.
There's a bunch of things that happened. Your campy little Bethune-Cookman. Who are they playing? Bethune-Cookman?
They're playing Grambling, Mark.
Grambling.
Yep.
And you had Bethune minus the 5.
That's right.
I took the lovely Christy to Splash after the knockout tournament. Boop. And we were watching the Dubs.
Thank you.
And if you haven't been to Splash yet, which is the sports bar and restaurant right next to Chase Center.
So good.
Right there on Thrive City Plaza. By the way, we rocked the nachos. Damn.
Yeah?
Okay? Okay.
Really?
Really impressive. We've now eaten there twice, and I've come out with a grade A both times. Really good.
The smash burger that you and I shared
we smashed
was phenomenal.
It was phenomenal, but I wasn't hungry, so that was a bummer. This time I was hungry, and the nachos also smashed.
To the house.
Phenomenal.
Okay.
But anyway, they've got the scroll board underneath the TVs, which on a random Monday night had Bethune-Cookman and Grambling, so I'm watching this scroll around each time. And they got a big lead, and then it's getting closer. It's getting, here comes the fade. The Dibber.
Yeah, boy.
Nope, they held them off.
Yep.
And then the Warriors did the exact same thing, coughed their lead up, then ran away and covered. And, oh, by the way, a little garbage time for Pat Spencer before the buzzer. And your on-air pick was Pat Spencer to register a bucket. and in 2 minutes, Pat went 1 for 1 for 2 points.
Let's go.
Don't fade the Dibber, pay the Dibber.
Green check mark, which is rare. I'm no Mark Grandy, two-time knockout champ. But, things broke pretty well until the late college action, but we won't eat. We don't.
Oh, so you shouldn't have brought that up. I was over here thinking you just went 3 for 3 for your whole night.
And some early horse racing today went against me, but nothing like breaking even. You know how that goes.
That's actually a good day if you break even.
Take Holy Cross in the 6.5 against Lafayette.
If you say it like that, I'm just not inspired. But anyway, we're going to go to the phones for a sec. But just
go to the phones.
Just because you brought up Grandy, for those of you who don't speak 95.7 The Game, we did have our knockout tournament yesterday. And our technical director and good friend here, Mark with a C, he won for the second year in a row. We've only done this event twice. He's won it both times. And I just want to take a moment because I slept on this and thought about it, Grandy. Dude, that's bananas. I want everybody to stop just for not for the he can shoot a free throw, because he obviously can. He hasn't had a 30th birthday yet, so he moves still pretty spry.
Yep.
So you got all that going for him. So it's not like we didn't know that you were a candidate, but we're talking, what was it? It was at least 50 people in this event.
I think it was closer to 65.
So 65, just for randomness, like for random dumb luck,
right?
That's bananas that you won again. That's crazy. Like, the ball has to bounce your way a little bit. So for us to do this event twice and the same person wins both times, dude, I mean, both bravo and, buy a lotto ticket.
There's strategy here.
No, I'm sure there is. Luck. No, it's not. But what I'm saying is it's both. That's crazy that you won again. It really is. So bravo.
Thanks.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was great to knock you out at the end, too.
Yeah, that was. And
by the way, Cat's doing all right.
By the way, it actually feels great today.
Wow,
I'm thrilled. It's still howling at me, but I got way more mobility than I thought I was going to have.
Round 2?
Give me a few more days.
Okay.
Give me a few more days.
Nice.
And yes, we'll get back out there.
I had more than one listener come up to me and say, "Oh, Grandy over Willard in the final. That thing was so rigged. It's just like the NBA.
It's not rigged."
Somebody, two different people are like, "That thing was so rigged." Dude, and I was like, "That is so funny."
I must have shot. How many free throws do you think we shot yesterday? Through the Heat and then through the finals. It had to be
I'd say close to
25.
Close to 20.
25 too.
I think I missed twice. 2 or 3 times. That's it.
Yeah, we go to the film.
And you dude, I from the framework of my favorite line, Super Bowl or try again.
Yep.
I'm sorry if this doesn't land well with you, Grandy. I am so okay with second place. I am there's not an ounce of me that's like, damn it. I was like that. How fun was that? Went all the way to the end.
Super fun.
And I think I missed 3 times.
Yeah.
Great. Good for you, Grandy. Keep the trophy in there. It looks good in that room.
It was fun to watch, and I love the fact that it says 2023 knockout champion, even though last year I believe was 2024.
Well, we did it in November 2023.
Oh, we did?
Yep.
Okay. Well, there you go.
Lucas, all that planning, and you didn't come up with another trophy?
We gave away a jersey.
Yeah, but to Grandy.
And tickets.
Like, I don't know.
Grandy, it's actually funny. The week before, leading up to it, Grandy's like, you can just take this trophy. I don't want it. You can just get a new plaque and give it to this year's winner.
Okay. Did you?
Yeah.
Okay. Did he? Oh, okay. So
There's no new plaque.
Yeah, okay. I mean, somebody get a Sharpie and I'll write a 5 over the 3 and we'll be fine.
Yeah.
Anyway.
No, it's great.
Yeah.
It's
fun. It was a good day.
It was really fun to watch. And for the first time in my life, I actually was rooting for you, which was really uncomfortable because my motto going into yesterday, and I wasn't going to play. My legs are not where they should be. And, I
hate Mark Grandy.
That's a fact. And so I was thinking anybody but Grandy, and secondarily was anybody but Willard.
Right.
So when it came down to Grandy versus Willard, I had to choose. It's like, which of my children do I hate more?
Oh, I could answer that.
Well, it's Grandy.
Okay.
But it's close because I have to deal with you a lot more than I have to deal with him. But the smugometer of a Mark Grandy, I didn't want to see him win again.
But you have no idea what I would have done if I had won.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't know what that year would have been like. We'll never know.
I could see you from the sidelines, and already you were out there. You were bouncing and you were feeling yourself.
You got it.
You were feeling it.
You got to put the wings out a little bit when you knock someone out.
More than a little bit.
You have to put the wings out a little bit. It's just like your body just does that.
I don't know if you saw it, and we'll go to the phones here because people could give a crap about this.
But it was fun.
Grandy hit you with the night.
I know he did.
Okay, I wasn't sure if you saw that.
To him when did I see it? It's all over Instagram for crying out loud.
Yeah,
I loved it.
You're all on Instagram. So
yeah, I loved it. Sure, night me. Good job. Yeah,
it's kind of a soft night to be honest.
I mean, come on.
Yeah,
you're gonna do
anyway.
Let's
expected more.
Yeah,
Windsor.
888-957-9570. Hi, Telmo in the city. What are you doing, Telmo?
Well, I'm currently stocking up on maple syrup before the tariffs hit. I got a 2.5-year-old who's really into waffles these days, so I gotta make sure I'm stocked up on the good Canadian stuff before we have to start buying the second-tier Vermont maple syrup.
It's a good thought. It's a good plan. That's a good way to be a planner because French toast is coming next for that kid too.
But going back to and a real quick aside, the best part about yesterday's tournament is once again hearing about how much Guru can ball all year, for him to prove otherwise in an actual physical basketball situation. He's probably listening right now. He's going to feel some type of way about it. But yeah, maybe next year, Goo. But anyways, back to this Niners thing. Here's look. We heard it with Bosa. We heard it with Ayuk. Just fans were like, just give him the bag. Give him whatever he wants. Give him the bag, right? And then it goes south, right? Bosa has 10 sacks and then 9 sacks, and he's still a factor, but not the way he was. And Ayuk, that just went nosedive completely south, and now people are like, well, the decisions the management's making. Here's the thing about Brock Purdy. We're talking about a franchise quarterback, right? And a franchise quarterback is like finding a wife or a spouse or a husband, whatever be it, right? You want to commit to that person. You can't bring the baggage from your failed relationships and your toxic exes and your crazy exes into that relationship because it just won't work. So if you think that person is the long-term person, which in the NFL, the face of the franchise, a quarterback is that person, you have to just go into it in good faith and believe that that's the one and do whatever it takes to make that relationship successful. Because if you go into it being petty about all the failed stuff in the past, it's not going to work anyways, and you're going to be back in the same situation, going through the same roster of quarterbacks, the same thing over and over. The Niners have a guy that's gone to an NFC championship, a Super Bowl. Last year, he wasn't a bum. He still played well with almost no weapons. So they need to figure out how to get the deal done, how to give him some weapons, how to move forward, and that's it.
Well, Telmo, this is an interesting call, and thanks for doing it as always. Appreciate you. I don't know. I know we've sort of positioned it this way. I'm not trying to fully say that what the 49ers are potentially doing right now with Brock Purdy, if negotiations are indeed off to a rocky start or if the two sides are far apart, which has been reported. I'm not saying they're necessarily just being reactive to Ayuk and Bosa the last 2 summers. Maybe they'd be doing this anyway because this is the way the Niners behave. The Niners don't want to just be like, here's your deal because we love you, especially now after the perception of losing a couple of deals. I don't even know if it's so much about the perception. I can tell you that I think it's their own perception that the Ayuk thing was awful. But they may be behaving this way either way. Either way. Like the bottom line is this is a really expensive deal, and the 49ers would like to save every dollar that they can. So I think that's why we're hearing what we're hearing. I don't really buy that the 49ers are, as Adam Schefter said, in some type of financial situation. No, they're not. They're fine. They're fine.
They're fine, but they're not in the spot that they would have been had they not paid Brandon Ayuk what they paid him, had they not done a Debo restructure and then went up and traded Debo. The fact that you traded Debo makes it a $32 million accelerated cap hit that hits you right now. So all that money you had, and last year during the year, they were number 1 in cap room. Well, now you get to the offseason, and all the contracts either roll over or don't roll over, and now you have the Debo cap hit that gets accelerated, and I'm looking at it from overthecap.com as they compute it, and you've got $28 million effective cap space, which is ahead of only about 15 teams. So you went from number 1 to kind of being square in the middle. And if you think about $28 million of effective cap space, well, Brock Purdy's going to eat up some of that. And I know his deal won't accelerate this year. If you sign him, his signing bonus will accelerate, and you can get some cap space by restructuring people like Kittle and Fred Warner and other contracts. And so you can create some cap space, but I do think they're in a little bit of a tougher spot cap-wise than they have been, and part of it is because of what you decided to do with Debo.
Yeah, one thing I would love to find out, because I'll openly tell you I don't know, when they talk about this, quote, financial situation, is it actually a cap problem or is it a cash flow problem? And these are two different things in the NFL. The cap is obviously the thing that you can manipulate and has to come up against a certain number that is mandated by the NFL. The cash flow is the actual money that goes out in signing bonuses. And so when you have these massive payoffs and restructures, Jed York has been right near or at the top of the league the last few years in how much cash he's been willing to dole out to these great players to have these Super Bowl type runs. Well, you come off of a 6-11 year, and now you've got to potentially do the biggest cash handout of all because it's your quarterback. Jed might be in a mood to be like, how about less of that? And my perception is it's more about that, cash flow, than it is about cap. But I'd love, as this offseason unfolds, we'll get a little bit more expert testimony, if you will, on that, because that's not me. I'm not an expert on the inner workings of the Niners' finances.
Nor am I, and I do think that cash-wise, you're right. Jed York has been very forthright in doing whatever it took to pay the cash now and have the cap hit be down the road. And you have so many restructures and you have so many voidable years and all the other contract mumbo-jumbo that fans don't mostly care about. But I do look at the dead cap number that you have right now, and just looking at overthecap.com, they have the most dead cap money of any team in the NFL. And that is something salary cap wise, you can't offset that with a cash payment because, for example, Debo Samuel, you can't cash him out one time. He's no longer a Niner when the trade goes through. So that dead cap money, that just hits your salary cap. There's nothing you can do about that. You can't spread that out over multiple years. That is the chickens coming home to roost. And so I do think when you look at that number and the base salary cap, according to this, is $279 million, and your dead cap number is $66 million, which is about a fourth of your overall cap. So about a quarter of your overall salary cap is dead money. money that you aren't going to get anything for. So I do think for the first time, you actually do have somewhat of a cap constraint. And, the cash is the cash. Jed York's got enough money. He can spend his money if he wants, but he doesn't have to.
That's right. And 10% of the team goes up for sale as well, which makes you scratch your head when you think about all this as well.
Good point.
Like, again, that's a cash flow thing. So it's not like Jed's not having dinner tonight. I just don't know. There must be some sort of discomfort with the numbers that he's been doling out over the last couple of years. And then to suddenly be faced with 6-11 and your quarterback, that'll exacerbate the situation. Let's go to Jonathan in the city. Hi, Jonathan. Thanks for calling.
Hey, thanks for taking my phone call. First of all, I would like to thank the men and women of 95.7 The Game, the greatest sports talk radio station in the entire USA, for putting together, that event yesterday, the knockout. I mean, for fans of myself, just being able to be on that court in the very house that Wardell Steph Curry made and built. Hey, what a feeling! I mean, it's totally priceless just to be on that court, getting up shots, and it's totally priceless. I think it's a safe bet that I will never ever again experience that in my lifetime. And before I go, you guys are talking about the 49ers. I think I'm going to be right about this one. They're stuck between a hard place and a rock because they are down in a hole, feeling so small, down in a hole, losing control.
It's so good, Jonathan.
It's so good.
Jonathan,
I want to fly.
Jonathan is not only on point with the lyrics today, but he was hitting the chords.
He was. A little Alice in Chains there. Down
Alice in Chains.
Strong.
And What a Feeling. Don't forget about that off at the start. And I asked Jonathan personally yesterday.
Cara.
Yeah, make sure you put together some ditties based on today.
Right.
And Jonathan was there. And Jonathan, don't say that you'll never be on that floor again, because with how much you listen, I'm going to put my money on you being there again next year.
It's possible. Yeah, and he got one of the late at-large wild card berths, and I'm not sure if he survived his heat or not.
I don't think I saw. He wasn't in the final. Was he with us, Grandy? No, he was not in the final.
And Grandy would know. Grandy had his eyes on all the finalists. He was sizing up everybody. I think
Grandy has been to everybody's house within the last month or so to sort of assess people's strengths and weaknesses.
Exactly.
My God. Absolute intensity from this man. It was crazy because I was in his heat too. And we went through the last probably 3 or 4 rounds of the opening heat with him right behind me.
Yeah, you hip checked me one time.
I did give you a little, hey, how you doing? That's because we're friends. And I was walking by you, and you do what guys do when they walk by friends. It's like, hey, how you doing?
Yeah.
Hey, give him a little something, you know what I mean? Old man basketball. But anyway, point being is it's not like you're a heavy breather, but you could just feel his presence. Very intense being around you at this event,
The
Mark.
champ.
Yeah.
I apologize. I can't remember.
It's okay.
I can't remember the listener's name, but he came up to me while we were shooting around before the event started, and he said, "Oh, hey, you're Grandy, right? You won last year." I was like, "Yeah, I got it done last year." And he asked me what place I was going to come in this year. I told him, "Well, first, of course."
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh, please, of course you're not going to come in first." And then after I had won, he came up and he apologized after the fact.
I mean, no apology necessary, but it's not. It's not like if the Boston Celtics win the title again this year. It's more unlikely than that. To have the same person win a 65-person knockout tournament, that's just stupid.
It's like UConn winning the NCAA tournament back-to-back years.
No, it's not. It's
a little bit more
unlikely than that.
It's more like the Kentucky Derby, where you get 20 horses and you break from the gate, and it's just an absolute mishmash of who knows what. And, Grandy could have had one bad free throw and had somebody behind him just make it, and he's out.
Yeah.
He misses, the person behind him makes it, and it's just over.
That's what happened to Willard. One of the few times you missed, I made it right after.
And by the way, I made my putback, but he's quick.
Yeah.
You did that's your thing. You go after because there was one where you missed, and I made my shot, but you had already put your layup in. You're very, very like.
It's the strategy.
Yeah, that's the strategy.
Very
He like goes intensely after his miss to put it back in. You can't get it up in time.
I caught a stray from Goo.
Cut that. Pause. Anyway,
I caught a stray from Goo this morning. I was listening as they began their show, and Goo starts as only Goo would. Is this me being a hater? and then he says, but Grandy, he was jumping and he was leaning forward on his shots.
Yeah.
That's the strategy. You get closer to the rim so you can get your putback.
There's nothing illegal about that.
Congratulations to Grandy on just being really good at the niche event of knockout.
That's right.
Yeah, that's what Shasky said this morning.
Are you good at anything else?
Nope, just knockout.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to think I'm somewhat naturally athletic.
According to most of the hosts on this station, this is the only thing he's good at.
You got to be good at making a turkey sandwich.
Oh, of course.
Like there's, I mean, right?
Arguably
5 days a week.
Just out of repetition, I would think that by now you're pretty
done
good
right now. Yeah.
10,000 hours, right?
He's good at taking care of his teeth. We know that.
Well,
I'm laughing because
What's the appointment on Friday?
the second you said that,
dentist next week.
I look over at him and he kind of does like lips together and does like a little like teeth lick. Like that made you very uncomfortable. There's the ground.
Really inside baseball.
Yeah,
It's too inside.
It is.
Anyway.
Anyhow.
Here's the other thing that to me strikes a little bit of fear as a 49er fan. We haven't played this one yet. This is also from Schefter, also on McAfee. And on this one, Ayuk is the central figure. But listen to what he says.
Well, again, I think that the 49ers in their particular financial situation are open to listening on just about anybody, right? And so if there's a team out there that is willing to take on the Brandon Ayuk contract with him coming off the torn ACL, I'm sure they would listen, absolutely. But again, you've got to find a team that's willing to take on the player with the injury, with the contract. That's not a simple thing to do. Look, if there's no knee injury, it's a simple deal. But because there's a knee injury, because he may miss the first half of next season, and there are questions about, when he'll get back next year, there are a whole host of pending issues. But the Niners, again, for them to play in the free agency sandbox, they're going to have to find ways to clear out salary, whether that's through Brandon Ayuk or Jordan Mason or any other player that they don't bring back or let go. They have to find ways to get money to help field the kind of roster that they want. So if an offer comes in on Brandon Ayuk and there's a team out there that's willing to take on that particular situation, I'm sure they would be open to listening to it.
Okay. The idea that they're open to listening on Brandon Ayuk is not brand new. But what he said there at the beginning, where it's like basically they'll take a call about anybody on the roster right now. Now, I don't think the Niners are going into some sort of fire sale, but good Lord, it sounds like they want someone to think that that's what's about to happen. Again, the question I always ask when you hear these reports, why does this reporter know this? Why did someone tell Adam Schefter this so that he could say it on the Pat McAfee show?
Because they're open for business. And I do think that the sentiment that he's delivered now in both of those cuts is they are not in financial cap hell, but they are open to a deal that would help them create some financial room so they could go out there and do the things that they need to do. Because if you end up drafting 12 or 13 players, that in and of itself is going to eat up some of the cap that you have right now.
All right, we're brought to you by Fremont Bank, here for you, here for good. We've got some breaking news with regard to tonight's Warriors game that we'll pass along in just a moment. Warriors live, half hour away, and a special treat for you next as well. A gentleman named Vincent is going to join us. This will make you smile. Wait till you hear what just happened to Vincent, one of our faithful listeners here at 95.7 The Game. This is Willard and Dips. And this is Willard for
live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube. Powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Now, back to
Dillard and Wibbs
on 95.7 The Game.
All right, check this out. This is awesome. Warriors live in a half hour. Karl Anthony Towns is out tonight. Personal reasons. He's out.
All right.
We're waiting on the word from Steph and the Warriors.
The chef.
Okay, don't know yet. Still questionable. We'll let you know as soon as we know. Game starts in 90 minutes. So there's that. And
which is awesome.
Awesome. MSG. Here we go. 2 nights in New York. With a night off in between. This is phenomenal.
Yep.
Okay? Get the road trip going. This will kind of make you feel like the Philadelphia loss is okay if you can win tonight. All right. So there's all that.
Yep.
But check this out. Joining us on the River Islands guest line, a very special guest. I want to remind everybody, if you're a faithful listener of the station, no doubt over the last month, you heard us talk about the Slam Dunk in Vegas contest.
It's the best contest we've ever had.
Exactly. It made certain members of our staff want to quit so that they could become eligible. However, that's a bad bet because this was a national contest. Do you know how many stations Odyssey has across the nation that were a part of this?
A lot.
Grand total. Keep going. Keep going. We're up to 27 stations were a part of this, and over 250,000 people got into the contest.
Wait, 250,000 people?
Over 250,000 entries.
Shut the front door.
No. Keep it open.
I'm going to leave the door open.
Over 250,000 entries. And to jar your memory further, this was the contest where you get a flight, you get a room, you're staying at the Circa, you're out there watching college hoops.
You're burying the lead.
At Stadium Swim. I'm not burying the lead. I'm building to it.
Okay, my bad.
And upon arrival, you get $20,000.
Major bag alert.
Cash. Okay?
How do I win?
You got to quit.
Okay.
So over 250,000 entrants, over 27 stations.
Okay.
Guess who won?
You got to do your voice now. One man.
A man who listens to 95.7 The Game.
No way. We got the winner?
We got the winner, and we didn't just get the winner. The winner is here. The winner is Vincent. Vincent.
Welcome
to the show.
Can you guys hear me?
We got you, man.
Vincent.
Right on.
Congratulations.
Oh, thank you so much. This is just having you reread the whole prize, has got me amped up again.
And just so you know, I didn't read it. I did that completely from memory. That's how badly we all wanted to have this winner be a part of our station. So first off, thank you for listening, because people don't know, in order to qualify for this, you had to listen at least an hour a day. I know you told our producers that you like to listen around crossover time. That means a ton to us. So thank you for listening. Congratulations. And the other reminder for our listeners is that all of those things come to this winner plus 3 guests. So this is a winner and 3 guests on a weekend in Vegas in March at the Circa. So my first question to you is, what time is your flight and where would you like me to meet you?
That's a great question.
Thank you very much.
Count that.
Count it one time.
I thought I'd have to get one of those in at least.
Good job, Vincent. Seriously, have you thought about this? First, start with that. Who are you bringing?
It's been a crazy day. I've been trying to figure that out. I don't have it's another great question. I don't have an answer to that.
Wait a minute. Did you just find out today?
I found out. I got an email last night, around 4, and then it all came together today through emails. And to quote Priest, this fish was stinking from the head up. I was like, this has to be a scam.
Right.
I need your ID. I need
your social security number. I'm like, Dave, this can't be real. That contest I was telling you about, $20,000 and going to a trip to Vegas, I think I won it. Like, what?
So at what point were you able to get the confirmation sensation that you needed? Because I'm with you. I get a lot of these emails where it's like, we need your social security.
I'm not sending you anything.
Your eBay has been hacked. And you look at the email address and it's like 17 random letters and numbers. It's like, you're not eBay. So how did you officially get the confirmation you needed?
I did a lot of Googling. I went straight to the Odyssey website. I emailed their support team and was like, this said person's emailing me. You checked where the email was, the whole thing, and just kept getting confirmation sensations left and right. And, lo and behold, probably around 11, maybe 10 this morning, and I was just like, it's real. This is real.
Okay, so
that's $1, by the way. Yeah. So now you're down to $19,999.
Exactly. So wait, but Vincent, when it registered that this was real, what'd you do? What was your first reaction? Who'd you talk to?
Oh, I called my partner, my fiance.
Okay. Oh my gosh, when are you getting married?
We don't have that on the books yet, but maybe some of this, $20,000 will help go towards that. If I don't go gambling it all away.
Well, maybe you get married at Circa. Da, 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 da. I mean, March Madness turns into marital madness. Am I right?
I mean, it could.
Yeah, you never know.
Okay, have you thought about this yet, though, Vincent? The $20,000. Like, have you got a strategy? How much are you gambling? Are you gambling any of it? How much is going to table settings next year? That kind of stuff.
I want to say it's mostly going to not gamble.
Okay.
Whether it's bills, finances. I got a 3-year-old daughter, and so there's a lot going on. I'm a family guy, so it's going to family stuff for the most part.
Dude, good for you, Vincent.
Yeah.
And by the way, take it from somebody who's getting married in July, $20K. If you want to do kind of a wedding on a budget, that's about the number you're looking at.
Go on.
And by the way, yeah, that's on a budget. That's a wedding on a budget, $20,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm pretty aware. That's why the wedding hasn't happened quite yet.
Yeah, and take it from me, a guy who has a 2.5-year-old who just dropped $200 on shoes and flip-flops and swimsuits for our upcoming vacation. Those kids aren't cheap now.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
Vincent, what's your favorite game in Vegas?
I want to say blackjack.
Okay.
All right.
Now, talk me through this. The dealer has a 9 showing.
Oh, boy.
And you have a 15. What do you do, hot shot?
Well, I'm going to stay, but you can't ask that question to every guy that talks about blackjack on the station.
Well, I mean, I can. We're
Well, you can.
Yeah, we're professional interviewers. You know what I mean? By the way, Vincent, the book says you should be hitting. If the dealer's got a 9 showing and you got a 15, I need you to man up and hit on that.
Especially with $20,000 in your pocket, Vincent.
Not doing it. I got to play it safe.
You got to double down on that 15 with 20 large.
Do not double down.
Have you been to Circa or have you been to Vegas? Like, what's your overall Vegas experience in your history?
I've been a few times when I was younger, as a kid, and then I've gone once as an adult, and it wasn't the best experience being in my young 20s.
Oh,
I get that.
Yeah,
it's tough. I mean, now you're rolling with 20 large, and Circa, as you will see, they boast the longest bar, one contiguous bar that is probably like a 1/4 mile long. You're going to love it.
Sounds great.
Oh, Vincent, congratulations. Yeah, I would, just my suggestion on the 10 minutes that we've gotten to know you here, I want you to take at least 18 of that grand and put it away right away.
That sounds great.
Yeah.
There's taxes too, you know.
Oh, yeah. They're coming for you next year, Vincent.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah,
right?
but give yourself a grand or two to go have a weekend, okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And if you're short on friends, and it sounds like you haven't yet decided on your full complement of people, I know a guy who is, on the radio and mostly lonely who'd love to be your buddy for 36 hours or so.
I'm sure you've got a lot of those friends.
Vincent, he's not kidding. That's the other thing.
And Vincent, I'm also not kidding about the fact that I actually will be there, for those days as well. So you may be walking through the circa and see a balding, slightly desperate-looking guy, half in the bag. It is me.
All right.
Oh, so
I'll be on the lookout.
Please do. Yeah, if you're behind somebody at the sports book who bets on Bethune-Cookman, you know who you're behind. Hey, Vincent,
I know, right?
Thank you so much for listening. Congratulations to you. The best of luck with your young family and your wedding. Keep us posted, and above all, just have an absolute blast in Vegas in a few weeks at the Circa.
All right. Thank you guys so much.
All right, man.
Vincent.
There he goes. Vincent.
National contest, 250,000 entries, Vincent.
Vincent.
Yes. Like Grandy, cute story, 65 people, 51 of whom have never even seen a basketball. You won knockout. Good for you, Grandy. This dude, 250,000 people, national contest, dude. 20K is winning.
I'm impressed that he got the email at 4 a.m, and by 11 a.m, felt like he was comfortable enough to be like, confirmed, I won.
Am I right?
If somebody emailed me and was like, you just won 20 grand, send us your social security number, that would take me at least a month before I believed them.
Absolutely.
Oh, my God.
And he Googled it, he vetted it, and he went through the whole thing. But go into your email right now, not now, but during the break, and count the number of emails that are either scam, spam, or sham. It's 87% of my emails.
For sure.
In my regular non-work one, it's like, that's a scam, that's spam, that's got to be a sham, spam, or sham. And this guy at 4 a.m. gets word that he's won 20 grand and a trip for 4 to Vegas. Delete.
What the hell's he doing up at? Putting in work. There you go. What the hell's he even doing up at 4 a.m?
Yeah, it's fair.
Which means probably perfect fit for Vegas, actually.
Yeah.
Anyway, that's a whole lot of fun.
That was
Holy
awesome.
Crap,
Vincent.
Somebody who listens to our station knows everything about what we do on this show won that damn contest.
That's pretty awesome.
That's so wild.
We do so many of these national contests, and you almost never hear of like who does the winner or who gets the win. Some of our sister stations are doing a grand in your hand, $1,000.
Yeah.
And like, you never have the winner be from here. That dude just won 20 large and a trip for 4.
Incredible.
For him and his fiance and me and somebody else. We going, Vincent?
Okay. Right. We do have this. Steph Curry update.
Oh.
It is not firm as of yet, but it sounds at least a little encouraging. This is what we've got with regard to MSG, the Knicks, and the Warriors tonight. From Steve Kerr, Steph Curry will warm up and attempt to play tonight.
Okay.
So the hope is that he plays. He's going to try to play. He will go through warm-ups, and then they'll have a little chit-chat about how he's feeling and then go from there. And so that's up to the minute with regard to Steph Curry, and the game starts in an hour and 12 minutes.
Yeah, and I have thought all along that he would play because it's Madison Square Garden, but then again, when you think about the long game and the bigger picture, if he's not going to be right enough to go, then you hold him out. And something I saw earlier, Mark, from our good friend Jimmy Shapiro, and we get all these emails. You talk about scam, spam, or sham, and he's none of those, and he sends emails about updated odds, and I believe that the Warriors' odds to win the championship are now down to 18-1.
Are they really?
What I saw from this email is that they're now the 6th choice, not in the West, in the entire association. So the odds have gone from 66-1 pre-trade down to 45-1, down to, I believe, 18-1.
As of last night, they moved out of the play-in tournament for the first time. So maybe that has something to do with it. Speaking of odds, what was a 6-point number on this game literally an hour and a half ago is now down to 2.5 after the news that Steph is going to, quote, hopefully go, and that Karl Anthony Towns is out. So the Warriors now a 2.5-point dog up to the minute. with regard to this game at Madison Square Garden tonight. And Warriors Live is 10 minutes away. Real quick also, on the basketball front, and by the way, as we mentioned, Warriors in New York City, Warriors Live 3:30. It's presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. The Western Conference took yet another turn last night. And just hate it, whether it's a favorite player or not. Hate it whenever anyone suffers an injury like this. But a confirmed torn ACL for Kyrie Irving last night. And this is obviously something that it's out of anyone's control, but it got me thinking because all of the sudden, literally going through everything that's taken place, from a Luka trade to an Anthony Davis injury to a Kyrie Irving injury to Lively and everything else that has gone on with the Dallas Mavericks, all of a sudden their best player or their most recognizable one is Klay Thompson, which is absurd because he's averaging about 13 or 14 points a game.
Yeah.
He's not good enough for that role. And so the Mavericks might have enough of a cushion to still be a play-in tournament team, but that team is dust. In fact, there's already rumors that Anthony Davis now will just sit out the rest of the year too because they're not going anywhere.
Exactly.
And I feel terrible for Klay Thompson. Now, he earned some of this. He turned into Pouty McPouts a lot. He did. And I think he drove the bus out of town more than the Warriors forced him out. I will forever believe that. But the parting of ways that took place, here's where I feel bad for Klay. Klay got snookered. Steve Kerr told us about a final meeting with Klay Thompson. He even told us the restaurant. It's at the Bottle Inn in Hermosa Beach. I've been there. I've been there.
No doubt.
It's a great Italian restaurant. It's really, really nice.
Restaurant quality.
Mwah. And they sat there, and he looked at Steve and said, I need a new start, and I'm going to go join the Dallas Mavericks, who are going to give me $50 million over 3 years after the Warriors had offered him 48 over 2, reportedly. So now down to $17 million a year, even a little bit less. He's going to go play with the Mavericks because he felt like they had an opportunity to really do something special with him alongside the pairing of Luka Doncic and Kyrie Irving. And look at what the front office of that team has done after selling Klay on that idea. It's really unbelievable. The Kyrie thing is nobody's fault.
Right.
Except for the fact that you could argue, and this isn't really fair, but you could argue if you look at Kyrie's minutes and what ended up on his shoulders, especially in the wake of the Luka trade, this guy was playing close to 40 a night. And he's not a spring chicken either. So they sold him a complete bill of goods. And he took it. And don't it always seem to go that you don't know what you got till it's gone? Klay Thompson is now sitting in Dallas with what? What do you got as the Warriors championship odds go firing up the board?
Yeah.
What you got?
You don't have a lot, unfortunately. And yeah, you mentioned Kyrie, and he was having a great year. And so when you're Klay, I don't think that he knew, maybe they knew in the organization that they weren't going to keep Luka around. I can't speak to, what Nico in the front office was thinking about Luka Doncic, but if you're Klay and you look at it and you want to have a new destination, you feel like what's happened here has already happened and you want to move on, that's a pretty attractive spot. Luka, Kyrie, and Klay, and they have a really good front line, a team that had just been in the NBA Finals. So I know that it looks like he was sold a bill of goods, but you don't know, and maybe they had already decided about Luka Doncic before Klay even came.
Well,
we don't know.
There had to be at least feelings about it.
Absolutely, because Luka was in line for the Supermax,
right,
and it was pretty clear that they didn't want to give him the Supermax, and so even if the Luka trade happens and you bring in Anthony Davis and you're Klay, you're still thinking, okay, I got Anthony Davis and Kyrie and me. It's still a viable big three, and then Anthony Davis gets hurt literally in the first quarter, I believe, of his time with Dallas, and he's out, and then now Kyrie gets hurt, and it's like, wow. So I do think that it looks like he was sold a bill of goods, and the Luka thing was a shock to everyone. Nobody would have seen that coming, but you do kind of feel for Klay looking at what they have now, because that's a lottery team.
By the way, not just this year. It's March. Kyrie Irving is not going to be anywhere near ready
until December.
Even that's
9 months,
optimistic.
yeah, for sure.
That's optimistic
for
him to be ready.
32, almost 33. You're right.
Exactly. So now next season is cratered as well because Anthony Davis and Klay Thompson and Derek Lively, that's not a top 6 seed in the Western Conference.
Yeah.
And then what are you? Now you're 35. Now you're already looking to the third year of a 3-year deal if you're Klay Thompson, in the hopes that something will go well by then.
Klay's already 35.
I know.
Yeah.
I mean, you're well over 35 years old.
Oh,
Kyrie Irving will be 35. Anthony Davis, I don't even know age-wise, what will he be, 33 maybe by then? Like, this whole thing, and again, a lot of it is out of their control, but there had to be, before the season even started, clearly there were feelings about the Luka Doncic marriage that the Mavericks were having, yet they went out on the open market, grabbed Klay Thompson and said, we'd love to pair you with Luka and Kyrie. And so some of it out of their control, some of it in their control, but the bottom line to me is Klay got snookered.
Yeah, he's in a tough spot. And, Kyrie next year has a player option, which I would imagine he will exercise for 43.9, and that's the final year of his deal. And you've got Anthony Davis with 2 more years and a player option, and, his availability has always been in question, and you've got Klay, and you've got a bunch of young players that it does feel a little rebuildy in Dallas. And, if you're Klay and you went to Dallas thinking, all right, this is my chance to get a 5th ring, a team that had just gone to the finals. We've got a big 3, Luka gone, AD doesn't play, Kyrie torn ACL. And so now it's Klay, Gaffey, Najee, Christie, Lively, all the E's. I mean, they're a pretty good team, but they're not a threat.
No. And listen, this is going to sound like one of my best homer takes of all time.
Among many.
Well, but the bottom line is this.
Sorry.
Yeah, no, that's fair. The bottom line is this. When you work for the Warriors, you work for a classy organization, you better think freaking twice when you leave.
Yeah.
Ask Kevin Durant. Ask Klay Thompson. I'm not saying they're not happier now. Maybe they are. Kevin wanted to leave. He did not like his reality. Klay wanted to leave. He did not like his reality. And I hope that they're happy now. And there's all kinds of things with their life that we can't see. So I'm not here to judge that. But from a basketball sense, boy, you better be think twice and then think again before you leave. Because that's a classy place, and it doesn't always go well when you leave.
Yeah, boy, but if I'm Klay and I look at what I thought I was walking into, I probably felt really good about having Luka and Kyrie and me in a great front court and a team that was really close the year before, and now where are we?
Wow.
Yeah?
I mean, talk about driving everything into the ground. We're sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Warriors Live is next as we track the warm-up of Steph Curry in his hopes to play against the Knicks in a big game tonight. That's next on Willard and Dips.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body is 15 convenient.
And tonight in the Big Apple, the Golden State Warriors continue their road trip against the New York Knicks. And a quality Knicks team it is this year, although down a man. The Knicks at 40-20 with no Karl Anthony Towns this time. He's out for personal reasons. The Warriors at 33-28 and now holding the 6th seed in the West, and probably with Steph Curry will take their talents to New York for 2 games starting tonight. They'll also play Brooklyn on Thursday. Here we go. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. Stream sports from the best seat in the house with Xfinity. Bring on the good stuff. And, of course, the good stuff for Steph Curry has often happened at Madison Square Garden, and I like your take. That might have a little something to do with why Steph, along with the urgency the Warriors have, is going to try to press through this ankle injury tonight.
Yes, but we also have to remember the long game, and the Warriors are the 6, and they've got designs on maybe the 5 or greater heights and all the rest of it. But at the same time, you got to make sure that everybody's in one piece. You got 21 more of these regular season games. You got to make sure that everybody is in one piece for the stretch run, and a lot of that is Jimmy Butler and his back, and Steph Curry. He had bilateral knee tendonitis, and now he's got the rolled ankle. You got Kuminga coming back. Draymond constantly needs ice management, and you play tonight, and then you turn right around and you play Thursday in Brooklyn, and then you start to get a little bit of a break with a Monday, Thursday, Saturday. So you don't necessarily want to push Steph tonight if he's not totally ready. And I know the latest injury report should be coming out here any minute now.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think, in fact, let's see. I'll give you the injury report that did just come out. I would imagine it's still going to list Curry as questionable, and it did.
Okay, yeah.
They have not firmly said yet that he is available for action. They're going through warm-ups here shortly. The game is going to tip off in exactly an hour, and we'll go from there. We may get that firm report at some time before we're out of here and before we send it to the arena. And if not, Tim Roy will have that because he's sitting right in front of him watching the warm-ups all take place. So that's
actually, I have an update for you.
Oh, let's go.
It's Kevin Dana on the call tonight.
Oh,
in for Tim Roy.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I didn't mean to tease you with Steph.
No, I know. I thought for sure you were going to be like, he's in, but he being Kevin. Yeah. Kevin Dana is in tonight for the Warriors. Is Steph? We will find out. But yes, I think Curry has led the way for the Warriors the last few weeks with this kind of vibe. And it's an important one because with so many stars sitting out around the league, the Warriors have looked at the standings, and this started with that game in Houston right before the All-Star break where a lot of people thought a load management night was coming. It didn't. The Warriors stars played. They won that game, and this is a similar kind of vibe. It's like, no, we got to win all these basketball games. So even when there's a question, they're pushing to play. And as an NBA fan, you got to love that.
You do. And, this is a big game. And even though there's no Karl Anthony Towns, which hurts a little bit of the top of the marquee value, you're still going up against a team that's 40-20. One of the 5 best teams winning percentage-wise in the entire association. And the Knicks are good. They're a good team. It's Madison Square Garden. And you mentioned it before, Mark, about this road trip and how you thought that a 4-1 record would be par for the course. Yep. And right now they're 2-1, which means you would need to win both of these games in the state of New York tonight and then Thursday against Brooklyn to even earn a par. I thought you set the bar a little bit too high, but now that you're 2-1 and you've got a Knicks team without one of their top stars and Steph Curry, he's going to be hobbled if he even eventually goes tonight. This one feels a little bit more of like a marquee NBA game here in March.
It does. I mean, I will add that when I said 4-1 was a par, you're hoping for full health on the trip. And, of course, Jimmy Butler missed a game.
Yep.
And that was the one they lost. They're 8-1 with Jimmy Butler when he plays. And they're not the same team without him. And I think tonight is not only what you just said, but I was interested, and we'll play some of it for you here in a little bit. I was really interested in what a lot of the Warriors were saying last night. Jimmy played, but Jimmy's coming off of an injury, and it still looked a little passive. And I think the Warriors had a hard time sort of figuring out the ball movement that, as Steve Kerr said, puts Jimmy Butler in his best position. They won last night. They were playing Charlotte. I don't think they played great basketball last night. I think what happened last night is, A, they were playing a bad team, and B, in the second half, three-pointers started to fall. Buddy Hield got hot. Brandon Pajemski hit a few more as well. When they're doing that, they're almost impossible to beat, but that's not going to happen every single night. And so that's what I'm looking for tonight. I'm looking for that ball to really move and, again, get Jimmy Butler in his best position where he can start getting the foul line a lot again in the second half and sort of lead the Warriors down in a clutch game, because it probably will be one.
Yeah, no doubt. And I think you had the spread at 2.5, which came down from 6. So the Warriors are getting a couple of points in the second half of a back-to-back. And if Steph's ankle is good enough for him to go, the good news is he only played 30 minutes last night, so he didn't have to play a lot, and you were able to get into the Pat and Gee show late in that fourth quarter as the game kind of got into the comfortable zone. So Steph's legs should be fresh. If the ankle's okay, he should be fresh enough to give it a full go.
Today's injury report is brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. For more info, visit boxerlaw.com. So let's get a little further into that. We've already mentioned the Steph Curry situation. He is still listed as questionable, but if you're just joining us, he's going to warm up in the hopes and the effort to go tonight. Gary Payton II, you watched him get knocked out with that contusion to his face last night. They're calling it a nasal bone contusion, and he is out. He is not going to play in this one, and he is a question mark for Thursday in Brooklyn. Jonathan Kuminga, who has not played since January 4th. We are exactly at the 2-month mark tonight for Jonathan Kuminga, and he remains out. 28th straight game that Jonathan Kuminga has missed.
It's a lot longer than I thought it would be.
Yeah.
And, initially when the report came out, I thought, grade 2, 6 to 8 weeks. And now we are beyond 8 weeks, and he's scrimmaged and he's needed ice afterward. And the expectation was sometime during the middle of this road trip. And this is now game 4 of 5. So the middle of the road trip would have been last night, if not tonight. And it doesn't feel like he's going to play tonight or in Brooklyn on Thursday. And then you start to think about the homestand. And, Mark, as you get really deeper into this conversation, if he doesn't play against New York or Brooklyn, I don't think he will. Saturday against Detroit at home, Monday against Portland. Maybe it's not until Thursday the 13th, 9 more days against Sacramento. Whenever it is, we're running out of days here. We're running out of games where he can get that ramp up and they can get a lot of comfortability with him on the floor.
I have heard the speculation that Saturday against Detroit is going to be the game, but we'll see. And if they do, it's probably going to be that dip the toe in the water kind of thing.
Right.
They could use him. Detroit is a young, athletic team. They could really use him in this one. Good barometer. Detroit is playing great basketball. It's going to be an awesome return home for the Warriors. But keep that in mind, too. When they return home, they immediately are greeted by a really good team. So you're hitting a little stretch of 3 games here. 2 of the 3 are really good teams. The other one is a pesky team at the end of a road trip. This is a little potential landmine for the Warriors this week with all the feel-good that's been going on and moving into the 6th seed. They have got to be on point and playing good basketball starting tonight.
Yep, and tonight, and then you get home and you do have a 6-game road trip, but it's tonight, and then Brooklyn, which is a team that can flex on you. They can play well in spots, and so you look at these next 2 games, and you don't want to settle for a split. And if you would ask me this a month and a half ago, like New York and Brooklyn back-to-back, if you could just split those 2, you'll be happy. But now we're in a mode where we're starting to get greedy again, which is kind of fun when you look at a team and you think about, these games. Let's get them both and get to 35 and 28. Think about that. 35 and 28. They're already 5 above 500. It's been a long time since they've had a little bit of breathing room versus a 500 record.
And speaking of getting greedy, and I hate doing this when like the play-in teams are literally sitting there no more than a half game behind you. They're right on your butt.
Yeah.
But with the way the Rockets are playing, and they're an underdog in their game tonight in Indiana, speaking of getting greedy, I know everyone wants the 6. Could you get to 5?
Yeah.
Could you?
Well, you'd love to get to 5 because that would mean you'd take on Memphis right now. Most likely, it feels like OKC, the Lakers, and Denver are going to be the top 3, I feel like. And then, if you can get to 5 and God forbid you even get to 4 and you get the home court advantage in that 4-5 matchup. For me, it's all about getting to 5 now, because if you're 6, then you got to face either Denver or LA. And no thank you for me in a first-round matchup against those two.
I'm with you. And actually, in this moment, LA has moved into the 2 seed, which is wild. They're the 2. Man. The Nuggets are the 3. They have virtually the same record, but percentage points ahead are the Lakers. As you said, Memphis is the 4. The Rockets are the 5, but only up by 4 on the Warriors, and both have games on the road tonight. If the Warriors could get a win and the Pacers beat the Rockets, boom, you're now starting to really smell them and see if you can get into that conversation. But lots of work for the Warriors to be doing on their own. Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. All right, speaking of what Steve Kerr had to say post-game last night, let's let you hear a little bit of it. And this is kind of what he said with regard to Jimmy Butler and ball movement and what's he want to see.
I think they complement each other really well. Jimmy's a phenomenal all-around basketball player, two-way player. He's at his best when the ball is moving. I think we can do a better job of getting him involved by not letting the ball stick early in possessions. If he can get it on the backside of a possession, after it's moved 3 or 4 times, he's unstoppable on that drive, and he creates so much for his teammates. I thought the first half it was catch and hold. He wasn't engaged. He wasn't involved. That's on us as a team. We have to play with ball movement and flow and rhythm, and so it's still a work in progress. But I love Jimmy's fit here. I think he's perfect next to Steph and Dre, and it's showing. Obviously, I think we're 8-1 since we got him with him in the lineup. That's not by accident.
Nope. And that's an accurate statement. They are 8-1 with Jimmy, and I love what Steve's saying there. And even though he's largely talking to the people who played last night, I think it's worth bringing up that this is part of what I think we're all talking about when we think of Jonathan Kuminga's return. Because Jonathan, more than any player on the team, is that guy who, with his athleticism, at times can break down a defender and also can be someone where the ball sticks a little bit. And Steve is starting this message right now because he didn't love what he saw last night. And I think it needs to be the number one message going forward. When the Warriors have played well over the last 11 years, it is because their ball movement is absolutely unmatched. And at times you see that lately, and at times you don't. And especially now with Jimmy Butler on the team, to me that needs to be the 100% focus, which is to keep the ball moving because they become a very pretty and smart passing team. And that's what's led to a revitalized offense.
Exactly. And I do think that, personnel-wise, without Jonathan Kuminga, you have a better ability to be that. Jonathan Kuminga still is an emerging passer, but you look at Pods and Jimmy, Draymond, of course, Steph. These are all guys who are great passers of the basketball. And even you get, Kevon Looney as a big man knows how to distribute. And so you get that thing going, you get that sort of an offensive framework going, and everybody feels more empowered when you at least get a touch on a possession. Even if you get it and you give it up, it gets you more in the rhythm of the offense.
We'll have the take it to the bank prediction here in just a second. You nailed yours last night.
Yeah, it was big.
With a minute to go.
Gutsy.
I lost mine last night. I had Quentin Post for 9 points, and Quentin got 6 quick ones.
It's a bad beat.
And then nothing happened after that, unfortunately. I know. But before we do that, let's hear from Steve Kerr with regard to that 6 seed. He said a few weeks ago, that's the goal. Well, now you're already there. So, hey, Steve, what about now?
Yeah, it's fantastic. But obviously everybody's bunched together, 5 teams within a game of each other or so. Can't take too much time to celebrate. We got another game tomorrow, and, we could very easily find ourselves in 9th tomorrow. I don't know. So we just got to keep going.
He's not inaccurate. The Clippers do play tonight as well. So, again, this can do all kinds of flip-flopping. But I think when he originally made that statement that the 6th seed is our goal, even in his wildest dreams, they wouldn't have been able to get there the first week of March.
Exactly. And you look at how they've done it, and they've gone 8-2 in their last 10, and the Clippers have gone 4-6. So you've gained 4 games on the Clippers. You gained 4 games on Minnesota. So the other teams that have been in and around you, and heck, the Suns are 2-8 in their last 10. So if you want to go back 10 games, you were behind Phoenix even because you gained 6 games on Phoenix, and now you're 5 games clear of Phoenix. So all these other teams around you, and if you look at the West, you've got OKC and the Lakers who have been as good as you over the last 10. And other than that, you've been chewing teams up. The Clippers have been, flagging a little bit. They've stalled, and Minnesota has been failing and all the rest of it.
Let's go live to Mark Grandy, by the way, after this standings update. And you were talking about Memphis. Apparently something developing with Jaren Jackson Jr. as well. Mark, what's going on?
Within the last hour, the Grizzlies have put out this update. Jaren Jackson Jr. got injured in their game last night. I don't know if you guys saw. They were up by like 11 in the final 4 minutes, and they blew that game against the Atlanta Hawks. Jaren Jackson Jr. has been diagnosed with a grade 2 left ankle sprain. He is considered week to week now for Memphis.
Oh, damn.
And they've already lost, 7 of their last 10?
Yeah, they were already not playing well. They were already not playing well. And that's their most important player, not Ja Morant. That's their most important player right now. And by the way, what was really wild about the way they've been playing is not just that they've been losing some games, their defense has been terrible, and he, recent defensive player of the year. And their defense has not been good, and now he's out.
Yeah. And you could say week to week, but if it's grade 2, as we know from Jonathan Kuminga, that's 3 weeks until you really even get a chance to take a look at that thing and, get back in there and see when he can return.
If we're sitting here on March 4th, I don't think it's crazy to think that Jaren might miss the rest of the regular season.
Exactly, until the playoffs.
So that's big. Hell, maybe the Warriors can go get the 4 seed for crying out loud.
Right?
Who knows?
Things are breaking around them in many, many different ways.
Take it to the bank prediction brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. I'm going to give a little love to Moses Moody. In his last 10 games, only 3 times has he hit multiple three-pointers. I'll say at MSG tonight that tonight is the 4th time in 11 games. His number is 1.5 three-pointers. Give me higher than 1.5 three-pointers for Moses Moody. I got him for at least a couple tonight.
I like that pick, and I'm going to ride the hot hand because we know when this player starts to get rolling, this player can get hot and stay hot. So teach me how to Buddy. Buddy had 5 threes last night, and I do think that he's so streaky that what happened last night was he felt good. He had a couple of shots. He had 1 3 that he missed, and he got it right back, and he drained it. He's starting to feel, and he always looks the same. He's got that big toothy grin. He's a happy-go-lucky kid, and I think that last night was maybe an unlocking of Buddy Hield. I don't know what the over-under is, but I'm going to say Buddy gets at least 3 threes. 3 ridiculous for Buddy Hield tonight. I'm going to take Buddy Hield more than 2.5 threes.
Hang on. Scrolling.
Get your scroll on.
I'm looking for Buddy Hield. We're looking for Buddy Hield. Buddy Hield. Here it is. And his number, all they want to do is give you the first half line.
All right.
Yeah, first half line is 1.5 three-pointers.
I'll go over.
Well, okay, first half.
Fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that, Buddy's a guy who, when he starts to feel good about his shot, he can go on an absolute heater, and I think tonight's going to be that night.
Out-of-town NBA game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. 9 games in the league tonight. Clippers and Suns from Phoenix among them. The Warriors have moved ahead of the Clippers with last night's win in Charlotte, now alone in 6th place in the West. But it's just a half-game separation, so the Warriors should be big Kevin Durant and Suns fans tonight as the Clippers visit the desert. The Suns have a bunch of ground to make up, been losing a whole bunch of games, but who knows now with Kyrie Irving out, maybe they can make a move. Anyway, the game tips at 7 in Phoenix, so a bit of a rush to try to get there now. But SFO can get you to Arizona whenever you want, and maybe you want to plan a trip there when the Warriors are back in Phoenix. That will happen one more time this season on April 8th near the end of the year. SFO can get you down there for the game. No problem. And that's the out-of-town game of the night, sponsored by San Francisco International Airport. Wherever your team goes, you can get there from SFO. All right, let's rub your hands together a little bit because we're going to send it out to the arena momentarily. Kevin Dana will have the update on Steph Curry's warm-ups. Any final thoughts on this matchup tonight?
I would love for Steph to play. It's the Garden, it's the Knicks, it's a national game, and I know that Steph marks these on his schedule because these are big deals. You're playing in the mecca of basketball, so go out there, Steph, play well, put up a 50-piece. Why not? What else are you doing tonight?
I love the take. Go out there, Steph, and play.
You got to go out there and be tough.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Right?
Warriors Live is presented by Xfinity. At home or on the go, you'll get the fastest internet to all your devices. Do you want to do it again tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay, let's do it again tomorrow. We'll talk to Steve Kerr.
You got to go out there and be tough.
Yes, you do. For Dibs, for Grandy, for Lucas, I'm Mark. Shoot your shot. It's all you got, and we send you out to the arena next.
It's game time, Bay Area basketball fans.